screen.
From page to screen.
Mr. Bannerman.
This is
Good
like
evening to you,
weird,
sir.
isn't it? Because it's episode 1 all over again.
Yeah. Great, though,
Which is
isn't
quite
it?
weird. What did you think of the music?
Absolutely fantastic.
For those that have never heard of it, it's that was the Pearl and Dean music, which for me was synonymous in cinema sort of adverts and stuff.
True. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa.
In fact, over the years, it's been a long time since I actually heard that music, but you, over the years, have actually mimicked it many, many times.
Oh, yes, too true, too true.
Before movies go on, so
It did seem to die out for quite a few years, but I've seen it recently. So it is back. It's still in fashion.
well, looking at YouTube, actually trying to find that music for it, I was trying to come up with a new theme song for the new sort of multi-episode arc thing, and then I thought of you, and I'm like, it's got to be the Pearl and Dean music. So I went hunting for it, and you can find 90s remixes and all sorts of that, but the one I went for is obviously the authentic 1970s one, so, here we go. So why are we back at episode number 1? Over to you.
Right. Well, sorry, bit of a bad throw. As some of you who are kind of avid listeners may know, we finished an arc on video gaming. And as some of you may not know, we've decided to start again, but this time charting our history and exposure to movies and the cinema. So this is number 1. We're starting back when we were small.
We are. I mean, sort of, what was your birth year? And I'll give mine. Mine was 1971, just to give everybody an idea of how old and crotchety I am.
I'm older and more crotchety. My birth year, I beat you by 5. I'm in 1966.
Wow. So you were like 3 when Night of the Living Dead came out, or 2 or something.
Yeah, I
like
wasn't
that.
allowed to watch it then.
No, I don't think I watched it until sort of the 1990s or something like that. So episode number 1 is going to follow a similar format to the video game one. The video game one was, if I remember correctly, our sort of adventures in video arcades.
Yeah, literally our first exposures to video games, basically.
Certainly. So this one will be our first exposure to movies.
Indeed.
So, and because this is movies and not video games, this is going to be going out on your sort of Stuart and Bob show, which has been renamed. And we'll also be going out on the FromPage2Screen media. So it's going to go out in 2 different feeds, just because.
Excellent, excellent. Double the exposure and double the fun.
Well, it also means I get to be lazy and I don't really have to produce a media show this week. So it's not too bad, because I've still not managed to find a permanent co-host. And with work and stuff like that, it pretty much takes a lot of the podcasting time away. So anyway, swiftly moving on. How are you? Are you doing okay?
I'm doing fine. A few problems for my better half, should we say, but I'll cover that with you personally later, don't worry.
Yes, we shall cover that on the Stuart, Bob and Anne show.
Exactly.
Which will begin episode number 1 on Facebook or something like that, I think. So it's not too bad, is it?
True. Yourself, how are you?
I'm not too bad. I work today, but I'm off tomorrow, so...
Excellent, excellent.
This is being recorded on, what date have we got? The 18th of April, and I predict it will be on iTunes on the 19th of April, so yay.
See, the day off gives you time to upload it.
Well, it's quite weird, because I put a post in on Facebook last night saying I'm looking forward to starting a new project with me and with you. Yeah. And some of the people that were clicking like, there was Spencer, who's the host of the MacGuffin Movie Podcast, which is a show that I regularly listen to. It's an American one. Right. And I sort of use them as a benchmark for mine, so I'm always listening to theirs. And a lady called Robin Coleman, who is the host of the allhorror.net show, again, a big American horror podcast. I'm like, this is awesome. These people are actually reading my Facebook status.
Wow.
So.
Well, I must admit, on Twitter, I've had a few kind of messages saying, "Oh, what's the format of the new show?"
Yes,
I can't tell you.
I read those a few minutes ago from Melissa.
Yes,
I saw that tweet that she put out. It's like, I'm curious to know what it is. It's like, oh, flip him on, listen to it then. Somebody else did. So, did you find this one a little bit tricky? Because I did initially thought I'm going to do a lot of research. But how can you for when you're about 6? It's not very easy, is it?
You've got to have a good memory from your own childhood. I know a lot of people don't, but I'd like to think that I'm blessed with a mind for trivia, one of them being my own childhood.
No, you are. You don't like to think you're blessed with a mind for trivia. I've known you for years, and you are actually blessed with a mind for trivia, as I'm sure your wife will be nodding like mad and stuff in the background.
Probably,
so. Yeah. But I looked at a bunch of films. I've got a good memory for films that I remember watching as a child and in the cinema and stuff. But if somebody said, how old were you when you watched that? I wouldn't know unless I looked it up on IMDb, and it's like, wow, I was 7 or 6 or whatever it was.
I'd have even more of a problem because a lot of the first films that I can remember seeing in the cinema, I can't actually remember my age or what order they were in. I can remember going and seeing them.
Yeah.
But they were all kind of, as most kids would be, your classic Disney ones. So, you're talking like Jungle Book, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, all that kind of idea, the ones that were done kind of 40s, 50s, which even predates me. So basically the timelines for which ones I did in which order, that is one thing I can't remember. I could probably name you all the films that I saw and roughly where I saw them.
Yeah. But see, I'm a little bit different because a lot of the films I watched were on their initial release and they weren't the classic Disney ones. So I guess I should stop moaning because you've got it a bit more tricky, haven't you?
Well, yeah. No, don't stop moaning. Yeah, we all have our own issues that way.
I mean, what's the first film that you recall watching at the cinema, or that you were told you went to see at the cinema? And can you remember how old you were? I mean, obviously that'll take out a lot of the Disney ones and stuff.
I would. This is only an estimate. I would guess I would be 4 or 5. The cinema involved was one in Fleetwood.
Yep.
Over on the Fylde Coast. And I mean, we're going back to the days when, most cinemas had 1 or 2 screens if they were really lucky. And the film, the first one I actually remember seeing properly is Walt Disney's Jungle Book.
Wow.
So, like I say, I was 4 or 5. My memories were just kind of forming properly, so that I would, always remember. Those neural pathways were locking in. But yeah, it was basically a summer holiday. We were over there because my grandparents had a holiday home over that way, and probably would be one evening. We normally went to the cinema when it was raining, so it's basically you can't play out. We're going to the cinema.
I think that's one of the differences between you. As we get sort of further down my sort of timeline, the sun could be belting out 100 degrees, and it's like, you know what, I want to go to the cinema.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, this is as kids. 4 or 5, you were basically kind of dragged there by your parents. It wasn't a case of you going to mum or dad saying, can we go to the cinema? I want to watch this.
No. As a kid, you'd be like, I don't even know what cinema is.
Yeah, exactly. It's a case, there's a big place where they show films on a massive screen.
Well, apparently for me, and I don't remember watching this, but I think I was told it by somebody or other. Apparently the first film that I was ever taken to see was Jaws. I've seen the film so many times, but I can't remember going, you know what, I did see this on a big screen, but it was released in 1975, so that would have made me 4.
I'm sure it had a higher rating than a U.
It was like an A, I think, about it, because this was before 18s, 15s, and 12s and stuff. It was U's, A's, double A's, and then 18.
So it was an advisory.
It was an advisory.
Oh.
When I tend to. I mean, you said your parents sort of took you to cinema and stuff. My elder brother was probably forced to take me. It would be a case of he'd want to go and watch a movie, take your little brother, because my parents were
a little hands off.
Yeah, a little hands off. They were sort of like, oh, kids again. Oh, why do we have 2 of them?
Yeah.
So I think pretty much most of the films that I went to see was because my brother probably wanted to see them. He was about 7 years older than me at the time.
What was the age difference? So yeah.
Yeah, 7 years older than I was.
He's about 12. Yeah, you'll be kind of Jaws. I want to see sharks.
Yeah. Apparently Jaws was the first film that I saw, but I have no proof whether that's in fact a true story, and I have nobody to sort of ask going, was it really true that you took a 4-year-old to see Jaws?
And it's not one you remember seeing. So what was your first one you remember?
The first ones, there's a set of about 3, and they're all around the 1978, 1979 mark. I remember watching Disney's The Cat from Outer Space.
Yeah.
I remember watching Disney's Spaceman and King Arthur.
Yeah.
And I remember watching Grease.
Oh, yes.
1978, those ones. And I actually remember watching those
Yeah.
because years later I picked them up on video and I'm like, I remember watching this in cinema. I haven't seen them since. I've seen Grease since, unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
I haven't seen The Cat from Outer Space since. Little cat comes from outer space, funnily enough. Brilliant title for a movie with a little weird collar on and it can talk and stuff like that. So a typical kids movie.
Yes.
Nothing as freaky as Jaws.
Oh, no.
And then Star Wars, I saw upon its original release.
Yes.
I do have vague flashes of that, 77, so 6 years old. I've actually seen every Star Wars movie on the big screen, so that's quite nice. And on their original releases as well.
Oh, excellent.
So that's pretty good. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I would have been 6, maybe, again. I watched that one.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
What?
Yeah, kind of you seeing these things at the age of 6, and I'm thinking, yeah, I was in my teens then almost.
It's quite weird. It's like when we were doing sort of movie roundtables with Simon, and he's like, the first time I saw Star Wars, the prequel, I watched it on a PSP. You're like, what?
Oh, grief.
But it also now it's like the way that people make me feel when they're like, I wasn't even born when Ghostbusters was out. You're like, what? It's kind of like that for you, isn't it? Whoops. We need to get like an older person on. Just so you can get your revenge on them.
Oh, like it.
But what were your thoughts on the cinema? Did you like the cinema?
I did. I think probably, as I say, my first proper memories were, Walt Disney's Jungle Book. I'm probably quite sure that there were others that we went to see before, but probably my age at the time means that I don't really remember them, and also probably the case of 30 minutes in I was probably bored and fidgeting and yeah, as kids are. But like I say, my memories from once I do, I've got those logical kind of locked in. I do have very fond memories of those first, the first trips to the cinemas. The cinemas as they used to be, not these massive multiplexes now, but your small community cinema with, kind of Mrs. Smith from down the roads was the usher. And they actually had the interval where they had the woman stood there with the ice cream tray.
See, I remember some films that had the interval, but then the intervals went away.
Oh, yeah.
And then they came back around, it's somewhere in the 80s or very early 90s. The cinemas would think, we're going to do an interval, and it used to really annoy me. And I never used to get up because it's like, nope, I am not moving until that film's finished.
Oh, no, those were synonymous when, like I say, when I first remember going to the cinema. And, the usual thing of, Mom, can I have a nice lolly?
Can I have a cornetto?
Oh, the cornettos weren't even around then.
Can I have a Kiora?
Yeah. But, like I say, the first movies, probably like, say, things like Jungle Book, other ones that I remember seeing, just to put yours into total perspective. One of our dinosaurs is missing.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, showing my age. All the Herbie ones.
Right, yep.
The original one, the Love Bug and all that.
Yeah.
That's a total different meaning nowadays, but we won't go into that. Mm-hmm. So, all things like that, because at the time, some of those, like the Herbie ones, etc., would have been ones that my parents would have wanted to see as well. And, of course, like you say, with the, they thought, yes, it's suitable for kids.
I mean, these were this was when Disney was, right, it's got Disney on it, it's a family film.
Yes. Basically, if the name Walt Disney or Disney appeared on it, you knew that you could take the family to it, not a problem.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a massive animated fan, but I really do envy the fact that you've seen Jungle Book and stuff on the big screen. I bet that is pretty cool.
It was, but of course, we're talking about the non-digitally remastered.
Not even in stereo, probably.
Yeah, I even remember all the flickering on the screen as basically the film started up. You had the curtains parted, as you say. You had the Pearl and Dean adverts. Often those would be running before the actual film kind of thing. You may even get a 5-minute cartoon, I think, on the beginning of some. In the same way that they echoed in Roger Rabbit, if you remember.
Well, I remember we used to get things like, there was like Disney sort of National Geographic type things, and here the Bambi will drink the water, and sort of live action type things for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then the film would come on. So,
it's like, say, you had all those. You'd get the big thing coming up about the British Board of Film Censors, and with the rating and all this. And like you say, you'd get the scratches actually showing up on the screen as that were on the cell as it went past, on the projector, because it was proper projector then. Yeah.
Yeah, none of your digital, let's press a button and we're sorted for screen number 12. This was some old dude actually running a projector, wasn't it?
This was a guy that was sent several reels of film who would basically kind of, I know this because my dad used to do projectionists with.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd basically get on the reels, there would be a suggested setting for the volume, but of course, you'd run it through once quickly to tension the film for your projector. You'd then run it through, wander down into the auditorium and listen to it and think, yep, that's too loud. We're going to have to turn that back or whatever.
Wow.
And you'd do it that way, and you'd do that for each reel.
Wow. So effectively, he would have to watch each film at least once, wouldn't he? Possibly twice if he's testing it and stuff.
Yeah.
Did you ever get sort of let in and you could watch these preview type things?
It was before Dad met Mum.
Right. Okay.
This is when Dad was still a single man.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow. Now it's all digital and stuff. So
well, this is it. As you've probably kind of seen yourself, because I know when we've been to the cinema and what have you, now they just kind of press a button, put it on, and go and kind of get a drink down in the foyer. Often the sound is too loud or too soft. It's not balanced for the screen.
Yeah.
So there you go. If there's anyone listening, from one of the big multiplexes, I'm naming no names, but start doing your job.
Yes, exactly. And of course, we used to get trailers.
Oh yeah.
They're sort of putting together the schedules last night, going, right, episode 1 should be about this, and episode 2 should be about that. I sort of uncovered a big bunch of trailers and stuff, so I'm going to put them at the end. And they're all sort of authentic from the time trailers. Oh. Obviously just audio clips, but I had fun listening to some of them.
I bet you're giggling yourself silly.
I was giggling because it was like, my God, that sounds terrible. I wouldn't go and watch that now if that was the trailer. But this was pre-internet as well.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of the time, that is sort of one of the things we'll discuss way down the line is what's changed and what's not. But how did you choose, sort of aging yourself slightly, still in childhood and stuff, did you get to the point where you would go on your own to the movies, or were you pretty much always accompanied up to sort of like a certain age type thing?
I would probably say that my first solo ventures would have been around the age of 11 or 12.
Yeah, similar to me, I think.
And it's like you say, by that time you're at senior school, so it's a case of you've got friends, and it'd be a case of, although there wasn't the internet, you'd still have, things on television then, perhaps saying about, coming in, this is coming out. Way back then, I think it was Barry Norman that used to do kind of, the film reviews.
Yeah, it was. I used to watch. I did that for a long time, didn't I?
But, you'd get some kind of information on what was coming out. It may not be kind of the months in advance that we have now, but, it'd be a case of, Sean Connery's got a new one out. And I remember seeing Hunt for Red October that way.
Wow.
And, it's because Sean Connery, great, let's go and see that. And again, that was a local cinema. It had 3 screens. But like you say, the way that you chose films then, again, going back to when I was a kid, often you'd have, strangely enough, they had local papers then.
They did, yeah.
And in the classified bits, you normally had the listing for the local cinema, showing this week. And you get, the 1, 2, 3 screens if you were lucky. What films were on, the rating of it, and the show times. So you'd normally get, like, say, a matinee performance, and one in the early evening, one in the late evening. And like you say, if it was like 2 or 3 screens, if you were lucky, you'd get like one kids one that would be kind of, for about 12-year-olds, and then you'd get an adult rated one. I'm not talking about porn.
No. Just things like, sort of like Cobra and Rambo and all that sort of stuff in later years. Scarface and whatnot. But what was your sort of local cinema? There must have been one that you visited more than any other. Tell me a little bit about that one. What did it look like and stuff?
I would probably say that the 2 that I visited most, as I say, that I can remember from when I was going solo, so to speak, would have been the one in the town, the one that was in the town we now both live in, which is Rottenstall.
Yes.
And also the one in Rochdale, which has since been turned into, I can't remember whether it's a bingo hall first and then a pub or what, but again, disappeared. But it's like, say, I think Rottenstall used to have, was it 2 screens?
I think it was.
I think at one point it got up to 3, but they were smaller.
If it was in the same building that it was when I sort of lived down here, kind of, the big pillared building and whatnot, nobody else will know what we're on about, but it was, it was like 90s it closed down. The last film I remember watching there was Terminator 2.
Yeah.
And that would have been about 92 or something like that. Yeah. But I think it had a couple of screens in there.
Yeah, but I seem to remember in the later days, you literally went in through the entrance foyer and literally bought the tickets at the same place you bought all the concessions, your Coke and what have you. Before that, there used to be the ticket, as you went in through the column A, where all the columns were, there was a little entrance foyer with your little old booth there with the old ticket machine kind of thing, that was originally there, but then, like I say, they moved that to the back.
Right.
But like I say, Fleetwood, where I first started, that was your proper old style where you had, old Mrs. Figgis behind the ticket machine. And, it was the proper old kind of cardboard tickets with the ka-chunk.
I remember them. None of your big sort of little
they were smaller
laser
than,
printer.
Yeah, they were smaller than bus tickets, weren't they? They were little cardboard things, about an inch long and half an inch wide.
Yep.
And there you go. I mean, inches again. So a lot of people won't know what I'm on about.
A lot of people, I thought there was always multiplexes, but these sort of, there was like a metal plate on the flat of the desk, and you would go,
little thing would just kind of pop up,
cha-chink, and it would stick out. And you go, thank you. Yeah. In fact, you wouldn't even take your ticket; they would hand it to you.
They'd slide it out, wouldn't they? It'd be a case.
And then, did they then rip it in half, let you keep your half, or was that just something?
Oh, that was as you got to the actual, screen yourself. You'd have the person that normally, later on would be coming around with the concessions, the ice cream tray. They'd be stood at the door, with the torch and what have you, and it's a case of, they'd check, yes, you are the right age for coming into this, tear your ticket in half, and like you say, give you the stub, and away you'd go and find your seat.
I mean, obviously, you never did, and I never did, but this was back when people could smoke in cinemas.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, this is it. It's a case of, as people were doing that, you could see, literally because of the smoke in the atmosphere, you've probably seen it on a lot of the old films. You could see the arc of the projector coming down through the projection theatre.
Yeah.
So it's literally, you could almost watch the film on the smoke.
I mean, people now be like, "What? Smoking in cinemas?"
Oh yeah,
they'd be horrified. But no, it did used to go. And the thing is, it's like we would never allow that now. But at the time, you didn't think that's disgusting. You just like, people are smoking in cinemas. Not for me, but never mind.
Same here. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I say, your first memories of like cinemas like that. I mean, we've mentioned Rottenstall and how that was set out. But I know you come from further north, should we say?
I come from the cold land, yes, although it's flipping freezing down here at the minute, but never mind. Yeah, I come from a town which has a population of about 50,000, just north of Edinburgh in Scotland. And my sort of regular cinema, I was trying to think of the brand name. Was it an Odeon? Was it an A? I really can't remember what it is. That cinema's long gone as well, unfortunately. It had 3 screens, and it was I would call it a Goldilocks cinema because it had a daddy screen, a mummy screen and a little baby screen. So it was your Star Wars or whatever would go onto the big screen. You'd have to go up the stairs for that one.
Yep.
And then downstairs next to each other, you'd have screen 2 and 3.
Yep.
So one of the tricks that I pulled sort of later on when I was about 15 or something, I really wanted to watch a film that I wasn't old enough to watch. So I paid for Bambi and snuck in to see Cobra, which was in 18, because it was in 2 and 3. And I still remember the woman going, right, what would you like to watch? Bambi, please. Really?
Yeah, I was going to say, I want
to watch Bambi. If I catch you in another film, I'm going to throw you out. I'm like, I want to watch Bambi. Thank you. I think it was about 14 at this time.
Yeah.
And I bought a ticket for Bambi and sneaked in to see Cobra. And I watched it, but I spent half the time turning around, making sure that the concessions woman wasn't going to come in and catch me. So I kind of saw half and half, but that was the first ever
Oh.
18 film that I sneaked in to see. So it's 4 years shy. But I love that cinema, and I used to, around 10 or 11 was when I started going on my own. And I'm not kidding, I would go literally every week. Films like The Never-Ending Story, which was 1984, I saw about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
The Beastmaster, which I think was 83, I saw 3 or 4 times. Yep. Disney's The Black Hole, I went to see. For some reason, I didn't go and watch Raiders of the Lost Ark. I ended up seeing it on video in later years, but I don't know why. Probably because my brother didn't want to go watch that at the time. Because that was 81.
What about things like Firefox?
Firefox. I did actually see Firefox. Yeah, that was a AA.
Yep.
I remember watching that one. I remember as a kid thinking, this is boring. And, oh, look, plane chase. So when it was all the plot stuff, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yeah, he's just killed somebody. All right, okay. And then the plane chase sequence when he nicks Firefox, you're like, this is awesome. Oh, it's finished. What's all that about? Tron.
Yes.
Saw Tron on the big screens. Because my brother was a major science fiction fan, I'd love to chat to him now. I'd rub his face in it, going, met him, spoke to him, got a signed poster of that, up yours, pal. I tended to see a lot of science fiction films.
Yeah.
So I think that was probably my genre of choice because I was dragged along to watch them and I loved them. So all the Star Wars movies and stuff. So.
But this is it. It's a case of when we were kids. I know, like I say, I'm, quite a bit older than you in that respect. But, it was literally a case of a Saturday afternoon. It'd get Saturday morning and it's a case of you'd call your friends up or you'd go on your own and it's a case, right, what's on this week? And even though you had a limited choice of, say, 3 movies, you'd always find one that you wanted to watch. You
would actually. I mean, I discovered a lot, and I've done it in later years where I've not known anything about a film, which is kind of rare nowadays because I tend to know everything about, because you're subjected to it from all flipping angles nowadays, even if you don't want to. But I would go and watch films that I don't really know much about, and I think that was all Back to the Future I saw.
Yeah.
Because my brother went to see, I think Weird Science was on at the same time. So like screen number 3 or whatever had Weird Science on, and screen number 1 had Back to the Future.
That's a hard choice.
For some reason, he wanted to go and watch Weird Science.
I can understand.
And for some reason, I wanted to go and watch Back to the Future, and I ended up watching that. And I think I got the better deal of the two, actually, on as time goes on. But maybe at the time he was winning because he got to see Kelly LeBrock in pants.
Exactly. Can't fault that.
No.
Sorry.
But I knew nothing about Back to the Future. And for some reason, I just thought, that looks cool. And I ended up watching it. So I've seen a lot of the now classics, the Goonies, seen that on the big screen. So a lot of the sort of 80s kiddie films.
Yeah. But I mean, this is it. It's a case of then, you didn't have the TV channels that we have now and everything like that. Video stores were basically unheard of in our early years. So people didn't have those. So it literally was a case of, right, you can, go with your dad to the football or, out playing on your bike if it's fine, or you can go to the cinema.
Yes.
And it's a case of, here's your 3 choices. Like you say, Bambi, Cobra.
Yep. Well, I did a dummy run because I knew the sort of, the 3 instances I remember of age restriction things. I remember hearing around late 81 that Steven Spielberg, by this time I'd started to latch onto people thinking, I know this Spielberg name and I know he does good films because he did Close Encounters and I really enjoyed that one and so on. I'd heard that he was doing this film called E.T.
Yes.
And I remember hearing the storyline thinking, I really want to watch that film because I was well into the science fiction type of thing. And I was so panicky that it was going to be like an X.
Yeah.
Or an 18 as they would class it now. And I'm like, I don't want it to be because I really want to watch it. It came out and it was a U. So I was like, yay. So I saw E.T. on the big thing.
And that was your first kind of Drew Barrymore fixation.
It was. It's quite weird when people are like, who do you quite like? I'm like, I like Drew Barrymore. All right. Do you like her in Charlie's Angels? Well, actually, I had a crush on her when she was in E.T. And you're like, that's sick. And I'm like, no.
I was about the same age at the time.
Similar age. I don't watch E.T. now with one hand elsewhere. That's just but at the time, it was like, I like her. She's cute. So yeah, that was my first sort of Drew Barrymore crush. And weirdly enough, the first ever 15 film, which would have been, I think it probably was actually a 15 at the time, was Firestarter, again starring Drew Barrymore. And I was, how old was I? I was getting excited because the new Rambo film was coming out. I'd seen Rocky 3
Yeah.
at the cinema. Brilliant film to watch on a big screen. I'd seen Rocky 2 and Rocky 1 on video at that time, or on TV or something. I remember hearing there was a new Rambo film coming out, but I was 6 months shy of being 15.
Oh.
I thought, I need to see the Rambo film. I've got to go and watch this film. I know I'll do a test, and I'll see if I can get into another 15 film.
Yeah.
And if I can, I'm all right for Rambo. And that test one was Firestarter, and I got in without a...
Well, that's it. If you're just a few months shy, you can normally get away with it. Because, I mean, at 15, what have you got in the way of documentation to prove your age? 18, it's a case if you've got a chance then, but, yeah.
Yeah. But I suppose as a kid, you're like, oh no, they're going to beat me up. They're going to phone the police, that type of thing. Looking back at it, you're like, you know what, what's worse can happen? They say no. But as a kid, you're like, no, I really want to watch this film.
This is it. It'd be different if you were kind of 8 and you were trying to get in.
Yeah.
Not looking anywhere near the age that you meant to, but...
6 months shy, you're not doing too bad. Yeah. But the cinema pretty much became my church.
Oh, excellent.
Because my parents were a pain in the neck anyway, but I'd not quite realised that as much. And I didn't really get on with any school friends, so I literally needed a distraction, and the cinema was it. So I would happily...
You were the kid from Last Action Hero.
I was indeed, yeah. And a lot of the time, it's not unheard of for me to go to the cinema at 12 o'clock daytime and come out at 9 at night,
having bought one ticket.
Film. Yeah, because you could get away with that then. You would buy one ticket, and what you would do is you just go hide in the toilets while cleaning the thing up. But that's if you were lucky enough to be in a cinema that cleaned itself.
Yeah.
And then come back out when the film, just watch it again and again and again. Mm-hmm. And then later on, if the screens were next to each other, you could go into one and then dip into the other and do it that way.
Exactly.
And then nip out the fire exit at the end of the day. And
didn't I see you at 12?
Like, no, none the wiser.
Must have been my brother. I came back later.
And that's one of the things that I miss nowadays is having a cinema in my local town. Otherwise, I would be there. And in fact, it's too expensive, but we'll get onto that way down the line.
Yes.
Can you remember some of the costs of the cinema tickets?
Oh, I can remember, like I say, when I went to see Firefox and Red October, I'm pretty sure tickets had just gone up, and it was £1 to get in.
Yeah.
And, it was a case of, it's getting expensive now. But...
Well, it was about £1, I think, that's the sort of price I remember. So you saw Firefox on a big screen as well?
Oh, yeah.
That's weird, isn't it? We're both sitting watching Firefox at totally different towns and totally different ages. Who knew we would be doing shows together?
Definitely. But yeah, I mean, that's it. It's a case of that. I would probably say when I first went, in fact, probably when I first went, it wouldn't even be the decimal coinage.
No, because 71 that changed, didn't it? Because I always remember the currency apparently changed when I was born.
Yeah.
As a sign for me.
Yes.
Right, he's now here. Let's change the currency.
Yeah, but basically, probably the first ones, like I say, when we went to see Jungle Book, it was probably in old pounds, shillings, and pence.
Wow.
So I would hesitate to say it will probably have been 5p or 10p then, if that. I'll have to ask my parents, see if they can remember.
I mean, I remember hearing stories, I don't know how full of crap they were, but from various relatives that some cinemas you could actually go there with jam jars and cash them in, that type of thing. So you could pay with things rather than money. I don't know how genuine that is. But,
well, this is it. It's a case of jam jars and milk bottles and pop bottles. You used to get a penny back on them. So, I know kind of stories from like my father and what have you, when he was a child, and people that are slightly older than me, is like you say, on a Friday you go around collecting the pop bottles, cash them in on a Saturday morning, and then go to the cinema.
Yeah. Bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what was your sort of routine? Did you have a routine when you went to the cinema? Would there be something you did beforehand or afterwards, or?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, literally, kind of then. There wasn't the police state that there is in the common, the now multiplexes. So you could walk in with like your packed lunch in your pocket.
You could, couldn't you? Didn't, because as a kid you would like, right, here's £1, go to the cinema. Okay, there was never, and here's £2.50 for a hot dog and £1.50 for a popcorn and 50p for a drink. You literally filled your pockets.
So,
and
it's literally
sneaked in.
you'd have a bag of sweets from the market kind of thing, a can of pop, and like you say, the rest of it went on the ticket.
Yeah.
If you were lucky, you had enough to buy, like you say, an ice cream, a lollipop, or something chocolate based from the concession stand at the at the interval.
Pick and mix.
Yeah,
Scoop of chocolate raisins or whatever it was.
those came after my times. Tell you.
Wow, I can't even remember what snacks. I remember the hot dogs because they really didn't look like the one on the advert.
Oh no.
And I remember the Kiora adverts later on, and the Cornettos, and I'm struggling to think what some of the other ones were. But there seems to be a lot of ice lollies, which is kind of weird because I was in Scotland and it's freezing up there. So,
I was going to say
ice lollies in
an
an air conditioning. Yeah, more than likely. But I used to. I mean, my obsession started with the cinema around sort of 10 and 11, and I used to actually nick money from my parents and go to the cinema with it. So that was, never mind feeding a heroin addiction or sniffing glue or whatever. I would literally...
I need another film. Please, just one little, see me through the day.
Yeah, because it got me out of the house because I didn't really enjoy being at home. And it got me off the streets, which was kind of dangerous for me anyway, because there was loads of psychotic little Scots loonies running around trying to kick my head in type thing. So hiding out... Yes, they were. Hiding in a dark theatre was perfect, and I enjoyed it. It was pure escapism for me, which I know cinema's escapism anyway, but for me, it really, really was.
But I mean, going back onto like the kind of your routines, etc. Did you have anything? I mean, what were the snacks when you were starting? You mentioned the pick and mix.
I think they had the popcorn, and I never have been a major popcorn fan. It makes you thirsty, which is the whole point. They sell it because they want you to buy drinks and stuff. So I wised onto that one pretty quick. My routine, as I got a little bit older, I would go into the video arcades. There was one nearby, and we talked about that on episode 1 of the video thing. I would go in and play some video games for a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes before the cinema, sometimes after.
Yeah.
Usually after, because otherwise I would spend the money
that you were going to spend on the film.
that I was going to spend on the film, and also it was exposing me to the public.
Yes.
Obviously, I didn't want to be in a video arcade because all the loony little Scots kids would go, "There he is! Let's kick his head in because we can't catch him because he's too damn fast."
Yeah, if you still had the money, they'd have taken it from you.
Yeah, they would have done, and that's the sort of childhood I had where they would, mug you literally, and you go home and go, "I've just been mugged, parents," and they go, "You stupid little sod." How dare you? By the way, where did you get that money from in the first place? That big whiskey bottle that you put your loose change in, I figured out how to get into it.
Yeah.
So my obsession started with that, and it's probably not good admitting that you're nicking money and stuff, but that, it happened. I have no qualms about it. And you were mentioning newspapers.
Yes.
They would have little black and white newspaper versions of the posters. Near the listings. My bedroom was roughly the size of a prison cell that you would see on weirdly enough, it wasn't a prison cell, but it was that kind of shape and size. Yeah. And it was covered in those posters. I used to wallpaper my walls.
Wow.
Not even just films I've seen. I remember things like Silkwood from '84 and Scarface. Cut it out.
Literally anything you could pick up that way.
Anything movie related. For some reason, it just really, really grabbed hold of me. Obviously, here we are talking about movies. Yeah. I'm 40 years old, so it's still grabbed hold of me. But that was where it most definitely started.
Oh, excellent.
So obsessed. Yeah.
So, I mean, where did your films go from there? I mean, you literally, like say, you mentioned your first ones and like your first solo flights. I mean. Without meaning to impinge on anything later, can you remember the last films you saw at local cinemas?
At the local cinemas, I mean, the Rottenstall one where you and I live.
Yeah.
I saw RoboCop. I saw Top Gun, which was on a re-release, so around 1990, something like that. And I saw Terminator 2: Judgment Day. so around the 90s. But the last ones I remember watching in my local cinema in Scotland, I watched The Running Man, which was, I think, about 87, 88, something like that, I think. I watched Death Wish 4, The Crackdown, which I think was 89, because I moved down to England in 87, but a couple of times I went back up to stay with one of my parents who would send me some money down. I'm like, okay, I'll just bleed you for everything I can. So I would take the money and I would still just go to the cinema. It's weird. I would go up there for like a week, but I would spend half of that week in the cinema.
But when you think about it, that was your place of safety. So
it was sort of like I'm running back to my womb. Yeah.
So can't really fault you on that one.
No, and then I sort of wrote, years and years later, I wrote my autobiography type thing because I even took up screenwriting for a while and then hit writer's block, thought, right, I need to write my biography because I need to write something, so that'll do. And I went back up many, many years later to take photos for it.
Wow.
And the cinema was all boarded up and closed down, and it was quite, damn, I used to like that cinema. It's one of those places you think, you know what, if I had enough money, I'd buy that.
Yeah.
And I would just open it up as a cinema.
Yeah.
So about around The Running Man and stuff, I don't know what year the cinema shut.
No.
But it's gone.
But that's it. I mean, literally a case of those local cinemas now, a lot of them, well, I find it hard to actually think of one that's still around.
I think the only one I could think of, and more because it's like an art house cinema, is Corner House in Manchester.
Yeah.
But that's not so much a proper cinema, is it? That's more an arty type.
Yeah, but
cinema.
You know, gone are the days of, like you say, the 1, 2, 3 screen, kind of local edifices.
They got gobbled up by the multiplexes, for better or for worse. I think in some cases for worse.
I'd have to agree.
I mean, I can't remember the last time I was at a multiplex where there was a queue round the building or you couldn't get in.
Yes.
I remember that as a kid where I would be queuing up outside.
You'll have to come to the next showing. We're full.
Yeah, literally right on the outside, on the street, around the corner in queues, and you would get however close to the front. It's like, sorry. Oh. Yeah. And sometimes you would wait, though. Yeah. That's the thing. You wouldn't go home. You'd think, I'm waiting here for 2 hours because I want to get into the next one.
I remember that, and several people call me sad for this, but before I mention it, I have to point out it was because my sister wanted to go, so the whole family ended up doing. And this is one that you said earlier, Grease.
Yeah.
Like you say, absolutely round the block, and we couldn't get into the first showing that we went to.
But that was a huge film, though. I mean, you're sort of trying to defend it and stuff.
I'm not trying to defend it.
I'm not trying to defend it. You're trying to defend the
going
fact
to
you
see
went
it,
to see it type thing. But I went to see that film and I enjoyed it at the time for some reason. It was something different. It was fun. It was an uplifting film, and Olivia Newton-John was wearing PVC pants, but I didn't learn to appreciate it only at the end. But yeah, no, I saw that one as well. Yeah, quite grim.
But yeah, it's kind of things like that. I'm trying to think of some of the other big ones, like you say, Star Wars coming out,
Empire Strikes Back, and Michael Crawford in Condor Man. I saw that one.
Yeah,
I did, and I was watching that's one of the trailers that will appear at the end of this podcast. You're like, oh my god, that's awful.
Again, the co-star in that was quite tasty.
I can't remember who the co-star was. I just remember Michael Crawford with the wings. Really, she was in. Was it?
I'm trying. I can picture her.
Yeah, I was going to say she Dukes of Hazzard, but that's Catherine back.
No.
But yeah, Condor Man and Beastmaster, Tron that I've mentioned.
Yeah.
War Games I saw on the big screen, 1982. So it would be a case of I would have been the best reviewer ever back then because I saw every single big film that came out. Obviously, age dependent.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the other ones. I mean, I would love to have kept a list of all the films that I would have seen at the cinema, but literally it was everything, even right up to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in 89 or whatever that was.
Oh, you're beating me there. I have to be able to say I did not see that one.
No, but that was a case of I was in Scotland for a visit, and it's like, I want to go to the cinema. There's nothing on. You know what? I want to go anyway. I'll watch that. And I watched Turtles. Not because I wanted to watch it, just because it was something.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. It's crazy, isn't it? There's no way you could just you would spend all day researching films from the 70s and 80s, thinking, saw that one, saw that one, saw that one, saw that one. Superman the movie.
Sorry, it
Superman
wasn't. It was Barbara Carrera. Sorry, there you go.
Barbara Carrera. Yeah. Yeah. Seen all the Superman movies on the big screen, other than Superman 4, which I saw on VHS later on.
Wow.
But, and it was Supergirl. I remember watching that. There's a lot of that. I mean, what are your sort of before you were? I was going to say 15 then, but we're slightly different in age and stuff. As your sort of childhood-ish, so before 20 or whatever.
Yeah.
What are your best memories of the cinema?
What, as in favourite films that I saw there? And
yes.
I would probably have to say things like, Hunt for Red October and Firefox. I was, before I left school, I was a bit like your brother. I was very much into the fantasy and science fiction, but a lot of the films that were out then didn't catch me as much as, like, say, some of the action ones.
Yeah.
So, like I say, I can remember going and seeing things like the Star Trek original ones and whatnot.
Oh, I saw that one. Star Trek, the slow motion picture.
Yeah.
I saw that on the big screen.
But like you say, kind of Star Wars was a lot better. There was a lot more action. It's strange. When you're younger, action equates to kind of, edge of your seat, slack-jawed, staring.
It does, doesn't it?
Like you say, you don't want to have to think. It's just a case of, woo.
And that's the day you like take Emily or whatever to watch Transformers 3. She'd be like, "This is the best film ever."
Yeah, don't understand it, but it's great.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And then we'd be like, "This is awful. It needs more dialogue or character development." To be honest, she's like, "No, it's brilliant."
Yeah, but one that I watched later, and I really wish that I had gone and seen it at the cinema. And I know this is one that I know this is one that you like. I don't know if you saw it at the cinema. Would have been Escape from New York.
Oh, I would love to have seen that on the big screen.
Yeah, it's one of those that basically at the time you knew nothing about, but then it's later, like say with the advent of video, you watched it and you thought, "Why the hell did I miss this?"
Yeah, if I could make a list of all the films I would love to see on a big screen, Escape from New York would be on it.
Definitely.
Yeah, I did see Escape from LA many, many years later, but that's not quite the same.
Yeah, it's a revisit in a way.
Yes, exactly. Oh, Escape from New York. I mean, that's the thing. I'd love to be the sort of age you are, because you were in that sort of... You could go and watch these films on your own in the 70s and early 80s, like Escape from New York and stuff. Oh,
I'd love to have even, in some ways, been even older, so that, like you say, you've got all the big kind of Clint Eastwood, kind of all the Dirty Harry ones, all these spaghetti western ones. Seeing those on the big screen would be fun. When they first came out, would have been phenomenal.
I did see the Deadpool, the fifth Dirty Harry film on the big screen, but again, not quite the same.
Yeah,
wasn't the best one, was it? But I think you could have done with being maybe 5 or 6 years older.
Yeah, just slightly.
Because then you'd be bang, you go see Alien on the big screen, Apocalypse Now, and all this sort of stuff. That would be pretty awesome.
Well, this is it. I mean, in a way, we may think that in a way we're old. Sometimes, as we've just said, we wish we were slightly older. But we were in basically, we were in the prime time for enjoying a lot of the golden era of cinema.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, we may not have seen it at the cinema, but, it's literally by the time we were old enough, the reviews were out. People were saying, "Yeah, this is an epic. You've got to see it." It's not a case of, like you say, as most people like Simon would do now and saying kind of, "What's that?"
Yeah.
We were around when they were making these films.
I mean, we were also around at the time when if you wanted to watch a film, you had to watch it at the cinema.
Oh, yeah. I mean, literally, it's a case of television was still black and white when I was a kid. I can remember colour coming in. Films, basically waiting for a film to premiere on television, you were looking 5 years at least.
Yeah, I remember that. It was similar when I was sort of growing up and stuff. I remember when the video market took hold, and we'll get onto that in a future episode and stuff. But it was, a film comes out of the cinema, yeah, it was there. It definitely was there for more than a week. Like it is now, it's a week and it's flipping gone if it's not making a lot of money. They would be there for weeks.
Yeah, you were lucky. Kind of if it was a good one, it was on a 2-month run.
Oh, easily. And then it would be like 2 years or 18 months even before it would come out on rental videotape.
Yeah.
And then from that, it'd be like 5 years before it hit TV, if you were lucky.
Well, this is it. I mean, again, we're impinging on a later episode as we've got planned, but I remember things like Towering Inferno and The Sound of Music and The Sting, first being shown on TV. And you're talking years after the cinema release.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. But it was... we were definitely in the heyday for watching movies and stuff like that.
Again, like you say, if I'd been slightly older, I could have caught the likes of The Sting and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and what have you.
Yeah, The Godfather.
Yeah.
That type of thing.
Yeah. But...
I lost my train of thought then for a second. I'm like, that's such awesome films to be watching on the big screen.
Yeah.
But I would gladly... I mean, some of the Star Wars re-releases, they would do double bills and they would do, let's re-release this thing for its anniversary. I saw Star Wars Empire and Jedi twice in the same day.
Wow. So
I went in about 10 in the morning. It was literally about 10 at night when I got out and I'd watched, and they were amazing.
Oh.
But that's where I was
back to
my train of thought. I've got it back again now. It was a case of now, if a film comes out, for example, The Hunger Games.
Yes.
You think, I'd quite like to watch that on the big screen, but I think I'll wait for it on DVD. You and I have had this conversation.
So many times, yeah.
just wait for it on DVD or video or whatever. But you would never ever do that as a kid. You think, I want to watch that. I need to watch it now, and you would go.
Yeah. But again, we're coming back onto kind of relative prices. It cost us when we first started going, kind of your pocket money for a week. And you could get there because the cinema was in the same town or, a 10-minute bus ride away.
Yeah.
Nowadays, to get to, well, take for example, our closest cinemas.
Yeah.
To get to one of the decent ones, you're talking on a bus, it would take you over half an hour. To get in, you're then talking, you're paying the best part of £10.
Yep.
And you're a captive audience when it comes to, the food and drinks, the concessions.
Yeah. Well, when I went to watch The Hunger Games the other week with Annette, it cost us each £3 for the bus ticket to the cinema.
Yeah.
So that's probably like $5 each or whatever, give or take. And then we had to pay about £7 or £8 each for the ticket.
So you're talking $12 in.
Yep, because the buses had stopped, we had to get a taxi back. So it's like brilliant. So it's just too expensive. So as a kid, it was a lot easier because here's £1, brilliant. See you in a few hours.
Well, this is it. As a kid, it would be a case of you'd have, with the money that you had, you could afford the bus fare to the cinema, your time in, maybe a drink while you were there. You'd come out, you'd have your money for your bus fare back, and enough for fish and chips or something like that.
Yeah.
And that was like, you didn't think much of like the money you were spending then. Nowadays, you're looking at it and you're thinking, that's a large chunk of...
Exactly. I need a week's pocket money anymore.
No.
It's like a day's wages.
Definitely.
Did you have a preferred place to sit when you were in the cinema, or do you not really bother?
I think that, again, changes with how old you are. As a kid, you always want to be down near the front. But as you get older, you know that the sweet spot's a lot further back.
Yeah.
Preferably in the middle, as in, kind of from side to side. And you'd probably be about... It's a bit like, being near the sound desk in a concert. You'd be about 2/3 of the way back. Yeah. That's what I found to be the sweet spot.
Middle, I used to just... I still do. Yeah. It's like, middle. Go for the middle.
Yeah.
And I get quite annoyed if somebody else is sat there. It's like, oh, for God's sake.
Especially if they're rattling toffee wrappers or...
Seat kickers. They're the ones that annoy me. Many occasions over the years I've turned around and told somebody off or gone forward and told somebody off.
Yep.
I'm not proud of myself, but I've threatened many a 10-year-old child to tell them to shut up.
Yeah, I've giggled a lot at you as well doing that.
It just annoys. I think that's because I'm so passionate about watching movies. Like I don't like anybody ruining it.
Well, again, that's one of the things with, as we'll touch on later, watching at home. you don't have those interruptions.
In some ways, though, as we'll touch on later on, there are worse
Oh,
interruptions.
yeah. But I mean, the other thing is, as a kid, when you were in the movies, you didn't have. Well, I'm speaking of my time. You've already mentioned that they had it when you were there, but you didn't have the popcorn and everything as you went in.
Right.
When I was a kid, it was a case of it came to the intermission, you could get something to snack on then.
Really? So you couldn't go, right, I've got my ticket, right, I think I'll take a drink or some popcorn in with me.
Well,
you had to wait until it,
there
or...
was no popcorn then. They didn't sell popcorn.
Good move. I think popcorn's the devil's food.
It's
cinema.
literally
It's
a
too
case
noisy.
of anything that you had, you took in with you. So it was literally a case of you'd have a packet of Polos or something like that. And like you say,
Wow.
a can of pop. So the worst you'd get is as you open the pop.
Which is far better than rustling popcorn.
Yeah. Or kind of rattle of sweet wrappers and what have you.
Yeah.
So you didn't. I don't know. People seemed a lot more respectful of films then as well. Yeah.
I think they did, and I don't know why that is, because it's expensive now.
Yeah.
And I don't get why people would pay a lot of money to watch a film and then faff around on their phone or just mucking around with their mates. I've never understood
Again, the mobile phone, the devil's work.
Yes, and there was no phones. That was bliss. There was no iPods or anything like that. The worst you had to worry about was one of the staff people shining a torch to make sure you were in the right, or can I see your ticket, please? Yeah. You don't tend to see much of that now, but they used to do it. Can I just make sure you're meant to be in here? Yes, here's my ticket.
Like say, an interruption was someone sneezing.
Yes, it was. And the thing is, I don't remember getting annoyed at people sneezing. No. Like, well, shut up. Now I do. It's like, will you stop breathing loudly? Absolutely insane. So we've talked a lot about good films and stuff we've watched at the cinema. Have you ever watched any stinkers that spring to mind? Have you ever walked out of a movie during...
I have
because
to
you thought
say,
it was crap?
No.
No?
I cannot remember. But again, this may be kind of with age, you get selective memories and you tend to remember the good things and try and forget the bad things. But I cannot remember really going into the cinema at any point and thinking, this is absolutely pants. Why have I come in?
Yeah.
I suppose, like you say, as a kid, because you saw it as a treat, and like you say, it was a limited thing. You only had the 3 screens to choose from. And there wasn't all these films on TV, so you weren't kind of jaded, should we say?
Yeah.
To use a better term, want of a better term. It was still a new experience. You were young. You didn't have the the overexposure that we have nowadays. So it was a case of, ooh, we're going to the cinema. Woohoo!
Yeah. I've only ever walked out of one film.
Go on.
I've took lots of breaks from another film. I'll get into that in a minute. But the one film that I walked out of, I think it was 82, 83, and it was starring Burt Lancaster, and it was Local Hero.
Ooh.
I've never seen the film since, but sort of think about it this way, I was 11 or 12.
You wouldn't have appreciated it then. You might do now.
It was all talking, and I had no idea what was going on.
When's he going to start shooting folk?
This sucks. Where's the spaceships? So, and that was the only film. I think if I watch that film now, I'll think, you know what, that's a really good film. But it was the one film I thought,
Tastes change as you grow up that way.
Well, it does, because in later years, I saw on video Platoon, and I hated it. I couldn't. I'm like, what's this horrible? I fell asleep.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's one of my favourite films now. I even saw the first RoboCop at the cinema, and I'm like, I really don't see what the fuss is about. RoboCop's an awesome movie.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I just didn't like it when
at
I was
the time.
16. So, yeah. But thankfully, I've not walked out of that many movies. I have a real appreciation for those that make the films.
Yeah.
I was 11 or 12. I didn't realise that people actually make films. I thought they just
magically appeared on the screen.
One person creates them. It's obviously the director. I think Steven Spielberg makes them all.
He's a film fairy, but we won't go into that.
Which would be, so bringing on to Steven Spielberg, he was the one name that I associated with movies as a child.
Yeah.
Is there any names that you quickly latched onto where you're like, you know what, I recognise this name and I want to watch his next film or something like that?
As a child, of course, the main one would have been Walt Disney, but yeah. After that, when you think back to the first films you watched, you kind of think of some of them, the people that were in them. And I mean, you're talking people like, the memorable faces would have been, I couldn't even tell you the names, but it was basically the guy who was the main male lead in the Herbie films. It was Jim someone or other, I believe.
I shall check on that while you talk there.
And there was also the male lead in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I thought he was fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah, who's like the head warlock kind of thing in that. I thought, ooh, he's good. But yeah, they were the kind of people that when you're a kid were starring in all the same kind of, the kids' movies.
Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all kind of folk like that. But also the voice actor that did Baloo in Jungle Book.
I'm just envious that you've seen a lot of these Disney films and stuff on the big screen. That is awesome.
But yeah, it's basically folk like that. As you got older, it was, you always associated, as I say, when I got to kind of my teens era, it was always kind of Sean Connery because, the James Bond films were then being shown on TV. So
when did you start getting into Bond films on the big screen? Because Annette and I were watching Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace the other day, and I said I've been watching all the Bond movies on the big screen. I think I missed maybe a couple of them since 1979. It was Moonraker was the first one ever. So I'm 8 years old. So since then I've seen the majority of all the Bond movies on the big screen.
I would say that I came to the big screen with Bond a lot later than you. I'd have probably been in the time of Dalton before I saw my first ones on the big screen.
Wow. So I didn't see Living Daylights on the big screen, but I did see License to Kill.
Yeah.
And then I think the only other one I've missed was Tomorrow Never Dies.
Yeah.
With Pierce Brosnan. Other than that, since Moonraker, I saw every other Bond movie on the big screen, and I'll be off to watch a new one later on in the year. But Bond movie, I think that was the first franchise that I discovered, other than Star Wars.
Yeah. Like I say, I'd probably say Connery and Eastwood would have been the two ones that basically sold most things to me as a kid. I didn't know directors then, or writers or anything, which is sad, really. But as a kid, you want to see the people that are the action heroes.
Yeah, I mean, as a kid, you don't realize that somebody writes it, somebody directs. You don't even know what a director does, to be honest. You just see Spielberg's name attached to E.T., and you're like, that's the dude that did Close Encounters.
I mean, this is it.
I'm going to go watch that.
If you were really lucky, you can remember kind of which company put it out, and that's about it. Was this MGM? Yeah. Was it Paramount?
Wouldn't have a clue. Disney would probably be the only one that I would recognize, I think, at that time in my life. It was a lot later when I'm like, oh, this sounds like James Horner's music. He did such and such.
Yeah.
Or this looks like so-and-so doing the editing, type of thing. It's a lot later when I got sort of super geek on things like that. But Spielberg was probably
your first
the main name. I remember, I think E.T. was probably because it was about an alien and a little boy. I thought, I want to watch it because it sounds like a really cool film.
I think probably the first, like say, kind of, person other than a star that I would remember would probably be Lucas.
Yeah, because of the Star Wars and the Raiders of the Lost Ark movies and stuff. Yeah. Did you see any of those on the big screen? I saw Temple of Doom. I've seen all the other ones other than Raiders, which I didn't see. I
saw Raiders, and like I said, that was the first one of those ones that I saw on the big screen. And I very much got into that kind of genre. I mean, the other ones that I loved seeing, and they're often overlooked, are the ones with Michael Douglas in Jewel of the Nile.
Jewel of the Nile, Romance in the Stone.
Yes, phenomenal films. Often overlooked, sadly, but...
They are. What's your thoughts on seeing Raiders? Because you would have been, about 16 or something when that was
I couldn't...
big screened?
Yeah.
81-ish?
Yeah, you're talking about, 14, 15?
Yeah.
So
can you remember what it was like to watch that one? Because that's a pretty iconic movie.
It was good because it is mainly kind of, I can't remember really too much in the way of downtime on it. You are on the edge of your seat most of the time.
Yeah.
It's not a case of, right, we'll catch you with a big action thing, do a half hour of slow, and we'll end with a crescendo. It was literally a case of there's stuff going on all the time. So at that age, you're kind of sold on it. But yeah, it was phenomenal watching that on screen. Then that was probably one of the first ones that I wanted to find out kind of stuff behind the movie. So, like you say, the trivia and what have you.
Yeah, I can't remember when I decided to start delving into how these films are made. I mean, people nowadays, you still get the small percentage of people who say, I don't want to know, because it removes the magic. I can still keep the magic of a film even if I know how it was made. I can separate
Definitely,
those side of things. But I mean, back then, if you wanted to know stuff, you would. Starburst or Starlog, probably one of each. Actually, that's where I would look at. What was the other one? Fangoria, which was horror related, but a bit too gruesome to like the pictures on that one. So I tended to go for Starburst and Starlog and stuff like that. You get like interviews and clips, and now and again on TV you would get a 20-minute behind the scenes of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yes.
Typical press kit stuff.
And then, you, like say, every now and again you'd manage to catch, even as a kid, you'd manage to stay up late or whatever, and you would catch on TV Barry Norman film whatever year it was.
Yes. Exactly. Film 81 or film 82 or film 79 or something like that.
Sorry.
But that's all you knew, though, wasn't it? Yeah. You didn't have the internet. I mean, now if you want to know who's the main star of Herbie, you just type on your PC and stuff like that. In some ways, I find it too easy.
Yeah.
To do stuff like that. It does remove some of the magic.
Oh, yeah.
I like the fact when we were kids, we would sit down and we would watch a film and we wouldn't really know what was coming.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't had it spoiled on
You'd not
Twitter or Facebook
and,
or people on podcasts or whatever, just giving out spoilers willy-nilly.
Did you ever actually, I'm moving on slightly in ages here, did you ever get to a period where cinema and films lost it for you? And the magic went, or have you always been into it?
I think kind of recently. Because I've started watching. I watched, I think some like 87 films or whatever this year so far. So I'm still watching as many films as I have been doing. But I've been going back and watching some of the old Clint Eastwood movies and some films from the 70s. And I've been doing his roundtable podcast for another guy. And we're watching old films like Rocky and Alien and all these sort of things. And I'm enjoying watching more films. It's like right now I just want to go downstairs and put on Escape from New York, if I'm being honest. Because I'm still envious you saw that on the big screen, and I probably will be watching that film tomorrow. It's like because I've got it on DVD.
Call me Snitch.
Yeah, only very recently I think have films started losing it a little bit. Not all films, but once you realise that films are made to make money,
yes,
and that's pretty much the only reason majority of films, certainly sequels and remakes and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Whereas when we were kids, we were just like, wow, they're making films for us, to entertain us, not to fleece us for all the money and whatnot. What about yourself? Do you think, was there a time?
There was. Basically, probably in my 20s, I lost a lot of interest in films and what have you. Television was the main media then and what have you. As you say, a lot of the local cinemas were closing down. But then, several years later, basically girlfriend of a friend of mine was very much into movies at the time, and because my friend wasn't a moviegoer and I expressed an interest in it, we got together to do virtually, I wouldn't say a weekly movie trip or whatever, but we'd do it kind of fortnightly. And she basically rekindled my interest in films to a greater degree, kind of fanned the flames kind of thing.
So that would have been around sort of mid to late 80s, wouldn't it, that you're on about?
No, we're talking...
No?
That's when I, kind of
when lost it a little bit.
Early 90s kind of thing. But
yeah,
I got it back, like I say, probably mid-90s. As I say, the young woman as she was then involved, Tina, basically... we shared a lot of interests that way, and we became very good friends. Yeah, and like I say, I mean, I can remember going and seeing Titanic with her, because I think that was one that Pete wouldn't take her to see,
Yeah, I saw that on the big screen. I saw that, and I'm pretty sure you did in 2D.
Oh yeah,
the way it was shot. Yes.
But it was basically one of those that Tina's birthday is just after mine, 6 days, and both are before Christmas. I think it was Christmas presents for each other. We both ended up buying the other one, kind of the DVD of Titanic when it came out.
Nice.
So yeah. So she's now living over in Canada, which is her place of birth. So Tina, if you're listening to this, thank you for rekindling my interest in films.
Yes, thank you, Tina. Because I think I can't imagine you losing your film thing in the same way you probably can't imagine me thinking, you know what, movies suck. I don't like them anymore.
Well, this is it. I mean, soon after, kind of like say, I left the job that I was in then, and probably a couple of years afterwards, we bumped into each other. So you've known me from my, kind of my times when I've been back into films. So.
Nice. And you're definitely still in there. I mean, I know it's not easy for you to watch as many films as you used to. You'll say family and work and stuff like that. But you still manage to get your quota?
Oh, yeah. I do enjoy watching the films, like say, kind of the ones that we see, as you say, television, DVD when they come out. As you know, I don't get to the cinema as often as I would like to, or perhaps as often as I should. But, yeah. Kind of when certain epic ones come out, we always try to, because as you know, Anne's been a big fan of the Harry Potter
certainly has
ones, so we always try to get down for those and what have you. I mean, there's other ones that I'd like to see, that have come out that I've missed at the cinema, but I'll be watching on DVD. Others that are due out that, quite literally, as we've said before, if the cinema was cheaper, I'd be there more often.
I would. I mean, if the cinema was cheaper and easier for me to get to,
yeah.
I would be there every day I wasn't working.
Yeah.
And I know that for a fact. And I would just pretty much watch anything and everything.
Well, it's like we said, kind of your bus fare there and back, plus, basically transport costs plus entry. You're looking at 15 quid easily.
Yeah.
So if that was down to a fiver, if it was a local cinema, you didn't need to get the transport costs. Fiver in, like you say, it's a case of, hey, it's a free day, let's watch something.
My dream is to obtain a seriously stupid amount of money and to open a cinema in Rottenstall that would show old classic movies like Apocalypse Now, Escape from New York, Back to the Future, and all these films, and I would charge like
a pittance,
a quid or a £1.50 or whatever, as long as people didn't rip the seats up or great, I would happily just let people watch movies, because it's got me where I am or whatever. It's because I'm here where I'm still working a day job and stuff like that. But I've had such a good life because of watching movies, and pretty much that started from the cinema as a child. So.
But when you think about it, it's a case of, you mentioned the Corner House in Manchester. If you could open up something along a similar lines where it's, like you say, old classics, an art house, I think people would they'd be happy to go.
I think they would. I don't think you would get the kids going.
But you'd get a lot of the older people that would respect the place a lot more.
Exactly. You would get the sort of people who appreciate movies and stuff, and who just want to go and have a night's entertainment, not to go and faff around and throw sweets at a screen. But it's just the multiplexes. As this series carries on and stuff, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to say about multiplexes and stuff like that. But I have really, really fond memories of the cinema as a child.
Well, this is it. I mean, I can't remember bad memories. The only ones that I would say are coloured memories in a way are basically, as you say, you sat there as a kid, you don't want to miss the film, so you sat there with cross-legged thinking, the intermission's only 15 minutes away, I can hold on to go to the loo till then.
Well, I still have this routine now where I'll buy a drink. I always buy a drink of some kind to take into cinema.
You're not going to tell me you pee in the cup.
No. I very rarely drink it, though. I will literally have little sips.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get to the point where I'm like, I really need the loo. I sort of didn't quite do that when I went to see Hunger Games, because I did drink a drink because I'd been to McDonald's beforehand, and it was like, I need to go to the loo. I didn't, because I was watching the movie and stuff like that. But
again, kind of, you had the intermissions then, so you knew you'd got kind of, right, I've got an hour to go, and then I can at least have a 15-minute break to go to the gents, and
Yeah.
and basically I can sit through the next hour after that.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
bring back the intermission.
It's really hard not to sort of bring in things of films. I mean, like Saving Private Ryan and stuff like that, but that's for later on, because it definitely wasn't in my childhood when I watched that one. But those are some really good cinema experiences.
Wow.
Some of the other ones, Rocky 3 I watched. I've never felt so energized watching a movie in my entire life, to the point where I came out of the film, and this is 82, I think it was, so about 11. I just ran for an hour round the block constantly, little training montage and stuff. And I still maintain that was how I became a fast runner, I think, which saved my life on many occasions.
Excellent.
But no, I loved it. And then I saw Rocky 4 in 85. I think it was 85 or 86. 85 I saw it.
Yeah.
And it was as if I was at a boxing match, because people were stamping their feet, cheering, just standing up, clapping, all during the Dolph Lundgren Rocky fight.
Yeah.
And that is one of the most bonkers cinema audience experiences I have ever had.
Oh,
and I certainly wasn't going to. Oh God, yes. I don't like audience interaction, but as a child, you're certainly not going to turn around and tell 500 people to sit down and shut up because you're trying to watch a film. They'll kill you.
Well, this is it. I mean, modern day, you get kind of the people. I don't know if you've ever done this, but I will own up to this one myself. Of going to see a film, and you're a bit of a fanatic or a big fan of whatever's being filmed and shown, so you actually get dressed up.
I've never done. Have you done that? What have you dressed up for?
Lord of the Rings.
Really? Are we talking the Peter Jackson one? Or are we talking the Solzad sort of cartoon one?
No. We're talking the Peter Jackson one.
Oh my! What did you dress up as?
Well, that I was into the live action role play, so it's like say you had the armor on, the chainmail, sword, shield, cloak, full thing.
Was this a specialist screening somewhere, or did you just turn up at Pillsworth, a local multiplex?
Well, I know that, like I say, several of my other friends who lived over in Leeds at the time, also part of the same live action role play group. Yeah. One of the guys there got, I think it was 20 or 30 of them together from that area, got them all dressed up, and he'd phoned the cinema beforehand to basically say, look, we're getting dressed up, can you do us any kind of concession, because we're basically going to be advertising it for you. And I think they did end up getting cheap entry, if not free entry or something.
Nice.
That's something weird, but I seem to remember thinking, craps, why didn't I think of that?
That is crazy. I think one of the, as we sort of tail onto the climax of this one, I remember as a kid, I can't remember what film it was, but I was sitting down as a kid, probably about 11, watching this film in the dark, as you do in a cinema, and a voice behind my head sort of leaned over and went, when this film's finished, you're dead. And I'm like, oh God, they found me. Because I literally spent all my childhood peering around corners, sprinting away from anybody that looked like they were the same age as me, because the chances are they were trying to kick my head in type thing. Yeah. And I stayed and watched the rest of the film. So that's how much I used to love cinema. It's like, right, after this film finishes, I'm getting my head kicked in. I could either leave now, and then nobody would catch me, or you know what, I can watch the rest of the film. And I watched the movie, and I sneaked out, and there was nobody there. So it was obviously somebody just mucking around who'd left before me anyway. Yeah. But I stayed and watched the movies.
Oh, excellent.
I just wish I knew what film that was to see if it was a smart idea or not. But, I didn't get battered, so.
Oh, that's the main thing.
That's always a good thing. And what sort of, as we sort of tail up this, the childhood years, has Emily been to the cinema yet? I
haven't taken her to the cinema yet. It's one, it's the same thing. We've not taken her on a plane or anything. I want her. I mean, as I said, my first childhood memories were around the age of 4 or 5 at cinema, and I can remember in the very early years of that, I probably did get easily distracted. So I'm trying to get it so that, gauging her from her reaction on television programs, once she can sit through something quite happily without being easily distracted, I will take her to the cinema.
Now, if you could go back, I mean, so taking the Disney ones out of the equation, because that's an easy answer, that one, you got a Disney film. What films, as you watched as a child, would you think, you know what, I'd like Emily to have seen that at the big screen?
Ooh, cripes.
If you were to transport her back to your childhood, let's see what you come
Well,
up
like
with.
I say, most of the ones at the time were Disney. So you're talking about things like Bedknobs and Broomsticks. We're taking the animated out.
Yeah.
So I'd probably say Bedknobs and Broomsticks. One of our dinosaurs is missing. Things like that.
Yeah.
Those were, to me, iconic childhood films.
Yeah.
You Mary Poppins.
Nice.
Yeah. They are kids' films without, they had certain amounts of animation in and what have you, but they were mainly live action.
Yeah, they were.
Like I say, we'll ignore the ones like The Jungle Book, Peter Pan, Sleeping Beauty or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow White, wasn't it? Yeah, not Sleeping Beauty. But yeah, so definitely kind of, if I had to narrow it down to one, it would be Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
And do you think you maybe give her another 12 months or a couple of years before you take her off to the cinema, or what's your sort of guess on that time frame?
I would probably say within the next 12 months, I will risk it.
Nice.
But it all depends on what comes out.
It does. Hopefully some decent films coming out. And would you be happy if she developed the same sort of film obsession as you?
Oh, yeah, I'd encourage it.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot worse things to be obsessed with.
I think there are. I think video games can be kind of I think film is one of the healthy ones.
Yeah, I mean, literally, if you've got a fixation with films, you're basically watching for 2 hours, then it's basically a case of you doing something else. Unless, of course, you're watching back to back like you.
Yeah, pretty much. I think if I was to go back and speak to myself as a child, I would say, you know what, just carry on doing what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
Just watch, because I used to literally watch any type of film. Obviously I didn't watch horror films when I was a child and stuff, but I would watch science fiction films, comedy films.
Yeah.
I even saw Dumbo, I think, on the big screen on one of its many re-releases. So the odd animated one.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything.
Well, this is it. It's a case of, as we found, and we will be touching on in a later one, with the advent of videos and DVDs.
Yep.
There are a lot that you watch then, especially with the fact that you used to run a video shop. There were a lot that you used to watch then that you'd probably never have had the exposure to, and once you see them, you think that's a really good film.
Yeah.
Ones that never made like the big releases, didn't get the exposure, and you think, that really should have been given a bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Midnight Run is one we're always going on about.
Midnight Run, I'd love to see that at the cinema. I hear they're talking about a sequel with De Niro back again.
Oh, please, let it be true.
Exactly. I wanted to come back. One of the best films I ever watched at cinema would have been sort of early to mid-90s, and it was Sneakers, Robert Redford.
Oh, yes.
I caught a taxi over to our Pillsworth cinema, which cost me 20 quid. So that's how much it would cost me to get to a cinema back then.
No more secrets.
And I didn't know what was on. I just thought, I'm going to the cinema. So I got to the cinema, I'm looking down, and I'm like, right, there's two films there. There's one called In the Line of Fire, which I know that's a Clint Eastwood one, so I'll watch that one, I think. And there's this thing called Sneakers, which I don't really know what that's about. And I watched it. So I didn't even know I'd Redford in it at that time because it had just come out.
Yeah.
And this was pre-internet as well.
Yeah.
And I watched it, and that's one of the best films I've ever watched because I had no idea what it was about.
Yeah.
And I loved it. And it's now sitting in my DVD collection.
Oh, that's one never to be... never to be gotten rid of. That's a keeper.
Exactly. And The Fugitive was the other one. I was aware that it was based on a series and something to do with a one-armed man or whatever, but I didn't really know much beyond that. Went to see it pretty much cold, and it was like, wow. Loved it. So it's very, very good. But if I could go back and speak to myself as a child, it's like, just keep doing it. Just do it more.
I mean,
steal more money.
This is it. I would probably say there's none that I would as we touched on earlier, there's none that I would advise myself, my younger self, to say, don't watch that.
No. Not at all. And I think even as harsh as films were when we were growing up as children, they're a lot harsher now.
Oh, yeah.
Even looking at them as an adult, you're like, you know what, I really don't see why you made that. But there was nothing really sadistic that we were exposed to when we were kids.
Well, this is it. Some of the things, like, as we'll touch on later, the first kind of 18-rated film that I ever saw, nowadays would probably get a 12, if not an advisory.
Yeah, I think other than Cobra, I think that was the only 18 film that I watched when I shouldn't have really been watching it. The majority of the horror type films I saw were watched in the home or in somebody else's home.
Yeah.
Because I just realized horror didn't appeal to me. So I thought, I don't really want to, I'm not going to get in to watch that. I don't really want to watch it anyway. I do remember trailers.
Yes.
For horror films, and they freaked me out. So I'm like, I don't want to know. But yeah, it was mostly science fiction, dramas, comedies, and stuff like that I watched.
And action.
Exactly. Well, we're going to get into that. Next week's episode will probably focus on our first home viewing, if I remember our schedule correctly.
Yes.
If I didn't, I could just edit that part out, can't I? But yeah, first time we saw films in our houses or in somebody else's houses.
Yeah. In a non-television kind of, as in VCR, etc.
Yeah, pretty much. The advent of the pirated movie.
Yes.
The really grainy camera one. And watching films in people's houses you weren't really supposed to be watching, but you did it anyway because it was cool to do as a kid.
Yes.
But today I just want to give a really, really big thank you to you.
And thank you to you. I've really enjoyed this. It's one of our longer ones, but it's like you say, it's a case of you think, childhood memories on films. Can we fill the time? But we obviously have.
We've kind of like near enough done 85 minutes on this so far, but this is one of the most exciting shows and the ones I've been looking forward to. Even when we were doing the video game one, I'm like, I can't wait till we get to the movies. I really can't wait. And I know a lot of people out there, when I was posting things on Facebook, they were like, can't wait to hear it, can't wait to hear it. I just hope they enjoy it as much as I've enjoyed.
We hope we don't let them down.
If we do, we do.
Hey, we've enjoyed it. Where's the problem?
Yeah, and that's the main thing, isn't it? If anybody enjoys it, that's a bonus.
Yeah.
But hello to everybody that's listening, both of you.
Yes.
And I just really, really enjoyed this podcast. This is one of the most fun ones I've had. Because it's me talking about movies.
Yes.
So,
early
and childhood
movies.
Yeah. Yes. So we shall round up this episode number 1 anyway.
Yeah, and you've got your trailers to put on the end. Don't forget.
Oh, that's already. I was so excited about doing this show. I've actually done all the beginning sequence and the end sequence 24 hours ago.
Excellent.
So they're all edited and ready to slap onto this audio thing and get this up and running in the morning. So that's how eager I was last night. It's like, I don't want it to be tomorrow. I want to do it now. Oh. And this was me last night. So very much enjoyed that. And I look forward to the next episode and the one after that and the one after that and the one after that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good run.
I think it is. The projected sort of thing, at least it's 7 so far, but I fully expect it could expand.
Yeah, we could easily add to it.
Who knows? That's half the fun, isn't it? It could be a franchise.
Exactly.
So thank you very much, Bob.
And thank you to you, Stuart.
And we shall chat again on the next episode.
After we got the feedback from our 2 listeners.
Yeah, they've probably fallen asleep by now.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Don't worry about it. We shall catch up very, very soon.
Indeed. Thank you again. And have a
take care, sir. You too.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Somewhere in space, this may all be happening right now. 20th Century Fox and George Lucas, the man who brought you American Graffiti, now bring you an adventure unlike anything on your planet. Star Wars.
Here they come.
The story of a boy, a girl, and a universe. It's a big, sprawling space saga of rebellion and romance. It's a spectacle, light years ahead of its time.
I am C-3PO, human cyborg relations, and this is my counterpart, R2-D2. Hello.
It's an epic of heroes.
Good luck.
And villains. And aliens from 1,000 worlds.
Charlie McGee is a healthy 8-year-old girl. Normal in every way.
Charlie, now watch what you're doing.
But one.
Did she do that?
What are you going to do with her? I'll bring her here so you can do all your tests. And you give her to me.
Charlie has the power.
Do something bad? Will you still love me?
Oh, Charlie.
She can set things on fire.
Something's happening in there.
With just a glance. It is a power she does not want.
Stick with him.
Daddy, I'm scared.
So am I, honey.
A power she cannot control.
Back up.
And each night, she prays to be just like every other child.
We haven't got her yet. We'll have her.
But there are those who will do everything in their power to find her. To control her.
Charlie!
And maybe destroy her.
Charlie!
Come to me, Charlie.
Go! You're gonna have to burn it down, honey. Burn it all down.
Charlie McGee is Stephen King's Firestarter. Will she have the power to survive?
Society is breeding a new kind of criminal. It's also breeding a new kind of cop. Meet Cobra. He does the job nobody wants.
Did you use unnecessary deadly force?
I used everything I had.
Do you know you have an attitude problem?
Yeah, but it's just a little one. You think you would recognize me if you saw him again?
The tall one?
Yeah, the one that wants to kill you.
Do what you have to do to get a lead on this maniac.
And if I find him?
Do what you do best.
Stallone is Cobra, the strong arm of the law.
Green.
From page to screen.
Well, welcome to the Stuart and Bob show. So I'll be Stuart and
I'll be Bob.
Who does
then,
that make
I guess.
You'll be Bob then. Next week
Do I
we
have
can
to be?
just.
Can
Well,
we
no,
swap
we can-
next week? Can I be
We
Stuart?
could swap next week.
Oh, that's
Yes, you
okay.
could be Stuart and I'll be Bob. Just to confuse it. And you know what? We might. Who knows? We might do that just to screw with people's heads.
Yeah, how to play with people.
Yes, exactly. But not in that way because that's weird.
Yeah, that'd just be wrong.
So, how are you this evening?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. I would say it's a fine evening, but it's not. I'm looking out and it's raining.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's really, really horrible and it's wet and gloomy.
But at least we're online chatting to each other and recording yet another show.
We are indeed. How did you enjoy the 90-minute chat about cinemas?
It was very good. It was. I hear from Little Bird like yourself has actually told me that it's been well received in general.
Most definitely. It was one of the most enjoyable shows that I've done as well. So
excellent.
not to put pressure on this one.
No. We're not looking to this to be kind of not expecting that much of it. It's just whatever comes.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of the weird thing. I mean, I saw you like a day or so ago, and we didn't even chat about what we're really going to chat about on this one, which is quite good. It's pretty much spontaneous.
Well, this is it. It's because there was so much in a way that we wanted to talk about because we were discussing a little bit about the shows, but it was basically a case of nope, bite our tongues. We'll discuss this show on this show.
Exactly. I think at least twice you said nope. I'll save it for the program.
Exactly.
What is the topic of this one then?
Well, I believe that today we are going to be covering our first cinematic experiences in the home, should we say, with recorded media.
Yes,
In other words, we're going back to the heady old days of the original VCRs.
I brought up a couple of wiki pages just to check a date, and it showed some photographs, and I'm like, oh my God, that brings back memories.
The old top loaders running Betamax.
It wasn't so much top loaders, it was the references to tracking. I'm like,
oh, yes.
So anyway, so as sort of often happens, because you're about half a decade in front of me on planet Earth, I'm guessing you'll be quite a few years in front of me when it comes to home viewing. So what's your first memories of watching films not in a cinema?
Right, well, like I say, other than kind of the standard ones of shown on the BBC or anything like that, my first ones of the recorded media was my father had a good friend who was a captain in the Merchant Navy. He's still around, but he's basically changed his job. And of course, he'd be at sea for several months at a time. Of course, when he was back over in the UK, generally of limited fixed abode, should we say. So anything that he had, he tended to keep in a large caravanette, kind of motorhome, as the people across the pond would call them. And being, like I say, my father's best friend, he used to leave the caravanette with us and all the attendant goodies. So it was basically a case of, like I say, with having little other than basically alcohol, should we say, to spend his money on. He often bought, new technologies, as we say. So he bought the first video recorder that I ever saw, as I say, one of the old top loaders. And when he went back to sea for a 6-month period, he left that with us, and of course we set it up at home. Now, at the time, I think he probably had about 6 tapes with it, and of course this was all new to me. My kind of experiences of tapes were normally of the audio variety for loading the Spectrum up.
Yeah, so, which we chat about it on our video game show. Yep.
So kind of these massive kind of oblong things that look more like cereal boxes. It's basically I was a bit kind of, ooh, what's all this? So unluckily, of course, being an adult, most of these said 6 tapes that he had were, should we say, at least an 18 rating.
So there weren't any sort of Disney films or anything like that?
No, he really treated himself to that.
Ah. Were they sort of like home movies, kind of, but not obviously home movies, but they were of that variety, were they?
You had things, I may be getting the actual title wrong, but it was things like Scum.
Okay.
I think I Spit on Your Grave was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're talking about The Wanderers seems to ring a bell.
Definitely. See, I thought you were going to start rhyming off smutty films.
No.
If
he had any of those weren't the ones left lying around in the lounge.
Which is a good thing. You don't want to leave those lying around in the lounge. But no, The Wanderers, I remember. I Spit on Your Grave was 1978 when that came out.
Yeah.
The film release, anyway. I'm not sure about the VHS. And this was a VHS one? Or was it Betamax? Yep.
I'd heard about these, the video recorders, and I have an elder half-brother who I think had actually bought himself, for the family, kind of his family this is, because, as I say, he's older than me by a serious number of years. Sorry, Jimmy, if you're listening. But yeah, he'd been into this, but I'd never really been around to watch anything. But like I say, I think he had a Betamax recorder. But like I say, the first one we had, that we were using was a VHS.
Do you remember there was a third type out at that time? And I actually do remember, I looked on a wiki page and I'm like, oh, that's what it was called. But I do remember the video library that I used to go in as a child had 3 sections. I had one for VHS, one for Beta, and then one for another one. Can you remember if there in fact was a third one?
I never even knew there was a third.
There was one called Video 2000, which was a double-sided tape, so you could actually turn it over and use the other side. But the name Betamax and VHS pretty much flattened it.
Yeah. Yeah, like you say, now that you mentioned it, the name rings a bell, but I can't remember ever seeing anything of it.
Yeah. Well, I was aware of it, and then I thought, I'm going to Google it and see what the name of this thing was. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Video 2000. So, yeah, that was the main formats. But the main ones were VHS, Betamax.
But yeah, I think, was it like, say, we'll probably be about, and I'm sure you'll correct me on the dates on these, I've got a feeling that, like, say, Gerald passed this VHS recorder on to us by default in about late 78, 79, something like that.
Yeah. Looking at the wiki page, that seems to be when it not when it initially launched, but when it became widespread, was the very late 70s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that could, they were massive in Japan before that, as most technology is.
Yep.
I mean, I think it was JVC that invented the VHS tape, so it would have been pretty big over there, unlike the PS Vita, but never mind.
Oops, slight dig there.
Yep.
So what was your first experience of, home recording devices? And I'm not being smutty.
No, my first experience, I don't ever remember them coming home with this video recorder going, look what we've got. But I just remember it appearing.
Yeah.
So it was an old Granada top loader. By that you would have physical buttons on it, not this touch screen stuff that you got nowadays. And a thing would fly out the top and you would insert the cassette, thump it back down again. Spring-loaded thing. It was remote control.
Yeah.
But the remote control was on a wire.
Yes.
So not really much of a remote control.
Yeah, it was just basically a way of extending the range of control.
Yeah. I mean, this thing was huge. I don't know what weight it would be or the equivalent, but I would probably say it was the weight of about 7 DVD players, maybe.
Oh, easily, yeah.
And probably the physical size of maybe 3 or 4 stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
Depending, obviously, on the slight model of DVD players. But they had a remote control on a wire. The funniest thing I do remember is when we used to tape films on the TV, the blank tapes, because, I mean, these blank tapes are quite expensive.
Yeah.
I can't remember on the price because I wouldn't have bought it. It'd be my parents who were buying them. But there was no 3-hour tapes and 4-hour tapes that would eventually come around. They had an hour.
Yeah, 60-minute.
Yep, you could get half-an-hour tapes and you could get 60-minute tapes. So what I would end up doing, and I remember doing it at least once with Disney's The Black Hole when that was on TV, is, well, that's not an action bit, so stop the tape. Oh, action bit, so start the tape. And I would effectively edit my own version of The Black Hole or whatever film was on, just because you couldn't, there was no, later on in years, you would have long play and standard play and all that. None of that. It was record, stop, rewind, and fast forward.
No, I must admit, the way that we got around that was, for those people over the pond, etc., we at the time had 2 main television channels, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and ITV, the independent television. And ITV was a lot like your channels over there, where literally you'd do 10, 15, 20 minutes in, and there'd be an ad break.
Yeah.
So literally, we always used to watch for films coming on, like, say, commercial television rather than the BBC. And like you say, you'd have your 60-minute tape. You'd be kind of trying to kind of get it as close to the full tape as you could. In its case, ad break, stop, quick, put a new tape in.
I do remember that when you would end up having a film on video, but it would be over like 2 or 3 tapes.
Yep.
It's really bizarre to think of now. I mean, although some of the early DVDs, you'd have to flip them and carry on watching the film and stuff like that. But it was quite awkward.
Oh, yeah. But it was brand new then, and you had nothing better. So it was, a startling technology that, it's because I can record a film. I can watch this again tomorrow.
I think to us, looking at a VHS recorder, it was a bit like showing your daughter Emily, here's the Kinect.
Yeah.
Wow! It literally was mind-blowing because previously, I mean, we discussed it on the cinema thing. If you wanted to watch a film, you watched it at the cinema.
Exactly.
Once it was gone out of the cinema, forget it. You had to wait about 4 or 5 years for it to come on TV.
Yeah.
And I mean, some of the films came on relatively quick but I think you were still talking 2 or 3 years.
Oh, yeah. Easy.
Before they appeared on TV.
But, like I said, the films that were coming on, you'd probably not seen in the cinema, or you'd heard about it after the fact, like you say, and it's just, damn, missed it. So, or sometimes it'd be a case of, like you say, it's a case of, it came on and it's a case of, the family's there kind of, oh, no, we're going out, it's your Aunt Edith's birthday. So you'd basically set it recording.
Yes, and then usually get back in and go, the timer didn't work. No! What?
Yeah.
Or there was a power cut
Yep.
or something. Britain was notorious for power cuts in the sort of 70s and 80s.
Definitely.
So timer's not working. But I remember being asleep one night and being woken up by the sound of these Rottweilers. And it was all echoing. I'm like, what the hell's that noise? And it gave me nightmares for ages, and it turned out my parents were in the other room watching The Omen.
Oh, no.
On TV. They had it rather loud, so they pretty much traumatised me with these Rottweilers. Oh, they certainly do. They most certainly do. But I also remember when, these shows are weird because we'll start talking about things that we think, yeah, I remember everything about that, and then details will come into your mind. You're like, oh, I forgot about them. Do you remember how did you used to store your videotapes?
Well, literally, we used to store those, strangely enough, right behind the video recorder, which probably wasn't the best place. You know, electromagnetism, these are magnetic tapes. Yeah. And you've got, normally the power supply and the motors were normally mounted at the back of the, the actual video recorder. So, yeah, it really was pretty daft, but you used to store them there, but they'd be on proud display because it was such a new technology.
No, ours were stored in these sort of burgundy and green and blue library cases that made them look like they were hardback books. Do you remember those things? You would buy them. And then that's literally just come back to me a minute ago. I'm like, oh, I've forgotten about
the
those.
spine was made to look like a leather-bound kind of, version of some Dickens novel.
Yep, so it made it look all posh, not just some sort of plastic videotape, magnetic tape thing going on there. But we used to have loads and loads of those. And I can't even remember what sort of films my parents used to tape. I don't know that they kept a film collection.
This is it.
I know I ended up doing. So.
The thing is, it's a case of, as you will probably know more than most, having done so, with the advent of the video cassette recorders, VHS, etc., basically, like, as you say, the cost of buying a VHS film was extortionate for a householder. So this advented the basically video rental market and the shops, and these kind of very soon sprang up in some of the oddest of places. You'd have like news agents doing a rack in one corner.
Petrol station.
Yes. But those, you perhaps have a few that were yours. You may have picked up from a car boot sale or whatever, X rentals and this. But the majority of the films you watched weren't recorded off the TV. You went to these video stores. And as I say, without giving too much of a game away, you would know this more than most because you ran one.
Yeah, I did end up running one. Yeah, I mean, as a child, I didn't have a lot of sort of money kicking around and stuff. I used to nick the odd quid here and there and go to the cinema and spend it. We've discussed that. With the advent of home viewing, it never really lessened my cinema trips.
No.
Nowadays, iTunes is killing the music industry, and the home viewing market really didn't kill my cinema going. If anything, it increased it more. So I would start loitering around these video stores. There was pretty much one. There was one that was just up the road, and it wasn't in Falkirk, but for some reason it was called the Falkirk Video Library, and it was I don't know. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but it's just north of Edinburgh, nowhere near Falkirk. Wasn't in Falkirk. I guess for some reason the guy might have been born there or whatever.
Yeah, he just wanted to kind of make it a bit further away.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it was kind of near the house. It was maybe 10 minutes walk or something. I used to pass it going to and from school. So going home from school about 4 o'clock or whatever time it was, I would just call into this thing because I was in no rush to get home.
Yeah.
Like whatever. My parents didn't get home until about 5 o'clock anyway, so I was literally sitting in the back garden waiting for them to come home. But I would spend hours in this video library.
Yeah.
The setup of it was, on one side I had a huge wall with VHS tapes on it, and it had, on the other side, it had Betamax tapes, and had a little shelf with the Video 2000 one. And down the middle it had like a big triangular, like a pyramid type thing.
Yeah.
With obviously backing thing and VHS and Betamax and stuff on that. And I would spend hours just looking at the video boxes. I'd never heard of half the films, but that was my introduction to horror movies.
Ooh.
just not watching them, but just literally looking at the back of these boxes. Things like Driller Killer, which you would never really get away with it now, but the front cover was a guy with a beard, who apparently is like a homeless person, but I've still never seen that film because the cover puts me off. And he's literally having a Black & Decker drill bit drilled into his head as all the blood's pouring down the side of this. And this was on the front. This wasn't even on the back of the box. This was the front cover. There would be things like the Boogeyman, which was on the back of the box, or the Bogeyman or whatever, where somebody's got a rake through their neck. The Burning, where somebody's getting clipped by shears, and all these sort of nasty films where you think, I don't want to look at that, but I kind of do, but I don't. But I'm going to look at it anyway. Oh, I wish I hadn't looked at that. So it was as a sort of...
Giving yourself nightmares as a kid.
Pretty much. A 10 or 11-year-old kid just looking at these boxes thinking, oh, it's horrible. But then I would look over to the science fiction things, and there would be lots of movie boxes like Cannonball Run and Smokey and the Bandit, Convoy, which, 7th of June, we can resurrect that one.
Definitely. Convoy Day.
Exactly. And I would that's where I became more obsessed with films, if possible, than I already was.
I mean, in a way, this is it. The advent of the video store and the home market that way made films more accessible to people. So, to my mind, you became a lot more kind of enamored of films, and as we talked about last week, you wanted to go to the cinema more. It was basically, I've watched the, like say, for example, Cannonball Run 1, or Cannonball Run as it was then. And then it'd be a case of, Cannonball Run 2's coming on at the cinema. Oh, yeah, I watched that, the last one on video. Let's go and watch it.
Yeah, prime example, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah. I didn't see it on the big screen, but I did see it on videotape, and then I've seen all subsequent, unfortunately even the fourth one, all Indiana Jones films on the big screen because of that first one being watched on videotape.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, it did it had got to the point where there was perhaps more films around, and you'd be kind of, as you say, looking through the listing in the local paper for what was on at the cinema, and it's a case of, I've not really heard of two of these, but you'd then see kind of something about them in the video store, or, like say, a couple of years later, it'd be in the video store and it'd be a case of, I can, for the same price it would have cost us to go into the cinema, the whole family can watch it now.
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and then it's a case of, we'll risk it kind of thing, and it's a case of, oh yeah, that was actually a good film. I'll watch the next one in the series at the cinema.
Exactly. And I think it was my brother that probably rented more films initially.
Yeah.
And so by default, I ended up seeing them, because that's kind of the downside. If you leave your films lying around, your kids are going to watch them.
Oh yeah.
There is no, you don't have a lockbox in your house. Nope. You're like, I'm going to put that horror film in there and lock it away. That's how most children saw films. They weren't supposed to, because their parents rented them or bought them and left them lying around, and we got our hands on them and watched them when they weren't out. I don't know if you were that sort of child or not. I know I was.
Oh yeah, I mean, how do you think I watched things like, say, I Spit on Your Grave at the age of about 13, 14 or whatever. Yeah.
See, I was about, I'm trying to think how old I was when I first saw that film. My aunt introduced me to that film because she was into all these sort of gruesome films now and again, that westerns. I was probably about 19 I think when I saw that one.
Yeah.
So I was, above age.
No, I wasn't. But I mean, this is it. The other problem that you had with it was, of course, the media was rather fragile, should we say. I mean, I can't remember the number of films that I've had. No, luckily, normally the situation was, like you say, home recorded tapes, things off television, etc. But the recorder would chew up the tape, and you're there trying to kind of wind it back in carefully, so because you'd lose what was on it and what have you. But a couple of times it's actually torn the tape, and one that I seem to remember is I'd actually lent some video cassettes that I had to a friend who watched them at another friend's house after this other friend's 3-year-old had tried feeding the video recorder jam sandwiches.
Oh, okay.
So that didn't really work.
And were these rented ones from a video store as well?
No, these were mine. These were ones I'd bought.
In some ways, it's better than it being a video store one because at that time they would have, here's your bill.
Yeah, exactly. And you're talking like 50 to 100 quid.
Exactly. They weren't cheap. They're not cheap now, but they're a lot cheaper now than they were back then. And they were a lot cheaper, when I ran a video store. Yeah. And they were expensive back then. But, yeah. The old jam sandwich thing.
Yep, not good. But with a top loader, it's so easy to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I sort of used to get lots of films rented for me because my parents were awesome as in they wanted me to just sit down, shut up, and stay out of their way.
Yeah.
So if I owned them enough, they would be like, "Yeah, just go get a film. Just go get a film and go sit and watch it and shut up." So I used to rent lots and lots of films. It turns out they were Italian films. I always thought they were American, but they were just dubbed Bud Hill and Terence Spencer or something like that. I used to love things like that.
Oh, those were phenomenal. Like I say, I remember them most for kind of the cowboy versions, but they did a couple of other ones.
They did a lot. I mean, those things are available on DVD now, and I've picked a couple up, and they were good. Now and again, sort of around the video era for me, I was shipped out over the summer holidays to go and stay at the house in the same town. But just friends of my parents are like, yeah, you can have him for the summer. Okay.
Nice.
I had no choice on it, but it's like, okay, I'll stay at somebody else's house. But this guy had a huge video collection. Oh. And this was around the time, I mean, nowadays people download films and they're crystal clear and stuff. Back in our sort of day, the pirated copies were a bit crap.
Oh, yeah.
They were
grainy.
Yeah. But how excited did you used to get when somebody said, I've got Jungle Book on video. What? You got Jungle Book on video?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you say, it was still the new thing, and there was no other way other than, as you say, waiting to watch it on television at, basically, whichever side, the time that they chose to put it on and the date. So you're always at the whim of someone else that way, or, like you say, at the whim of the cinemas showing it. Yeah. I mean, again, going back to the cinemas idea, how many times did you kind of, say, kind of, wherever you lived up in Falkirk, where, I know you said you had one cinema nearby, but you'd normally have a few within bus journey. So you'd be a case of, right, I want to see such and such, and I know it'll be coming on again soon, and you'd be scanning about 4 cinemas in the area to see which had the film on.
I mean, in the sort of town I was in, Kirkcaldy, it just had one. There literally was just one cinema there, and I didn't have the money to, and I didn't really have the sort of common sense or knowledge on how to catch a bus to another town.
Yeah.
Unless my parents drove me somewhere, I never ever left that town. So I would just look at the one cinema, and whatever was on, I'd come watch it. In the same way I do nowadays, when I want to watch a film, that one will do. Put it on. It's either good or it's not.
I suppose I was a bit kind of spoiled that way because, living where I did, cinemas were still around, and there was probably about 4 different ones that I could have got to by bus journey. Of course, certain ones were your favoured ones to go to, and, like you say, you'd be looking at those first, but it was a case of if there was a film you wanted to watch, you'd be scanning out as far as you could to try and find it.
Yeah.
But
I envy you having more than one cinema.
Well, this is it. It's like I say, when we come on to VCR, like you say, you were no longer at the whim of someone else. With the video rental shops, it was literally a case of going, have you got it in? No, but we've got a waiting list for it. We've got going to have it free on Saturday or whatever. Right, I want to reserve it.
But didn't you used to look forward to that? I did. If I thought, I've got a film ordered for Friday night, I'd get really excited until Friday night. You go in and go, is it here? And they go, yes. And you're like, I'm going to watch it. Still love doing that.
Well, this is it. It literally was a film you wanted to watch. Otherwise, you wouldn't have pre-ordered it, kind of thing. And it really was something you try and do it for, like, say, a Friday evening, Saturday evening, whatever. And you might have a couple of friends around or whatever, or you might just want a quiet night in of just you being able to fast forward and rewind it and watch it 2 or 3 times, even get your money's worth out of it.
Pretty much me was just watching films on my own in the living room, lying on the floor with my sort of hands on my chin, just staring at the TV. Not doing very good job on the neck, but that's how I used to do it. Because my parents would go out to the pub and stuff, so I was easily bought. It's like, oh look, we'll get you a couple of films for a couple of quid, and we'll go out and get slaughtered.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd be happy. They'd be happy because they don't have to pay for a babysitter. So
result.
But this summer holiday that I went and spent at this guy, this was around the time of the miners' strikes. I think it was about '84, so I'd have been about 13 years old. Okay. This guy had a huge VHS collection. I nearly said DVD. He had a huge VHS collection. And it was there that I was sort of shown lots of films that weren't age appropriate, like The Exorcist. I saw there for the first time. Scarface, which is still my favorite film of all time. And a lot of it's to do with the memories I have when I watched it for the first time. I'm like, this film's horrific. I like it. Squirm, which was about killer worms that would burrow into people's faces. Halloween I saw. So it was a lot of the classic films from the 70s and very early 80s.
Yeah.
I was introduced to on VHS, and a lot of the really bad copies of the Disney films and Jungle Book and stuff. But I watched it because I knew this Disney name, and the Jungle Book was a film I'd heard of, so therefore I needed to watch it because it was somehow a big film.
I've got to ask, with the advent of the VCR, I mean, we've covered kind of vague memories and recollections we had of like first films kind of thing. What was the first one that you watched on the home screen, with a VCR that really sticks in your mind? One that you really, really loved. Was it, as you say, Scarface on this illicit holiday?
I think it probably would be Scarface. Thinking on Scarface, I actually saw that for the first time in a place near Todmorden called Walsden, which is kind of weird because here's me living just north of Edinburgh. And my dad had friends who lived about, 20 minutes or whatever, half an hour distance or whatever, from where we are now.
Yeah.
And I remember him watching Scarface, and I had sort of saw bits of it, because as a kid you don't tend to go, all right, you're putting a movie on, right, I'm going to sit and watch it all now. You would just do whatever you're doing and float in and float out. And I remember the chainsaw sequence where somebody gets killed by a chainsaw, and I'm like, what on earth is that? And then I sat down from then on and watched this film.
Wow.
It's either that or it's Raiders of the Lost Ark. I'm not sure on the time scale of Raiders of the Lost Ark, or whether in fact it was on TV or something like that. But I remember seeing that on the small screen and thinking, wow. So what about yourself?
Well, I've got what I would still consider one of my most favourite films. It's up there on the Keeper's list. You may not agree with me, I don't know, because it is a musical.
Ugh.
But it's not a musical in that way.
Yay.
The Blues Brothers.
I knew you were going to say the Blues Brothers for some reason. It's only very loosely a musical, isn't it? I wouldn't class that as a musical, but I know what you mean.
But that was the first one that really... it's because like I say, the others that Gerald had tended to be kind of things that didn't really appeal to me. I think Quadrophenia was one maybe that he had, and I was never into that kind of thing. But like I say, this Blues Brothers, and it was a case of, don't know what that is, but like you say, my parents put it on, and it's a case of, if you don't want to watch it, go out, and it's a case of, well, there's nothing else,
Yeah.
It's a case of, within about 5 minutes, you just kind of, wow, hooked, wide-eyed, and you got Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi. Phenomenal.
It's a breath of fresh air, that film, and it's definitely one of the classics as well.
Oh, this is it. I think that probably sparked my love of, feel-good comedies.
Yeah.
It's basically, it is a feel-good film.
It most certainly is.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, I've never been... I don't dislike the Blues Brothers, but it's one of those films I'm like, it's not up there. But I probably do need to rewatch again at some point. I have it in the house somewhere. But, a lot of people hold it so high up, and to me it's like, it's all right. But did you used to spend a lot of time renting films, or were you just like, was it a Friday, Saturday night type thing? Or
Well, this is it. It's a case of, At first, we didn't really have much money that we'd do on that. In the town where we lived, there was probably a couple of shops that did like say, kind of like news agents with a stand of VHS. But I think it soon turned out there was like 2 competing shops that were video shops primarily, and I would probably say they were well established before we started frequenting them. But once we did, it was a case of like you say, it's a Friday night. I've got a few quid to spare. I'm bored. Let's go down and see what they've got in. And then you kind of doing that a couple of times. Then you had to take, as you remember, you had to be a member of the shops. So you'd be basically, sign away your firstborn in case one of the tapes got damaged. But it literally was a case of, at first you were opportunistic because I didn't know what to expect. So you'd be going in and it's a case of, like, say, you'd spend 30 minutes scanning down the aisles, looking along the shelves. Then, like, say, later on, you got to the point of, such and such is out. When are you going to get it in? I want to put my name down for that when it comes.
I mean, 30 minutes? I used to spend on average about 90 minutes in the video every single time.
Oh.
But I mean, thinking back to, yes, you've got to be a member of the video shop. The video shop that my parents were a member with, you had to pay to be a member.
Yes.
There was I don't know what the figure was, but it was, you had to pay money to sign up in order to pay money to rent films. Yeah. So it was kind of like a license to print money for people who decided, you know what, I'm going to...
If you got into it at the start
films.
of it, you'd...
Yeah. I mean, I got out of it probably about a couple of years before it died.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine getting into it at the beginning. It was literally a serious amount of money. But around the sort of mid-'80s, all our certificates changed.
Yes.
Because we used to have X and A's and double A's and stuff. And then there was a big hoo-ha. They went to 15s, 18s, U's and PGs and stuff like that. There was no 12s, so 12 A's.
Nope.
And there was a big sort of banning of films call over here in the UK, and I can't remember what sparked it off. I think a lot of people and the politicians realised, well, hang on a minute, kids can get hold of these films.
Yeah.
Or we've got these really, really nasty films that are being shipped in from Italy and stuff, and we've no we've no control over them, and these are just going into everybody's houses and stuff like that. So a lot of films were effectively banned. I Spit on Your Grave, The Exorcist got lumped in.
Yeah.
What else? The Evil Dead wrongly got lumped in because it had the word evil in it. I've got a book on the whole banning of movies and stuff like that, and Evil Dead was accidentally lumped into it. Nobody'd watched it.
I was going to say, why didn't they ban the Bible as well? That has evil in it.
Exactly. There'd be no EastEnders of Coronation Street.
Oh, no, definitely.
Loads of all these nasty sort of cannibal ferox, cannibal Holocaust, and anything SS torture camp.
Yep.
Anything really unsavory would just bang, right?
Straight away, you banned.
Yep. And a lot of those you still can't get nowadays.
Yeah.
I Spit on Your Grave, I think has eventually come out, but for a while there it didn't. Straw Dogs was actually banned as well.
Yes.
That didn't come out until 2000 and something on COT, so that was held for quite a while. So a lot of these horror boxes that I would look at in the video shop just disappeared. Gone.
There one day and kind of, why is the shelves a bit empty today?
No, but then things used to start up because this whole underground film movement would start up where people are like, I got a copy of The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Really? Have you got a copy of The Exorcist?
Can I borrow it? No, but you come around and watch it.
Watch it if you want. The whole piracy thing would sprout up over that. And that's where a lot of money changed hands. Not in my direction.
I was going to say, never did anything that way myself, but...
The video store that I used to frequent, though, they, for years, I mean, up until 1990 or 1989, they still had a VHS copy of The Exorcist.
Yeah?
Because I nicked it from them.
Oh.
The video store's no longer there, and I'm pretty sure my mother won't be listening to this podcast, but many, many years later, around sort of 89, her membership was still active, I didn't know it was. So I went in and I said, right, here's her address, here's the net, blah, blah, blah. And I ordered maybe about 9 or 10 films, and The Exorcist was one of them. And I brought them back to England. So that was how I started my sort of video collection. But The Exorcist, a pretty good copy of that was going for about 50 quid. And I'm not talking like an original copy, I'm talking a pirated copy around the 1990 mark. An original perfect condition Exorcist would go for about 300 quid.
Ouch.
I mean, I just kept it, and it was pretty grainy, and it had been chewed up through many, many VCRs, as you sort of previously mentioned and stuff. But, yeah, so that was my first ever video collection. Obviously, there's no covers.
Yes.
So I even have the nerve to order The Exorcist and then wait until it went in that night before I got it, and then brought it back to England. So apologies to the video store.
Well, I must admit, like I say, as much as I've got my failings, I would say the black sheep of our family is definitely my brother Jimmy, half-brother Jimmy. And I'm pretty sure that around that time, he probably was doing, involved with, piracy on the video side. So he would have had those kind of things. And he had contacts in a few of the different video shops and what have you. So it would have been well up his street to do that.
Yeah. I think piracy for me was keeping copies for myself.
Yeah.
I've never ever got into the. I have the technology to duplicate DVDs and stuff like that, but I would never. It'd be against my moral code to actually copy films and sell them to people.
Listen, having worked in the business, you kind of you wouldn't have wanted it done to you then. So it's probably like you say now ingrained in you.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a big difference between, right, I'm going to copy this film that I've rented because I want a copy for me to watch whenever, and I'm going to copy it 50 times and then sell it on car boot sales. I've never been a fan of people like that.
Like you say, personal consumption, passing around to a couple of friends maybe is one thing, but like you say, stand in the car boot or a flea market, and definitely not the right thing.
No, exactly. I mean, did you become a big video collector? I know you are now, but when did your sort of collection kick off?
I would say that literally with the fact that I never really as a child or teen had much money, most of my collection was things that I'd recorded from TV. So you'd be, in the same way that we used to be, avidly kind of checking the local paper to see what was on at the cinema, you'd then, as soon as like the local, the latest edition of the Radio Times or TV Times, whatever it was at the time, basically with the listings for the next week for TV, as soon as that came out, you'd be scanning it, and it'd be a case of right, put a little cross next to the ones. It's a case of right, I've got to free up some space or buy some new blank tapes, and I've got to record that.
Yeah,
and like you say, it was for your personal kind of watching later, and luckily by this time like you say, or luckily we had the kind of the long play tapes normally, or getting longer. 2 hours. I think 3 hours might have just been out, but it's like you say, still to minimise the usage on the tape, you'd watch it on the night and you'd be pressing pause as it got to the advert breaks.
Yeah, you would. And then you need to go to the bathroom. You're like, can't do it because flipping film will come back on.
I've got to wait until the film's back on and press continue, and then, like I say, you'd be running up the stairs.
Yeah, and many times you'd think you press continue, but you wouldn't. So you'd realise 5 minutes into it, you're like, oh, and it was permanent, that version of the film you had then. But thinking back to sort of checking the Radio Times, one of the best times of every year for me would be Christmas.
Oh yeah. That was when they always brought out the new films on TV.
Well, even if it wasn't the new films, you'd never seen them before, and I think that's one thing that people of today and sort of today's thing has lost.
Yeah.
Every film that's on at Christmas, you could have watched at any point in that entire year, whenever you wanted to, and we didn't have that at Christmas. We didn't have that when we were growing up as children and stuff. You saw films that you'd never been able to watch. Or
we always used to wait. I know this sounds corny. We used to wait religiously for Christmas because it always used to be like the in thing that on Christmas Day at about 4 p.m. you'd have the next one in the James Bond series.
Yes,
so it's a case of I don't care whatever the hell else we're doing. At that time on Christmas Day, everything stopped and the TV went on, and so did the video recorder.
Yeah, it'd be on about 4 or 5 o'clock on Christmas Day afternoon on ITV usually.
Yes.
You would get that. You would get The Wizard of Oz on every single Christmas. The Great Escape a lot of the time, and sometimes, and quite often, Sound of Music, which I've still never seen nowadays.
You're lucky.
Yeah, Anthony, Alex, and I are doing a show where it's films we've never seen, and The Sound of Music is one of the films I've never ever seen. So, but yeah, no, Superman the movie would be on quite a lot as well.
Well, I predate you. My kind of first memories that way, and I know we're going to cover TV later. My first memories of like the standard ones that always seem to come out at Christmas was the one that always sticks in my mind is the Towering Inferno.
Oh, yes, the Poseidon Adventure. Towering Inferno.
That kind of replaced the Towering Inferno as the standard disaster movie.
Yeah. I mean, that was a long film anyway. It's like 2.5 to 3 hours anyway, let alone sticking a load of adverts in that. And there's also, I mean, thinking about Towering Inferno, there's one with Lee Majors, it's Starflight 1 or something like that. All these little disaster movies about people getting stuck in space or stuck in a big ocean liner that's flipped over.
And then don't forget the whole series of Airport, it was Airport, wasn't it? Airport 77.
Yeah. I saw Airport 79, the Concorde, in the cinemas. So, yeah, I watched that one, which was quite weird because it was actually called, I think it was Airport 80 originally when I saw it at the cinema, but it was out in 79, so it was a bit like to do with video games now. Yeah. FIFA 2013, but it's 2012, so what?
Yeah, but we're releasing it at Christmas, so it's close.
All the airport movies. Meteor, I saw that on the big screen, 1979. Yeah. That was so old that Sean Connery had his own hair, I believe, at that time.
That rings a bell. Isn't that the one where it's basically a case of half of it shot in like an underground bunker in New York, and you've got like the Yanks working with the Russians?
And they have these sort of, we know you've got missiles. No, we don't. Well, we've got them, so we know you've got them. Maybe we do.
Yeah.
Well, we need you to point them in that direction. Well, we can't because we don't have any. Well, if you do. Yep. And it was, I've forgotten the name of it was like Icarus or something like that. These missiles, and they had to, it's like a very old version of Armageddon, really, wasn't it?
It was, but much better.
Much better because it had the whole cast of. Yeah. I can't remember who else was in it, but it was a big long cast, and Sean Connery was one of them. But
can't go wrong with Sean Connery.
Exactly. So 1979, I believe that was. So I'd have been 8 years old when I saw that on the big screen, and again I picked it up later.
Yeah.
On video.
Oh.
So what other memories have you got of your VHS years?
Well, like I say, I would probably say that some of my better memories. Because you always tend to remember the better things rather than the worst. Definitely when you're getting as old as me, selective memory. But my first viewing of Convoy was VHS. That was great. I've had a love of the film ever since. As I say, we've covered the one with the Blues Brothers. I would probably say I seem to remember kind of an odd one where I've got a feeling it was my brother that lent us this, and it was Escape from New York.
Oh, you're just running laps now because you said you watched that on the big screen. I'm like,
I didn't watch that. That's one I wanted to watch on.
Oh, see, I feel better now because I thought you had seen that on the big screen.
No, I hadn't.
Oh, good. I feel happy now.
Yeah, you thought I'd said that, but I didn't correct you on the podcast. I have been on this one.
Yes. No, I think I saw that on VHS as well.
Yeah.
And that was that and Halloween, I think, were my first John Carpenter introductions. I can't remember. It would have been my brother that watched Escape from New York. I'd seen little stills of it in the magazine, like Starburst and stuff. And I'm like, oh, it's kind of cool. And I'd watched it on video. But
in fact, I can probably even remember. I seem to think that it was a Friday evening, or rather Friday night. It was probably the rest of the family had gone to bed, and I was just still up. And I've got a feeling I started watching it at something like about 10 to 11. And it was one of those, it's a case of, I'll just see what it's like and turn it off. And then it was a case of, it was 1 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah, it's because, I can't stop this.
It's a very, very good film. There's a lot of films that people today are missing out on because they refuse to watch old films.
Oh, yeah. I mean, another one of my favourites was one that I first watched on VHS, and that was Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah. 87, I believe.
Yeah. But again, VHS, I think I rented that one. It was one of these... Oh, no, actually, I think it was something that someone else rented and I watched at theirs. And it was just a case of, you kind of hear the title and it's Big Trouble in Little China. Oh, it's going to be a Hong Kong chop socky type thing.
Yeah.
And then, no, it's not.
It is a little bit, but no, it's not really, is it? I remember watching Scanners.
Yeah.
David Cronenberg film, which was one of the films I discovered by looking at the back of the box. And on the back of the box, it was a man with his arms on a desk and his head exploding.
Yes.
So, I ended up seeing that many, many years later. And to be honest, it's weird how your perspective changes on films that you watch as a kid. Scanners was really, really boring.
Yeah.
Because it was all talking and it was all whispering and there was, there was a few gory bits and stuff. And not really a fan. Years later, you watch it and you're like, you know what? I get it now.
Yeah.
It's surprising. Well, I suppose it's not surprising because children will watch films that they think is boring because there's not spaceships flying around.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, there's so many films that, VHS, this is one to challenge you. With the advent of the VCR in the home, this opened up, for me, I would say, a lot more genres of film. You've mentioned horror. I've never been a horror fan, but it was basically a case of you started seeing, as you say, the Hong Kong action films. First one that everyone really watched, I suppose, or at least speaking for me, Enter the Dragon.
Yes, I think that was TV that introduced me to that one because you would see these Bruce Lee films pop up on BBC Two at midnight or something, and that's where I was introduced. But now I remember Enter the Dragon sitting on the video store walls.
But then you got kind of the early ones, the very early Jackie Chan ones, Golden Harvest and all those.
Yeah,
and that I got introduced to them through VHS. It's just, I've got to watch more.
Yeah. I think a lot of the old Chuck Norris films I was introduced, Missing in Action and Missing in Action 2 and 3, and things like that were VHS films. Because, as a sort of kid, you wanted to watch all the soldier type, people shooting each other and punching each other's face in type thing.
Yeah.
I think thinking back to the horror, I don't think I ever became a horror fan. I'm still not really a horror fan now, unless the story's interesting to me.
Well, this is it. I was at the age that when everyone else around me was getting into what they considered horror, and we're talking like the advent of Friday the 13th and what have you. Yeah. I just thought, this isn't what I consider horror, because I was a book reader. Yeah. Horror to me is something that makes me think and, shudder goes down my spine rather than someone just leaping out dressed funny yelling boo.
I remember Halloween scaring me a little bit. I saw that on TV late at night, and that's not so much. You watch it, there's virtually no blood in that film anyway. It's just more about a guy stalking babysitters type thing. And as a kid who would spend a lot of his time in the house on his own, and this was kind of like a biggish Georgian type house, not a mansion, but it was just a solid old style looking house. Also, my days would be spent running like mad from kids that wanted to kick my head in. So films like Halloween would unnerve me quite a bit.
So you avoided them in general.
Yeah, but I was never old enough to rent them.
Yeah.
Until years later. And then I would own them on DVD and stuff like that. But you're right, it does open you up to a whole new set of genres. Comedies, a lot of the comedies and stuff I saw, I probably wouldn't have watched. But I ended up doing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the other genre. Science fiction, I think, was my main one.
Yeah.
Because I was subjected to that, because my brother was a big science fiction fan, and he would just literally... Blade Runner was one that I was introduced to on the small screen. I would like to have seen that at the cinema.
I did. That's one I've got on you.
Very nice. I think as a child, I wouldn't have understood it, and I would have thought it was dull. And for many, many years, I could appreciate Blade Runner, but I thought it was overhyped. But now I love it. It's a great film.
Like I say, I've got 5 years on you, so Literally, I was at secondary school at the time, grammar school and what have you, and I was in. There was one of the after-school societies that was the Fantasy and Science Fiction Society, run by a guy that I became friends with. And of course, he introduced me to a lot of the writers that the books and authors that I read. And so, he heard this was coming out again. He was older than me, and he was raving about it. And I thought, if Kev's on about this, it's got to be worth seeing. So, went and saw it, and it was a case of, ooh.
Nice. That would have been a very cool experience.
Oh, it was. Like I say, very odd to begin with, because, as you say, it's not a fast action film. Definitely not at the start. It's a bit slow to start. You've got to think about what's going on. So,
and also, I think as children and stuff, around that time, we'd all got used to Star Wars.
Yes.
So you go and watch a film that's got Han Solo in it.
Yep.
And it's a science fiction film, so you kind of think, I know what this is going to be, and it's not. It's like a 1940s detective film, isn't it? It just so happens to be set in the 21st century.
Film noir in a cyberpunk era.
Yeah, exactly. Which is probably why it didn't really make a lot of money upon its initial release. But now look at it; it's a classic, isn't it?
But this is it. It's like you say, at the time, even on like television, everyone was basically watching. Kind of Star Trek, the original series, at 6 o'clock on BBC Two. Those days, that's when it was on.
I think one of my TV memories was BBC Two, 6 o'clock, and now and again they would have seasons of films.
Ooh.
Now, sometimes it was all old black and white science fiction films like Body Snatchers and Journey to the Center of the Moon, Journey to the
Day
what all these
still,
all these old black and white movies from the 50s and 60s, Incredible Shrinking Man and all these type of things, and that's where I was introduced to them. And also, sometimes they would do what they would call horror seasons, but they really weren't. It's like The Wolfman and Frankenstein and Dracula and the Invisible Man and The Mummy and all these sort of things. And that's where I was introduced to. I would never have gone to cinema to watch a black and white film. Black and white? Why would I watch a black and white film? I was always that annoying sort of, what's the point? I want to watch it in colour. And subtitled films. And so I'm not going to watch that. I want to read it. I want to listen to it.
I've got to say, one of the first science fiction films of that era that I watched that basically gave me nightmares. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you to this day, but it still sends shivers down my spine. Is Forbidden Planet, Leslie Nielsen.
Is that because Leslie Nielsen's in it, or just because the film just freaked you out for some reason?
It was just the kind of big invisible monster thing, and it just freaked me for some reason. And just really weirded me out. I couldn't handle it at the time.
Have you seen it sort of semi recently?
I've seen it since, but it still freaks me out slightly.
Really? Okay.
Even at my age.
Well, some people don't like clowns. You obviously don't like Leslie Nielsen films. So,
I don't know. I was always okay with Airplane and all that.
Yes.
Good luck.
Surely you can't be serious. Yep.
Oh.
But so collecting movies, I mean, I ended up becoming a very, very big collector, not even counting the fact that I had a shop.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to do that in another episode, I think.
Yeah.
But I ended up just buying a serious amount of films. I mean, rental-wise, when I moved down to England, it was the first time that I ever had a reasonable amount of money. And by that, I mean my wage was about £60 a week or whatever. This is about 87-ish, about 86. So £60 a week. I would pay my aunt, who I was living with at the time, what they call board. So it's like room and lodging type thing. And I would pay her, I think it was about £35-40. It's quite a high rate of board. But it would still leave me about £20 a week spare. And I would just blow it on video films. And I would rent loads because there was a video shop in the town next to us, a town called Haslingden. There used to be a video shop there called H&H. So I don't know who the H's were, but they had the video shop. Probably had maybe 2,000 films in there. And I used to just go in every Friday. I've just been paid. And this was when you used to get money in a wage packet.
Yes.
Bang. And I'm talking half a dozen films a night.
Wow.
That I would rent. The most I ever rented was 8 films. And I watched them all. I'd say average 4.
Yeah.
4 films for the Friday, for the Saturday, for the Sunday, and then I go back to work on the Monday and then count down. So I was going through a lot of films. I even got so obsessive, I had the backing of a cinema poster, because that's what you could also do in video stores. You got any posters?
Yep.
Years later, I used to drive me at the flipping wall when kids used to come in. You got any posters? Well, I just gave you some last week. You got any more? Get out. You were annoying me.
Come back in a month when someone might have brought some more in.
Yeah. Because half the time they just ditch them outside. You're like, great, I've got to go clean them up.
Yeah.
But I had the sort of full-size cinema posters, and I used to stick them to the wall, but backwards so it was white. And I used to write down the films I'd watched. So if I watched on TV, like, right, I watched Die Hard, right, I watched Lethal Weapon, and I would keep a list of all the films that I've watched. And I'm doing it again for this year.
Yeah.
I've seen about 97 so far, but I would just become so obsessed with, I need to watch films, I need to watch films, I need to watch films. And I would say it was an addiction.
Oh, yeah.
Because it'd be like, right, I've got some money now, I'm going to go spend films. It wouldn't be, I need some new shoes, or I need a haircut, or I need some food. It would be, I've got to go and get a film.
I've got £5. I can get two films for that.
Yeah, it's exactly the way it was.
Yeah.
Yep. And I would just become so involved in the movies.
Yeah.
And then, as we'll cover in another episode, but I ended up going into another video shop, which opened one called Take Two, which was kind of just around the corner. And I would just do the same there, to the point I ended up getting a job in that place because of the amount of time I used to hang out in there.
So it wasn't the fact that because you got a job in there, you get free rentals?
To be honest, no. Because I used to spend so much time hanging around in this previous video shop, this H&H, and then jumping back to the one in my hometown when I was a kid. Yeah. I would spend hours in these places. So the notion of, I can get something for free, that didn't really cross my mind. It was a nice bonus.
Yeah.
Because I reckon when I was working in a video shop, I would get as much wage as I would free films.
Yes.
Because I would go home every night with at least 2 or 3 films.
Yeah.
Which is, adds up.
Too true.
But obviously it benefited the workplace and stuff. But that's when I started building my video collection up, just by buying what they called X-rentals.
Yeah.
So these films would be slightly degraded, or they'd just be old and nobody'd be renting them, and you could buy them for maybe £3 or £4.
Yeah.
And just take them home and watch them as many times as you wanted.
Oh, yes. I remember those well.
Yep.
Like say, you'd do a tour around the local video shops just to see what they had on, see if, what have they got in the X-rental. Yeah.
Yep. There used to be a little newsagents down in the town I'm in now, in Rottenstall, and I used to live in the next town, Haslingden, so it would take me at least half an hour to walk.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little bit longer, because me and my aunt would walk down to Rottenstall just to see
if it got
what X-rentals this shop had, and then we would walk back, and it didn't bother us.
Yeah.
I mean, she was well into her movies and stuff as well, but she was all Elvis movies and Bonanza episodes and things like that. So, but I would still watch them because, it's a film.
Exactly.
And it would escape me from planet Earth.
Yeah. But yeah, this is it. It's a case of it was a whole different thing. Like you say, when you were growing up, it was the cinema, and then this opened up kind of a whole new thing to you, a whole new vista. It's a case of it's no longer seeing 1 or 2 a week. I can take 3 home a night.
Yeah. And I still went to the cinema to see the major films, but it was, as you said, 3 a night.
Yep.
It was my alcoholism. It was, I'm not an alcoholic, but that was my version of it.
Well, this is it. I think
I can have 3.
Without kind of trying to change it from a cinema kind of podcast to a psychology one, it is a form of escapism. And I mean, like I say, probably at the same age, I was reading a lot of books. So I wasn't doing as many films as you.
Yeah,
that sounds bad, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I'm doing 3 a day.
But I was though.
Well, yeah, it was your escapism. It's because of So I'm not holding it against you. It's a damn good thing.
No, not at all. I mean, it's like if anybody said, "You know what? I think that was your escapism." I'm like, "I know it was. It's not what it is." I'm like, "No, it wasn't. It was. I just enjoy films." Yeah. That's exactly what it was. It was pure. Right, this is how I could just forget about everyday life by immersing myself in these movies and things. I mean, years later, it's still. I mean, here we are on a movie podcast, so it's obviously still grabbed me. I'm surrounded by signed movie posters and all sorts. But if somebody in real life dies, I mean, we've had it. We found somebody dead in a flat, didn't we,
Yes.
that day?
Yep.
That doesn't even compare to me checking on the Internet Movie Database and seeing that, like, you know, John Williams has died or something like that. That the amount of movie stars that have died and I've been like grief stricken.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, that was awful. And yet
You find a body yourself and
find a real person. I'm like, right, I know who to phone and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
It's just because it's who I grew up with.
Yeah.
I grew up with movie stars, and well, I didn't grow up with them, but they were
your
my
kind of
childhood
heroes.
friends. Yeah, they're my heroes. They were who I went to when I didn't really want to. Well, I didn't have anybody to go to in real
Don't
life.
want to face the world, so I'm
Yeah.
on a film. Yeah, I fancied, like you say, a Clint Eastwood film or whatever.
Exactly. We're probably going to get loads of emails going, what do you mean you found a dead body? But yeah, never mind. We'll just keep that to some feedback.
We didn't,
You can ask me.
before
I
anyone
don't
asks,
mind.
we didn't create the dead body.
No. We just, I knew I was going to find one, so I phoned you to say, can you give me a lift? I think we're going to find a corpse.
Yes.
So yeah, that's how that story came about. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a movie. It was reality.
No, two of us were there. Trust me, it was real.
Yes. Exactly. And for everybody out there, John Williams hasn't died. I just couldn't think of a specific
Just
movie
threw it
star
in there.
that had grief-stricken me. But there was a lot. I mean, Brandon Lee, even like Heath Ledger and stuff. You're like, what? He's gone? How can he have gone? He's what? He's got a Batman film coming out. Real life doesn't bother me. It's weird.
Like
and it
some
is
of the
one
ones
of
that you
those-
hear about. I mean, I remember, I don't know whether it was you told me or I told you, but when Harry Morgan passed away, that was a case. Wow, it's like you say, these are names that you grew up with.
Yeah.
You remember watching, either regularly at the cinema or, weekly on TV.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the big ones for me was Christopher Reeve.
Mm-hmm.
When I heard that he died, I mean, obviously been not well for a while since his horse accident and stuff, but to open the newspaper up or look on the internet,
And it
like,
just suddenly hits you.
Superman's dead? Because I was 8 years old when I first saw Superman on a big screen and then watched the sequels and stuff years after, and you're like, how can he be gone? It's the weirdest feeling, but it's just because I've had such a relationship growing up with movies. They are effectively my family, so to speak. So we don't want to end this on a downer note.
No.
But, I mean, next time we're going to move on to a little bit more present day and stuff like that. But there's so much we could say about the VHS things. I mean, when I took over a video shop, it was VHS.
Well, I mean, it's through that shop that we met.
It is.
I mean, basically, just to fill people in on this, the shop that Stuart had, a friend of mine from another hobby was working in there part-time on a weekend. So I'd go down to see her and bump into Stuart as well, kind of thing. And that's how we initially met. We became friends after that. But I mean, earlier you asked about like my VHS collection, and I probably didn't have much apart from, as I say, the things that I recorded off television. And it's only after we became fast friends that you converted me onto basically buying my first DVD player. Yeah. And as kind of because you were there, we went a bit ballistic in HMV one time.
We certainly did. I'm looking forward to the DVD episode. That should be quite fun because I think we've both gone ballistic over the years.
It's literally that was the first time that I created a proper collection. Everything else was basically just stuff off TV, really.
Yeah.
With a couple of originals that you buy either ex rental or they were on special at, let's say, HMV or something like that.
I mean, my VHS collection started with those films that I lifted from Scotland. Amongst those, the Aliens, James Cameron one, bestseller starring James Woods and Brian Dennehy. There was The Exorcist. I think the original Lethal Weapon. So that was the main. I can't remember all of them, but that was the main.
Well, I've got to challenge you
foundations of
here
mine.
now, and this is another one that I may end up with kind of a black mark against my name from you. You mentioned Aliens there. big screen or small screen did you see first?
I saw it first on the small screen purely because the tagline on the back was something like one of the scariest films I've seen in years, or 1986's most terrifying, or something like that. Some sort of, that must be good then. I'd seen Alien on the small screen on TV, and to be honest, I found it a bit dull.
Yeah.
Because I was a child.
Yeah.
Aliens just blew me away, but I saw it on the small screen. But years later, I did see it on the big screen.
You see, it's another one I've got up on you. I saw that on the big screen when it first came out, but I was legal then to watch that. I don't think you would have been.
No, I was about 15, I think, at that time. And the thing, I mean, some 15-year-olds could get in, but I was a small 15-year-old, a weedy little git, basically.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't see that on the big screen. But my VHS collection rocketed, because I was working and stuff, and there used to be a company called Black Star, if you remember them, a website.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to just buy loads and loads of VHS, just pretty much because I didn't have them. Therefore, I needed to have them. Even films, I bought the entire the entire run of the Friday the 13th films at the time, which is about 7 or 8. I wasn't really a major Friday the 13th fan, but I thought, it's a set, so I need to have it. It was just weird.
Well, this is it. I mean, from the costs when, say, video rentals first came out over here, I can remember them being like £4 or £5 to rent a film, and like say you wouldn't even consider buying them because they were that expensive. To, as you say, we had like the 3-4 hour tapes that you could buy blanks. The cost of buying tapes, then pre-recorded, the proper original things, had come down so much. People like the BBC and ITV, etc., were putting out, TV series, whole collections on these. A lot of the ones coming over from, like, say, the States, your Stargates and what have you, were all on those. Your Star Trek Deep Space Nine, you could get full box sets and all this, and Next Gen. I
mean, predating those, I remember watching, the first time I ever saw the TV series Tour of Duty was on VHS tapes when I used to rent them.
And then I had to go out and find those somehow and buy them. I
Certainly
loved them
did.
that much.
Yeah, Tour of Duty, Crime Story was another one.
Yeah.
There was, they were like Next Gen ones. I used to watch all of those, and then I ended up moving on to Deep Space Nine. So obviously didn't bother with Voyager because it's crap. Yeah. But yeah, you'd pick up lots, and you would get, what was it, like 2 episodes per tape?
Yes.
Something like that.
But you'd be eagerly waiting for them releasing the next one. You'd be in the video shop saying, when's the next one out? And like I say, then people like yourself who were running them, you'd have the release sheets, months in advance. And it's a case of, you'd be checking through and that's due for release in, I don't know, say I was asking in April. That's due out in July. And it's a case of, I can't wait that long.
Well, but you had no choice. There was none of this, so I'll just go to the internet and download it. Or stream it through Hulu or Netflix or whatever. None of that. It was literally, you had to wait.
But you were counting the days down, weren't you?
You were?
Yeah.
I used to get very, very excited about the new Star Trek ones coming out, and most certainly the Deep Space Nines.
Mm-hmm.
And then things like Buffy the Vampire Slayer later on used to come out on I don't know whether it was 4 episodes per tape that you ended up getting on that, but you would get so excited. Because nowadays it's like, right, on Monday, season 1 comes out. None of that. You would get, right, on Monday, 2 episodes come out, and then about 2 months after that, you're going to get another 2 episodes, and then so on. It would take a year to actually collect them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then
Whereas now it's a full box set that comes out. Season 1 complete.
But then, like you say, it was basically 2 episodes on a tape, and you literally would be a case of, right, it's due out in July. What time in July? About mid-July. Right, I'll go in the back end of June and say, right, I want to reserve that for when it first comes out. I want to be first to watch it. No degradation on the tape.
But what's weird is, I mean, sort of years later when DVD series used to split them. So you get like, right, CSI season 5, episodes 1 to 12 is coming out. You'd think, I'm not buying that. That's a bloody rip-off. I'm not paying £25 for that. They can sod off. But years before, we were happy to pay £12 or £13 for 2 episodes. It didn't seem to bother us. We didn't go, I'm not paying that as a rip-off. I'm going to wait for the full season box set. Because there weren't any.
No, exactly.
It was crazy.
Well, can you imagine if you bought like the full season box set of something then when it was on VHS tape? You know, you'd be looking at a string of boxes longer than your arm.
I actually had the full run of Deep Space Nine on VHS, on original VHS as well.
In the collector's box set.
It was huge. No, these were all separately bought. No, I bought like £12.99 each. I'm bearing about 12 videotapes per season, so that's maybe 130 quid per season or something.
So the spine of the tapes all made a picture across normally.
They did. Yeah, and it was a lot of videotapes. I mean, that thing ran for, oh God, I don't know how many seasons it was, like 7 or 8 seasons or something like that. I think it ran for, so that's a lot of videotapes and a lot of money. Oh. And years later, they just got binned.
Yeah.
Which, because you couldn't do anything with VHS. Once DVD sort of went, yeah, I've got special features and I'm I'm a third of the storage. The VHS tapes just got binned, and it was quite sad to do that. But you mentioned before that you and I met in the video shop.
Yes.
The reason I got the job in the video shop is down to one movie. I don't know whether you're a fan of this movie or not, but Highlander 2.
I do like Highlander. Highlander 2, I'm not a fantastic fan, as you know, but I have watched the extended edition, which you lent me once, and it made a lot more sense.
But that is the sole reason that I've, ended up meeting you. I ended up working in the video shop.
You've got to explain it now that you've said it was solely for Highlander 2. How?
Well, I'd seen the first one.
Yeah.
Small screen on VHS or on TV or something like that. I was a big fan of it, and Highlander 2 came out, and I thought, I want to watch that film. So I went into the Take-Two video shop, and I said, have you got Highlander 2? And you went, no. Somebody's got it. I'm like, okay. Can I order it? Yes. So I ordered it for the Monday night.
Yeah.
Went in on the Monday night. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not back yet. Right. So I'll wait around for a little bit, wait for the film to come back. Didn't. So I'm like, can I order it for tomorrow night? Yeah, of course you can. This happens with videotapes a lot.
Yeah.
People would just keep them for days and then get the overdue fines when they come back. Go in on the Tuesday night. Right, I've got Highlander 2 ordered for tonight. Yeah, it's not back in yet. Oh, God. Right, I'm going to wait around for a little bit and see if it comes back in. Didn't. Right, okay. Can I order it for tomorrow night? Yeah. Hopefully it'll be back. Hopefully it will be back. So I ordered it for the Wednesday night. Went in. Right, I've got Highlander 2 ordered. Yeah, it's not back in yet.
Oh, Christ's
sake. This is a bit like not feeding an alcoholic whiskey. Like, just give it to me. I said, well, I'm going to wait around. Let me know if it comes in. I'll just look for videos or whatever. And while I was loitering around just waiting for this Highlander 2 to show up, I overheard the friend of the guy behind the counter saying to him, all right, so are you looking forward to doing whatever you're going to be doing? He's like, yeah. It'll be weird not being here, though, but I'm kind of looking forward to it. So I'm like, oh, okay. So then I went up and said, right, this film's not coming back tonight, is it? He went, no. I'm like, right, who's the boss of this place? So he gave me his supervisor's number, which woman called Angela. Yeah. I said, right, when's she in? So he told me when she's in, and then I went in the day after, and I said, right, I've ordered this film. Is it in yet? No, it's not back yet. Oh, it is a bloody surprise. I said, anyway, I heard this guy last night saying he was leaving. And she's like, yeah. I said, right, well, if there's any hours, is there any chance I can have them? She's like, well, give me a phone number and I'll get in touch and stuff like that. And then a few days after that, I got a phone call saying you were interested in some hours at the video store. Would you still be interested? It's only 10 hours a week, though. I'm like, I'm interested. You could be 1 hour a week. So I showed up for this sort of interview type thing. And there was a girl who was also starting on the same day, and we pretty much started a battle for the hours. It's like, we won. I'm having your hours. She started it. I just won it in the end. And I got these 10 hours, but I never, ever did 10 hours because I knew what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Film-wise, people could say, oh, I'm after a decent film. It's like, here's a list.
Yeah.
I'll pick one of them, I guarantee you.
Yeah, what kind of thing are you into? Horror? What? Yeah.
Yeah. And I was competent at the product. I found it really, really hard talking to people, though, because I wasn't used to having conversations with strangers, let alone people I knew.
Well, this is it. The way that you kind of grew up.
Yeah. It just wasn't me. But once I initially got over that, I was like a pig in poop. And I ended up just working there for quite a few years. And then obviously it progressed and stuff. But it was purely, had I not waited around for Highlander 2, or had it come in on that Monday night, I would never have heard that guy was leaving.
Yeah.
I would never have asked the supervisor if there's any hours, let me have it. And I can pin pretty much the way that my life has gone on waiting for that video to, it's like my domino effect.
Oh, I like it.
So yeah, it's pretty much Highlander. So were it not for Highlander 2, me wanting to watch it way back when, we may well not have known each other and not be doing this podcast. So,
and the whole world would have been a much sadder place.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, come on, life wouldn't be right without my flamingo.
It wouldn't, not at all. And this is just yet another awesome episode in our wonderful season of podcasts as well.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what we're going to cover next week. I'm sure we'll have a conversation off air and work out what our topic is on that one. But for now, I've just really, really enjoyed this one.
It's been good. I mean, like I say, I don't think we've probably covered some of the things I wanted to mention to you yesterday, but that's probably because with my advanced age, I can't remember what I was going to say.
I was going to say, if you've got things to mention, bring them on.
No, I can't for the life of me. I'm it was, as we were chatting yesterday, I was thinking, I must throw this in. No, I'll wait till tomorrow. It was probably something.
Now, so I'll never know.
Well, I don't know. It could have been things that we've already covered.
Yeah.
But if not, I'll make a note of it next time and keep it on a little piece of paper or near the computer screen so that.
Yeah, so at some point when we're doing an episode on meeting movie stars and getting autographs and stuff, you're going to be like, Condor Man, VHS, 1980. You're like, oh, that's what I wanted to cover. I'm like, then I'll have to edit it out. You know how much I love editing.
Oh, yeah, I know. Sorry, Melissa.
Sorry, Melissa, and Charity, and Mark.
I had to put that one in before we get the litigation.
Yes, exactly. But again, once again, I think we've clocked about an hour and 20, which is awesome.
Not done too.
No, not like 2.5 hours. Although, to be honest, I could happily talk about things like this for 2.5 hours.
Well, you say, half the time you don't want to finish, but you realise that what you want, the way that the conversation's going, you're moving on to like what you've sort of got planned for next week. It's right. I've got to cut it off there. No, I'll save that for next week.
I have no doubt that if we had the time and we had the sort of privacy and stuff like that, we could knock out this entire
series in one day, probably.
Complete arc in one session with several coffees next to us.
And a trip down to the sandwich shop.
Yes, exactly. Which, at some point, were they VHS tapes we used to watch? Or were they DVDs?
DVD were coming on to...
Oh, forget about them then. Yeah. Do that in another episode, the sandwich shops.
Definitely.
But yeah, VHS-wise, I think somewhere in my house I do have a VHS player. I'm not entirely sure if I own any VHS tapes. I think the only ones I actually own, and I'm pretty sure you own more actually, somewhere you'll have all these Japanese films kicking around and mangas and stuff, won't you? The only ones I own are the Godfather Epic, which was a re-edited version of the Godfather trilogy into chronological order with about 4 hours worth of extra scenes.
Ooh.
And the original, yes, Mr. Lucas, the original Star Wars trilogy in a big tin box.
Wow.
Which I think I have still got. And at some point when I'm tidying the house up, hopefully I'll find those along with a VHS machine and I might actually watch them.
Well, I've got to say, you're beating me there. I know for a fact we've not got a VHS machine. It wouldn't surprise me if I've still got a hell of a lot of my tapes, strangely enough, of old American football games, most of them at the time, because that was one of my things, recorded off the TV. I'll bet there's still a load of those up in the attic. But the one thing that I have that may be our saviour, somewhere I've got a gizmo and software that will record from VHS onto the computer. All the leads and everything. So yeah, if we ever do kind of put our heads together on that, we've got it sorted.
Oh my. I think that's the only reason I didn't get rid of those Star Wars things or the Godfather one, because they've never ever come out really on DVD or whatever format comes out and stuff.
Throw the challenge out there. Tell them to do them. Preferably the
They should. Lucas ain't going to listen.
No, he never does.
No, he did bring out the Star Wars trilogy on DVD, but he put them as full screen just to annoy everybody, so not even proper widescreen. But I have the I think the VHS ones kicking around. I'd be upset if I've thrown them out.
Yeah.
But they'll be in my sort of belly of the house somewhere. Who knows?
Someday you'll be tidying up into the case. Oh, that's where I put them.
Yes, exactly. So until next week, I think we should move on.
Yes.
But I just want to thank you again.
And to you.
For coming on.
I know I've been waffling, but it's lifted me. As we say, the weather's not very good, so it's good to have a chat.
It certainly is. And I have actually got your Twitter name in front of me now, so I'm going to read out your Twitter name. It's Werewolf, so that's W4R3, W, is that a 0?
That is a 0.
0, an L, and an F. So if you want to follow Bob on Twitter, go do so. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, you should already be doing it anyway if you're listening to my podcast. But for all those new people that Melissa and Charity are bringing in, my Twitter name is FromPage2Screen.
The podcast kind of gives it away a bit.
It does, but you never know.
Yeah,
because people might think that's the show name. Because you're on a FromPage2Screen show and your Twitter name's not FromPage2Screen.
Well, you see, I thought I wouldn't impinge on you. Me being a lowly co-host, I didn't want to jump up and try and put my name as... at FP2S something.
So finishing up the VHS thing, Anthony, Alex, Simon and I are doing a roundtable on Sunday night about The Shining, which is another film that I think I actually saw on the small screen.
Wow.
Not on video, but on TV. So still obsessed with the movies.
Again, a horror, but a very good one.
It is. I think it's more a creepy horror than anything else.
It's not a horror rather than a jump out and yell boo.
Yes,
so
exactly.
It's the good horrors to my mind.
It is indeed, not the gutsy, horrible, nasty ones.
Nah, not slasher fiction.
No, not at all. All right.
Okay.
Well, we shall catch up next episode.
Indeed, and I'm sure I'll talk to you before then.
You most certainly shall.
Yeah, you can basically insult me and come up and drink coffee, usual things.
1980, Miami. They called it Little Havana, where the American dream had a price tag, and only one man in a million was hungry enough to pay.
In this country, you gotta make the money first. And then when you get the money, you get the power. And then when you get the power, then you get the woman.
Scarface. For one brief moment, the world was his.
A chick is with me. She like me.
You must be kidding.
What you talking about? That's a Cadillac.
How do you know?
The eyes, Chico. They never lie.
Man, that's the boss's lady, okay?
I am the boss. That guy's soft. I like you, Tony. There is no lying in you. Here's to the land of opportunity. We do business together a long time. I know the street. And I'm making all the right connections.
Remember I told you when you started, the guys who last in this business are the guys who fly straight.
With the right woman, there's no stopping me. I could go right to the top.
The word on the street, Tony, is you're not a small-time punk anymore. Supreme Court says that your privacy can be invaded.
You sweep the house this month?
You're spending a lot of money on this counter-surveillance.
We're doing 10 million, 15 million a month. Come on. Now, that's serious money, you know? Your bank boys got to come down a bit.
Who else can you trust? That's why you pay us what you do. You trust us. You're in good hands with us.
Al Pacino is Scarface. He loved the American dream with a vengeance. Al Pacino, Scarface.
20th Century Fox would like to introduce you to Pee-wee and his pals.
Speaking of horny mother.
Tommy, Mickey, Tim,
What's going tonight, right? I don't know.
and the biggest man on campus.
Why do they call you meat? Because it's so big?
When they're not in class, they're into everything.
Save your energy, you're gonna need it.
Okay. Okay, pull over.
Coast is clear. But what they'd like to get into most is a place called Porky's.
I left my idea. Here, use this one. That's my Bible school card.
Unfortunately, we can only show you the outside of Porky's, because what goes on inside is not to be believed.
Boy, the locker room. Oh, it turned me on.
We'd like to show you more of the locker room, but this kind of physical education just isn't taught. We can't show you more of the shower scene, because what they're looking at isn't watered down.
They want us to look. They want us to look.
Porky's. You too will be back for a second look.
Okay, I'm ready.
Close Encounters of the First Kind. Sighting of an unidentified flying object. Close Encounters of the Second Kind. Physical evidence of a UFO. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Actual contact. Columbia Pictures, in association with EMI, presents Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The director is Steven Spielberg, whose most recent motion picture, Jaws, is already a legend. The producers are Julia Phillips and Michael Phillips of The Sting and Taxi Driver. Creating special effects is Douglas Trumbull, who in this film goes far beyond his achievements in 2001: A Space Odyssey. For the music, there was only one choice. 11-time Academy Award nominee John Williams, composer of the scores for Jaws and Star Wars. The technical advisor is the world's foremost authority on unidentified flying objects, Dr. J. Allen Hynek of Northwestern University. Heading the cast is Richard Dreyfuss, who has shown his rare talent in such diverse films as American Graffiti, The Apprenticeship of Dudy Kravitz, and Jaws. And making his American debut as an actor is the great French director François Truffaut, winner of the 1974 Academy Award. A close encounter could happen to anyone. It could happen to you. It does happen to Roy Neary. An average working man, Neary finds his life, his very world, changed.
Who are you people? We have very little time, Mr. Neary. We need answers from you. They're honest, direct, and to the point.
Who are you
Avez-vous
people?
pas fait récemment une rencontre? Have you recently had a close encounter?
I want to speak to someone in charge.
Une rencontre plutôt inhabituelle?
I want to lodge a complaint.
A close encounter with something very unusual.
What the hell is going on around here? Who the hell are you people?
The title of the picture, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, refers to an intriguing possibility.
Well, a close encounter of the first kind is one is close, but nothing really happened.
Close encounter of the first kind is visible contact with UFO.
Forget the shape and forget how fast it's going. It's something that you just can't explain. Close encounters of the second kind are those which leave a physical trace. Holes in the ground, fern rings, broken tree branches, telephone lines down, animals disturbed, the stopping of car engines. Then the close encounters of the third kind are the most interesting of all. Close encounter of the third kind is really when you meet them.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The experience of an ordinary man shared by people from all over the world, irresistibly drawn by a compulsion they don't understand, to witness the most dramatic event in the history of the human race. And what you will see has never been seen before. It begins in an Indiana town and leads to one inescapable conclusion.
The end.
I still do not understand why you want to break into the system.
Because, man, somewhere in one of these memories is the evidence.
Trapped inside an electronic arena where love and escape do not compute.
Screen.
From page to screen.
Hello, Mr. Whitworth.
Good evening, Mr. Bannerman. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you.
Excellent.
I'm not too bad. How's yourself? How was your day at work?
Oh, long.
Can we use the word laborious?
That's quite a good one, yeah.
Yeah, that works. Anyway, this is like the third episode, isn't it, this one?
Yeah, we're doing quite well. You know, we've actually got our act together on this.
It kind of feels weird, though, because the topic that we're going to cover tonight is DVDs, and you think, well, how much more can there be? But whereas the video game one we covered pretty much chronologically,
yeah,
this one's going to be a little bit different. Once we get past DVDs, we'll be sort of jumping around and doing a few time jumps and here, there, and everywhere. So it felt a bit weird thinking, really, third one, and we're nearly up to date?
There's so much more, though. I mean, on this one, we go into the future. We're going back to the future.
We do. There's something I forgot to mention last week as well when we were talking about watching movies in the home, mainly the video recorder and VCR and stuff.
Yeah.
Before I actually had a VCR, or rather before I had a double tape, because that's how we used to record films back then, none of this downloading and burning it to a CD or a DVD malarkey. You literally had two video recorders and you would hook them up via, was it SCART cable back then, or was there a different? I think there might have even been a different cable. There was. Yeah. I remember the SCART coming in. It's like, what's this weird thing? You would copy one to the other. So you would obviously degrade quality the more copies you did. Mm-hmm. But what I used to do when I just had one video recorder was I would put an audio tape deck in front of the TV, tape the soundtrack for the whole film, and then listen to that on a Walkman.
Wow.
That was things like Cobra, First Blood. Yeah. Some of the Rocky films, I used to be able to memorize those because obviously I just had the audio thing. So I forgot about that. I was at work today and I'm like, damn, never mentioned that. That's how I used to.
I was going to say, did you never have one of the? I mean, it's one that I never had, but I knew people that had them. I think it was. I'm going to drop someone in it now. I think it was Amstrad or someone like that brought out the video recorders that had. Would take two tapes at a time, and
I had one.
Yeah.
Yep, I did. It was indeed Amstrad, but they were crap.
Yeah.
The quality on them, for playback, it was fine, but when you would play back a quality, a lot of the time it would sound sort of fish tanky, so it would be a bit warbly. The quality was not ideal on that. And then, of course, once the inevitable happens and one of your tape decks breaks,
yeah,
you're knackered, aren't you? Regularly through the years, I would have to take the top off a video recorder and get the old screwdriver out and stuff. You're not really able to do that with a DVD player now, are you?
No, but
it's all circuit boards. But it was mechanics when.
Yeah, I suppose the good thing there with it though is like you can't do that with a DVD player, but a DVD player you never get the tape wrapped around the heads.
Happened many times.
Yep.
Yeah, many times. And also with a DVD player, you can go out and buy one for £20.
Nowadays,
$30 or whatever it is. But video recorders, they were literally 3 figures, weren't they, at one point?
Oh, easily. If you wanted a kind of the standard ones when they came coming out, over here you were talking £299 plus, weren't you?
Yep.
Easily. So, it took a long while before they came down in price.
Well, my first video recorder I rented from a little place, and I can't remember how much it was, but it's like £30 a month for a TV and a video recorder, because I just didn't have the money to buy one outright. Later on in years, I had video machines. I was looking for one the other day. I thought I must have a video machine in this house, but I don't think I do. I actually don't have one.
Oh.
I've got like a crawl space in the house. It's just so full of crap. It's unbelievable. I was looking for those Godfather things and the Star Wars ones that we mentioned. I couldn't find them, but they're probably in there.
Well, you see, kind of Melissa's going to be really upset now.
Yes, because she's after things transferring, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. But bearing in mind, anyway, their videotapes won't work on ours. Because it's a different, or will they?
I think Australia, aren't the Australian ones the same as ours? The region-wise was... I know it is with DVDs, isn't it? We're up that way. DVDs. I'm not too sure on tape. No. There we go. Odd question.
Way back when. So DVDs, can you remember when you first... I'm trying to think, what the first disc you saw was, or what nudged you over to DVD from VHS?
I'm going to play my Joker here and take over and say, right, I'm playing this now. You know that you introduced me to DVD, so I want to go on timeline and reverse the question. You've got to start this one. What was your first DVD?
I can remember what got me onto it. A guy we used to know, I would say we still know him, but we never see him. A guy called Everton. He was always one of these people that would have to have the latest gadget, have to have the best, have to have the most expensive and the biggest and the flashiest. So he ended up picking up this thing called a DVD player, and I think he originally got one for his PC first. And another friend of mine called Andrew went abroad. I think he went to the States. And Everton wanted this film called Kids, which is a Larry Clark sort of film. And he said, if I give you some money, Andrew, can you bring it back? I was like, yeah, no problem. Andrew freaked out when he came back with this DVD, because it turns out the film had been banned in the UK. So he started panicking. So what would customs have done? Nothing, because it was a legitimate movie.
Yeah.
In fact, I just wonder what happened to Larry Clark. He used to make lots of films. I'll have to research that later on. And he brought this thing back, and that was the first disc that I actually saw. And I'm like, what? These things are well thin. Looks just like a CD.
Yeah.
And then I got Everton to videotape this film, to record it onto a VCR. Somehow he'd managed to get the technology to do that.
Yeah.
So I watched the film, and it's like, yeah, it looks fine. And then he got one called Mercury Rising.
Ooh.
Which is a 1998 film starring Bruce Willis, and it's about him protecting a little autistic kid when all these FBI agents realize this little kid's cracked a code and they try and chase him down and stuff. Very similar to like Enemy of the State, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But Everton had taped it wrong because he'd accidentally put the wrong audio track on it, and he'd put the director's commentary on this thing. So I put the film on, and I'm like, what the hell's this? This is weird. And I was just hooked, because it's a case of, I could just imagine the possibility of listening to a director of any given film talking about that film for 90 minutes, because this was something that you would never, ever get.
Yeah.
You would see a magazine interview, or maybe a 10-minute interview on Film 99 or whatever it was. But you never get the chance to hear people talk for an hour and a half on one specific film.
On why they'd made it, etc. And the problems in making it, and some of the strange things that happen.
Exactly. So then what I would do is every time Everton went, I've just bought a new film. I'm like, let me have a look at it. Oh, it's got a commentary. Here's a videotape. Go take me the commentary. And I think that kind of niggled him a little bit. And I ended up thinking, I'm going to get one of these DVD players. And it cost, these were well expensive, these things. A couple of £100, or if not more than that, I think. They weren't cheap.
I think when they were first out, you were talking 300 or 400, weren't you?
Easily.
Yeah.
So I ended up picking one of these things up. Now, because of the region coding, a lot of people go, why did they do region coding? Certain companies in certain territories will own the rights. Like Titanic, I think in America was Paramount that released it. It was Fox in the UK. So obviously Fox don't want people importing the Paramount one and they don't get any money type thing.
Exactly.
So they put this region coding thing in where a disc from America won't play in a UK one, blah, 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 unless you buy a hacked DVD player,
or
which they charge you, or hack it yourself. I always got somebody else to hack it for me. And you could buy these multi-region DVD players in shops, and again, they're around the £300, if not more than that. And I know you ended up with one of those things. I ended up with one. And I was just hooked on the commentaries. My first ever DVD, and I actually still own that particular copy, was Joel Schumacher's 8mm starring Nicolas Cage.
Wow. I remember seeing that in the cinema.
Yeah, I saw that in the cinema. They literally the same day that I flew out to Los Angeles for 5 weeks in America.
Ooh, very nice.
I saw that and The Mummy, I think it was. Or it might have been The Matrix, actually, on the same day.
Yeah.
We watched that before jetting out. But it was The Mummy, The Matrix, and 8mm that were my first ever DVDs.
There you go.
And I still own The Matrix one. And I still own 8mm, but The Mummy, I don't think I've got any more.
DVD, brought to you by the letter M.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Or the number 8.
Yes.
That works. So what got you into it, anyway?
Right, well, as you will probably remember, at the time, you were running the video shop.
Yay.
Now,
into the ground.
Well, like you say, I was kind of, I got to know you as friends up there. Every now and again, to give you a day off, I did some cover for you, or I think there was one time you went on holiday and you basically said, can you look after the shop? So
here's the keys, I'm out of here.
So I did the best job I could, but it's like you say, at that time, most of the things in the shop were still video, VHS based, but you had these new things called DVDs. You'd got to.
I had the thing on the back wall. It was like just behind the counter. The first DVD section was literally 12 things, and there was enough for about 12 discs.
Oh.
Yeah. And it wasn't even full up at the beginning.
No.
So, yeah.
But it was literally a case of I think you had at the time you'd even got to a player, DVD player in the shop. I think I'm trying to remember back now, but I know, as you say, we became friends, and I can remember you saying kind of, "Oh, you've got to come round to mine. I'll show you this." I think I've got a strange feeling you had a surround sound then.
Yeah, I did. I had the sort of it was built into the TV. It was a 36-inch Panasonic.
Yeah.
The size of a bloody house with that TV, but it was a really cool TV.
Yeah.
It was like a $2,500 television. Years later, fully working, I ended up selling it for £40 on eBay. So I was gutted. I wish I'd have kept it.
Yeah,
because it worked. But yeah.
But I remember kind of like say you basically. You did the kind of sales spiel, if you would, on me, and you said, right, this is the film on VHS, and you played a clip of something. I can't for the life of me remember what the first one was, but I remember you playing me the clip, and it was a case of, this is VHS, and it was a case of, right, and this is on DVD, and it was a case of, ooh, that looks pretty. And at a later date, I think the one that you showed me that really showed the sound off of the surround sound is you played the opening sequence of Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, that's still my go-to disc. You've got sort of a couple of films. You've got the opening of Gladiator.
Yep.
You've got The Fast and the Furious, and you've got Saving Private Ryan. If you ever want to show a DVD or anything off to anybody, put one of those 3 movies on, and they're instantly like, oh my God, I think I've just orgasmed.
But yeah, basically it was a case of those kind of sold me on the concept. So I had some money at the time, which is a rarity. And
this is how far back in our memories we're going, isn't it?
Yes.
When we had spare money.
But then it was a case of, right, as you say, a lot of the things that were coming across, or the availability, is things were available in the States a lot quicker. So, as you say, we looked into the multi-region settings. And I can remember going down to, I think it was Richer Sounds at
Manchester,
Prestwich.
Yeah. I think I remember going down with you, actually, at one of your trips.
And we basically kind of went in, and it's a case of, right, okay, let's have a see. Because I'd done my research online and kind of for stereo equipment and what have you previously. I'd been to Richer Sounds, a bit of a advertising for them there, but they were a very good company. Yep. Still are.
Are they still there?
As far as and it was literally a case of went in, got the setup. The same friend that we mentioned earlier, this Everton, had a television that he was getting rid of. It was one of the early plasmas. I got it for a snip compared to what he'd actually paid for it.
Yeah. He always used to do that. He'd spend silly money on something and go, I don't like it. And you'd get it for about a third of the price, if that.
I think this was about a quarter.
Nice, yeah.
So, it was basically a case of ended up with that. I seem to remember you helping me out setting it up here, actually. Kind of getting the TV and the DVD linked and what have you. You made sure I had the right cables, and like I say, it was then a case of okay, need something to watch on this. I think I borrowed a couple from you, and then I seem to remember the fateful day, a trip to Manchester.
I remember it well, with shopping baskets, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, multiple.
Yeah. Didn't we do that twice? I think we went stupid on DVDs. I'm sure there was more than one time that we did it.
But yeah, HMV in the Manchester,
I think it was the Trafford Centre.
It was, the big one there.
Yeah.
And it was literally a case of, right, spoilt for choice. I had my list of must-have ones. I'd got my recommendations from you, and into the world cinema part and all this, and I was very much into the anime style then as well. So,
you're also into your Seven Samurai and your Jimbo and all that sort of stuff, aren't you?
Like I say, that was all in the world cinema section at the time. All the Akira Kurosawas. And loved those. So it was a case of, right, what's available. So you're going through all the catalogue there. I seem to remember we spent a good couple of hours just in that one store.
Oh, easily.
And like I say, the shopping baskets, I can remember walking up to the front with at least two of these, both overflowing, literally with the weight of them, and with DVDs, that's pretty hard. They were digging into my arms.
Yeah, that was a lot of DVDs, and you could just see the look on the assistant's face. He's like,
if they'd been on commission.
If they'd been on commission, but I think if it had been 10 minutes before the shop would have shut, I think the guy would have tried to chin you.
Yes.
Like, thanks a bunch. It's going to take me about 20 minutes to ring this lot up.
But yeah, I remember doing that, and then, like I say, spending quite a long time working my way through quite a lot of them. Because, of course, you had the TV series as well that we'd started onto. There was things like 24, as well as movies and everything.
I mean, you'd started on your CSIs and your Law & Orders, and I mean that's the killer, isn't it? A TV series can take up so little space on a shelf, but so much time actually watching it. It's like 18 hours per season for something.
Well, this is it. You look back onto, as I say, the podcast of last week. You mentioned the box sets that you had of, I believe it was Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, it was.
Or Next Gen and what have you. And the amount of space that they took up. And then you looked at the same thing as a DVD box set, and it was a case of next to nothing.
Yeah.
So you basically your shelf space went that much further.
And a lot of, I think the thing that swung DVD for me more than anything else was the special features. I was really into these commentaries. To this day, I don't really know that many people that do listen to commentaries. I still do, but that was the main thing for me. And still to this day, if a DVD's got a commentary in it, that can be the difference between me buying it and not buying it.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, you go back to the original videos, VHS, it was literally, you had the main feature. You had a little bit before where probably kind of the Federation Against Copyright Theft did some kind of blurb, saying don't copy this. You know, you might have had, you know, kind of, you know, some kind of small thing on there, an advert. You know, you had the trailers for what was coming soon, a bit like you would in the cinema.
Yeah.
But there's nothing really in the way of like a making of or anything like that. And then, like you say, these things, DVDs came along that, you know, looked like coasters you'd, you know, put your coffee on. But it literally was a case of there was so much extra on there. The quality of the picture was normally better. You know, you could skip via scene. You know, it wasn't a case of, right, press the fast forward button, go and make a brew. You know, it literally is a case of, right, I want to jump to chapter 5, you know, this scene.
So you mentioned the quality thing there. A lot of people around the DVD time, and certainly a lot of people now with the Blu-ray time, they use their reason for jumping to a next format as, oh, the quality's miles better. I never had an issue with the VHS quality.
Oh, no.
It is better on DVD and it is better on Blu-ray, but it's the same film. And I've never, ever watched the VHS go, well, that's awful. How can I watch that? It's horrendous. To me, it was the special features that won me over.
On top of that, at the time, the screens you were watching these on, you know, basically the quality on a VHS wasn't a problem because most of the time the screens you were watching on were kind of up to date for the time. But
I'd be interested to see what a VHS looked like now on a high definition TV because obviously there was no high def when we first picked up DVD players.
I'm just guessing, but I would guess you would be able to spot the difference.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I've seen the difference on an Xbox. If you play it on a high-def TV and then go down to a regular one, you're like, ooh, that's awful. How could I play that? So I suppose it's very, very similar. Probably worse, actually.
Yeah. But, I mean, chatting with one of the chaps at work who used to work for a company doing a lot of the special effects, he was saying, just to throw one in as a specific, the Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings ones, you know, basically when you watch those films on a high-def television with, you know, in full splendor, they do show a little bit now, even though we're talking, like say, you know, literally kind of 10 years ago, if that.
Yeah, scary to think that's like 10 or 11 years old now, though, isn't it? It's like, what? How could that be 11 years old? That's just wrong.
But, I mean, in a way, that's one of the reasons I think that, I know we're going into trivia now, but with The Hobbit, Jackson's actually filming it in high def at 48 frames per second instead of the standard 24.
He is, and there was something on, just to sort of slightly deviate, there was a thing called CinemaCon in Las Vegas the other week.
Yep.
And that used to be called Show West. Apparently they showed some footage of this Hobbit.
10 minutes.
And it, from all accounts, it hasn't gone down very well. I don't know for what reason. But then Peter Jackson was running around going, it's not finished yet, this is just a test. So for some reason, and people are sort of saying it looks a bit weird. It looks like you're on the film set because it's a different way of looking at a film. I suppose it's a bit like 3D where people are like, I don't quite know if I can get used to that. So it'll be interesting to see what The Hobbit looks like.
I think the finished product will be better.
Yeah.
And it's one
of faith in the Jackson.
Yes.
Most definitely.
But anyway, back on track.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So DVDs. I mean, we've both still got DVDs. We have neither of us upgraded to Blu-ray.
Nope.
But we can touch upon that near the end. Yeah. I have my own reasons for not doing it. One of them is probably financial.
Yeah.
I think. What were you? So we've touched on the upside. So quality is a bit better. You got special features. Storage is always a good one.
Yes.
Any downsides to it?
I don't think so. I mean, you know, like I say, both formats in media formats are can be still a bit delicate, should we say? You know, you can scratch DVDs. You know, they're fragile insofar as, you know, they bend, you know, only so far before they go snap.
You mean they're not indestructible?
No, despite
apparently they used to be. Yeah, you could put jam on them and everything.
Yeah, drop them in everything. But like I say, you know, we both touched on the issue with VHS and jam sandwiches.
Yes.
You know, so
same thing with the DVD and jam sandwiches.
Exactly. So I don't know. I don't know if there actually is a downside to my mind. It's. I mean, it's like you say. We'll be touching on Blu-ray later and the reasons for not swapping yet. And I do say yet. But I would probably say that I had the same reservations in a way with VHS, insofar as, you've got quite a few that you have, and you think, basically kind of replacing everything, it's going to be costly. Can I transfer over what I've recorded, things like that. So, I mean, I can't really see a downside other than cost implications. Yourself?
One of the ones that always niggled me, and it still does to a certain extent, is when you watched a VHS, if you decided, well, I've got to go to work now, I'll watch that later on, or I'll watch it next week, or something like that. You could take the VHS out, put it wherever, put it back in a day, a month, a year, and you carry on from where you're watching it. DVD, you can't. I know you get players now and again. I've got one in the house where it remembers the last 20 discs or whatever.
Same here.
But it used to always niggle me, and I'm like, unless you take note on the counter, going, right, 1 hour 37, right, I'll write that down and I can carry on when I get back in once a chapter skip. Oops, I've accidentally skipped too far forward. Oh, I didn't know he died. Wonderful. Plot spoiler yourself. That's one of the major sort of niggles. But the sort of durability of the discs as well.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have you watched a film and it just stops, or pauses or switches itself off, and you're like, for God's sake. And you've got to switch your machine off, take the disc out, give it a clean, put it back in, and so on, and try and chapter skip forward. I know with VHS, the tape would sometimes chew up or go a bit crinkly, but it very rarely stopped. It would carry on and go a bit manky and then resume itself, usually.
I've got to say, I've been quite lucky in... of all the discs that I've watched, I could probably, count the number on one hand that I've had issues with. The only one that I noticed was... when they went from, when the new technology came in and they went from single layer to dual layer.
Yeah.
And, it's basically a case of, there was that just a millisecond, probably half a second sometimes that it had just seemed to freeze as it swapped there.
Yeah.
And that was the one that always used to niggle me at one point. That was the only thing.
That still sort of happens nowadays on certain film. I think that's more to do with the player, though, isn't it, and how it buffers.
I've got to say, I've not noticed it in recent times, but, I suppose I'm just lucky.
Possibly. But no, the layer change used to confuse so many people. I would get people bringing these things back in the video shop going, hey, it paused. Well, it would do. Why? Why does it pause? It's a layer change. It's a what? What's a layer change? You'd have to explain the whole technology to them. Oh, stop it. Or they'd bring it back and go, it's in Spanish. No, you've selected the wrong language track. How do I pick English?
I've seen that so many times, yeah. Or how do I turn off... Yeah, it's got subtitles. How do I turn them off? That was the other one.
I mean, I could literally do a whole podcast with the dumb questions customers ask.
Yep.
And who knows, I may well do. My own personal favourite, and I think this was a VHS one rather than should have replied that last week. Yeah. Customer goes absolutely berserk. I want my money back. And a lot of customers, well, not a lot of customers, but you'll get them where they'll come in and they'll think, I'm a customer. I'm going to scream at you and there's nothing you can do about it because I'm a customer. And the customer apparently is always right. This guy went mental because the film didn't work and blah, blah, blah. And apparently it was playing black and white and it wasn't supposed to. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? I want my money back. Open the box, Schindler's List. So I'm like, well, it's a black and white film. He's like, no, it isn't. And I'm like, it is. It's a black and white. It was shot in black and white. Well, it was okay at the beginning. And I'm like, no, that's just the colour bit at the beginning before it goes to black and white. You're trying to fob me off, and he wasn't having it.
Oh.
But needless to say, he did not get his refund.
Yeah. It just goes to show stupidity has been around for a long time.
And I used to try and recommend things like Clerks and Schindler's List, and you would get people going, I'm not paying for that. I've got a colour license, so I'm not wasting my money on a colour license watching a black and white film. You're like, oh. It's probably part of the reason I closed the shop down. It was just doing my head in with all the stupidity. So.
You get a lot of decent people, but you get some right fools.
Exactly. I mean, I think the other place we used to buy DVDs used to do our sort of semi-regular trips to HMV, and we'll touch upon this in later episodes as well. I used to pick a lot of mine up from the movie memorabilia shows that we used to attend.
Same here, as you well know.
I cannot for the life of me remember the website, but they had a stall there.
Yeah.
I used to buy a lot of them from them, and then you would go down and you go, I'll buy all these DVDs. By the way, my name's Stuart. And they go, good to meet you. And they would know who you are. Yes. And I've forgotten the name of the company, but that...
I can even picture the people You know,
I can picture
remember
exactly
them
where
at
the stall is.
Yeah,
yeah, it's in sort of top corner type.
that was
thing.
it. Yes.
And they were, I used to, because they were all the imports.
Yes.
You didn't have to go on the website and click on Play USA or whatever, which isn't there anymore either. That's gone. You could literally just browse through all these little baskets of all these DVDs. And you're like, wow, Criterion Armageddon. How much? 40 quid. Bargain. Yep. You pay silly. I paid £65 for a collector's edition of Scarface,
yep.
which I've still got. It's in a big briefcase thing with a money clip and all sorts. But they're a lot pricier than they are now, DVD discs. You wouldn't think twice about paying 40 quid for a collector's edition.
Wasn't it them that you used to get was it the Super Bit editions?
It wasn't. I still have 3 or 4 of those as well. Yep. Still got some of those. Super bit. Yep. That was where they stripped off all the special features and sort of upped the bit rate. So it's probably the equivalent of a Blu-ray, I think.
Yeah.
And you would get DTS sound belting out your speakers and stuff like that. But they were a little bit more expensive than the regular DVD as well. So they saw us coming. But I used to buy a lot of DVDs from them.
Yeah. It's odd though, but when you're an enthusiast and you do appreciate the changes, it's basically if your equipment is, I know that sounds dubious, if your equipment is good enough to basically be able to spot those changes. So, like you say, at the time you had a good DVD player, the surround sound, good television. It basically, that extra money was worth it on films that you really did want to keep.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think I got a bit carried away though, because I would end up just buying things because I didn't have it.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, The Lion King, I haven't got that. I'd no real interest in watching it again because I'd seen it a couple of times, but I would still buy this thing because it's on DVD. I can get rid of the VHS, which I don't really have.
Yeah.
So I sort of got very, very carried away and ended up with a DVD collection of something like 1,500. But I used to be able to justify it, going, it's for the shop.
Then you got rid of the shop.
Then I got rid of the shop. But all these films that I would buy and put in the shop, nobody would rent them because, Lion King, I've got it at home on videotape. Yeah. It's fine. But it could all get written off with the shop expenses. So any profit that I made in the shop, I used to just blow on DVDs, which was, fine by me after I paid all the bills and stuff. Yes, exactly. In the hope that the video and the DVD thing would last me years and years and years.
Exactly.
But it didn't. But it did buy me a rather hefty DVD collection.
Indeed, indeed. I think we've both got those, as you know.
I think we have. I mean, what's your sort of running total, approximately?
I think after clearing out several and putting them on one side for, like, say, going onto eBay, etc., I think we're currently down to just over 500.
Very nice. I want to get to 500, but I want every film that I've got to be a film that I really want to watch.
Yeah.
Again and again and again and again. Not something where I'll watch that once and not bother with. So I do get rid of some on eBay.
Yeah.
Some films, I've sort of told people over time which ones I'll get rid of. I'm like, why are you getting rid of that one? Why have you kept that one? It's like, well, even though it's like I've still got Stallone's Cobra, but I've got rid of something like Leon.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying that Cobra's better than Leon, but I'm likely to watch Cobra more times than I'm going to watch Leon because I've seen it probably about a dozen times. So it's...
Well, this is it. It's a case of different films as well. You've got that. It's a case of you can appreciate the fact that the film was a really good film. You may have seen it at the cinema, bought it on DVD then, watched it on DVD once or twice, but that's it. It's a case of, I've basically kind of got to the end of the lifespan of that. Other things that, I mean, we both got the films that, we think this way. It's a case of they're not necessarily box office smashes. They've not necessarily broke the bank, not been big hits, but they are what you would term feel-good films that you will go to again and again.
Yeah.
And, it's basically a case of, you want to lift, so you'll put a comedy on, and you've got the same ones that you'll go to. It's a case, well, I watched it a couple of months ago, but it makes me feel good. I'm going to put that on. And same with other ones. Like you say, I know that Cobra's one of yours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Much to a lot of people sort of, huh? But you really like that film? It's like, yeah, it kind of works.
It's
put
okay.
It on in the background, put it on loud, it's bullets flying around, so it works.
I can counter it totally. I've even got permission to mention it, so I could do.
Yeah.
My better half has a wonderful taste in what she terms feel-good films.
Yeah.
Her feel-good film is Panic Room.
Yeah, the David Fincher one. See, David, I don't know whether David Fincher would be happy at having made a feel-good film like Panic Room.
I mean, most people would not class that as a feel-good film.
No,
but I mean, she, we've laughed about it before, and she has said, "I've got permission to mention it." So there you go, darling. If you're listening, I know you're in the other room at the moment, so you probably are. I've mentioned it. We've got the chuckles.
Panic Room was one of those films that I originally bought, and it was what they call a vanilla version. So it basically had nothing on it other than the movie. And then I upgraded to a special feature one, which is a triple disc thing, which it's got commentaries and making ofs and all sorts.
Did you lend that to Anne?
No, I may well do.
I'll mention it.
I would regularly sort of trade up in the same way Jamie Gray, I think, trades up on his video games. Yes. He'll buy something, then get rid of it, and then buy the singing, all dancing version. I used to do that with DVDs. I think the most recent one I've done it with is Avatar. I bought the sort of bare bones version, or the coffee cream version, as I used to call it, because it's not really worth it. And then I upgraded to the version that's got 3 different versions of the film on it. So,
well, I mean, this then brings us on in kind of the full scheme of things to a very pertinent question. And that is the fact that, like say, you go and see these films at the cinema, and for my example, I'm going to throw in Lord of the Rings. You see the first one, and it's a case of, right, great, you love it. You then, kind of 6 months down the line, they bring it out on DVD. So it's a case of, I want that, buy it. Another 6 months down the line, they bring out the director's cut.
Yeah.
Now, these are the ones that you read up on them when they're basically going to be putting them out, and it can be anything from like 7 minutes to an hour of extra scenes just in the normal running. They kind of reworked, as in kind of jigged with the running order of certain scenes, and it runs differently than the theatrical edition. But it can make such a great difference. And that, to me, is one of the things that DVDs really win out on.
Yeah, there's only, I think, twice on VHS that I've ever seen something similar. The first one was Aliens, a special edition.
Yes, which
they put out on videotape, and that was huge. I don't know why anybody would go back and watch a theatrical thing, but the video shop that I worked in at the time, around 93 onwards, I mean, we touched upon it last time, they had loads of copies of Aliens special edition. And then the other time was The Abyss, so another James Cameron film, which they brought out on VHS with an extra, I think it's like 18 minutes or something. So, and it made a massive difference to the film. But touching upon the Lord of the Rings thing, a lot of filmmakers will make you go and watch the thing at the cinema.
Yeah.
And then they'll go, haha, new version. You're like, oh, for God's sake, why are they going to watch this in cinema? Lord of the Rings did it a little bit differently because we knew there was an extended version coming out at some point beforehand. So fair play to Peter Jackson on that one. And just to ride along upon his coattails, we went to see a film called Kingdom of Heaven.
Ooh, nice.
Ridley Scott. And again, even before the theatrical release, he said at some point there will be a very much longer DVD version.
Another fantastic
he put it out
film.
Beforehand, and it's a massive difference. A lot of people watch the theatrical and went, well, that's crap. Didn't like it. You watch the extended version, perfect film.
Well, this is it. There's so many of the films that have worked on the director's edition better than they have in theatre. I mean, you've touched on some that were on VHS, and I know you'll jump on me if I'm wrong here. One of the ones that kind of started the whole concept of, going on to the director's cuts and all this has got to be Blade Runner.
It has indeed. Yeah, that was one of the earlier ones, wasn't it? Because is it right that it originally didn't have a voiceover, and then they decided, well, we need a voiceover, so they stuck one on.
Yeah, I think that was right. Yeah.
And then what happened with the director's cut was there was some theater in America that was showing a special print of Blade Runner years and years after. And then once the film started, everybody thought, hang on, there's something weird about this film. And it was, in fact, what became the director's cut. So there was no voiceover, and they're like, oh, my God. Yeah. And then they put this thing out. I actually own a DVD box set of Blade Runner, and it's got like 4 versions of the film on.
Very nice.
So it's got them all with commentaries. Then there is a 4-hour making of Blade Runner on this disc, and it's very good. I put it on one evening when I bought this box set. It was when Sharon was still here.
Yeah.
And I said, can I just watch this Blade Runner thing? Yeah, it's fine. I didn't know it was 4 hours, but this thing just kept going. So put it on about 8 o'clock at night. At midnight, it's still running.
Yeah.
She wasn't happy. But I was, because that 4-hour making of, you never get that on VHS.
No. But I, in kind of the counterpoint to what I've said of like the director's cuts normally being kind of a much better thing, and we love DVDs because of this. The one that has been a bit of a letdown to me, and I've got to mention this because, as you know, it's one of my feel-good films, is the Gone in 60 Seconds one with Nick Cage in. The theatrical edition of that was a feel-good. It really, it's one I can watch and it makes me feel great every time. It's pick me up for me.
Yep.
The director's cut, it goes a bit darker and it just doesn't have that buzz that the original had.
It does. I mean, there's only something like 2 minutes extra footage in it, and I couldn't quite pin down what the footage was, but for some reason it just turned it into a rather depressing, grim film, didn't it? And I don't know how 2 minutes worth of footage can do it.
I think a lot of it was the two brothers, wasn't it? It was them talking face to face, and it just changed the tone of the film.
Yeah, and I didn't like it. I ended up selling my director's cut and just keeping the theatrical one.
Don't blame me.
So it's a bit, but sometimes, and I think the difference between these director's cuts is some filmmakers do it for the right reasons. Peter Jackson, Ridley Scott.
Yeah.
Some do it just to cash in.
I
remember.
Sorry, damn, did I do that?
No, Lucas is a prime example. He's well impressed that DVD came around and Blu-ray. But one evening, and this was probably about a year ago, where Annette was here with her 13-year-old daughter, and she likes singing and dancing and all that sort of stuff. So I thought I'll put Coyote Ugly on, which is a great film, and it's a feel-good film. It's a 12 certificate. It's not an issue. We put it on, and this was a slightly longer director's cut, and I had no idea what the extra footage was. It was pretty much like a hardcore sex scene smack bang in the middle of the film. And you're like... And they're looking at me, and I'm like, seriously, I've never watched this extended version before. It's been on the shelf for about a year and a half.
Oh.
I can see why they cut it out, but it changed the whole dynamic of the film into this kind of like adult film, not a porn adult film, but just like this adult
change the feel of
film.
Yeah.
And it was just grim. In the same, and funnily enough, another Bruckheimer film.
I've got to say though, you've probably just sold the director's cut to Melissa and Charity there, but.
Probably the sales for that thing will spike. So, Mr. Bruckheimer, thank you very much for the signpost you sent me years ago. But, can you send me a check or some freebies or something? Ultimate Director's Cut, Oliver Stone's Alexander.
Ooh.
He didn't just extend it once, he did it twice. So I got suckered into buying that I didn't get suckered, but I bought that 3 times. We saw it at the cinema.
Yes.
We were one of the few people that really enjoyed that film. Yep. A lot of people didn't. Then it came out on DVD, same version, fine, bought that.
Yep.
And then they brought out a director's cut, which was a little bit shorter and slightly re-edited.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, I'm going to get that one, because they both had separate commentaries on.
Yep.
The original version was by a historian, and the director's cut one was by Oliver Stone, so I thought, brilliant, buy them. Then he ended up bringing out what he's called Alexander Revisited, which is like a 4-hour version of Alexander. And it is far superior. It's a bit like, I would compare it to Kingdom of Heaven theatrical versus Kingdom of Heaven extended. Totally re-edited.
Yeah.
So it's not even in the same order as the version we saw.
Yeah.
Loads of extra scenes. It is well impressive. I just wish he'd have done a commentary on that one. But he didn't, unfortunately. I suppose he was all Alexandered out.
Yeah.
But that's one of the better director's cuts that I've seen.
Well, this is it. I mean, certain directors as well. I know we're kind of drifting away from cinematography in a way, but we'll carry on with this vein. Some of the directors are a lot better on like the benefits of DVDs and the extras they put in.
Evan Smith.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Certain films you might think that's an okay film, but the director is X, and I know that when that comes out on DVD, it's going to be worth picking up just for the extras. if nothing else.
I would put forward Kevin Smith, who does really, really good commentaries, loads of deleted scenes, and he's starting to do making-ofs.
Excellent.
John Carpenter.
Yep.
Anything with him and Kurt Russell in. Always entered. Their commentaries are, in some ways, better than some of the films.
Yeah.
But, Escape from New York, that I'm still envious. I want to watch on the big screen, had 2 commentaries on it, one by the producer and one by John Carpenter. So you got literally to listen to 2 different opinions for the full duration of the movie.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think what other ones, but there's a lot.
But yeah.
And that's what swung it for me, is these special features, and it's what still, keeps me purchasing these things. I mean, look at some of the Bond DVDs.
Oh, yeah.
Some of these films date back to the 60s, 1962. And yet each disc has got a commentary and at least 45 minutes worth of making-ofs on it. You think, well, if you can do that for a 1962 film.
Yeah, a film that was made that long ago that, kind of, like you say, half the stuff that they've probably put on has been on cutting room floors almost.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a case of, come on, modern day guys, do it better. Take a lead from some of the best ones out there.
What is the best? I mean, if you had to pick maybe 2 or 3 of your Prime DVDs that you still own, what would you? What to me would sort of? What are your trophy ones?
What, as in kind of?
As in your own personal favorites. If somebody said, right, you can keep 5 DVDs or 5 box sets, which ones would you have?
Right, it'd be a hard thing to narrow it down that far, but ones that come straight to mind would be Seven Samurai, Akira Kurosawa.
Yep, which I've still got that of yours, by the way. So it's currently residing at my house.
I'm going to force you to watch it at some point.
I need to watch it. It's in the book of 1001 films, so it will get watched at some point.
Yeah. Like I say, Gone in 60 Seconds is definitely one of my feel-goods. Midnight Run, we've touched on that before.
Yeah.
One of my own personal favourites, and several people listening may kind of totally crucify me for this, would be box set wise, Boston Legal.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And the other ones would be probably MASH, the TV series box sets.
Yeah.
I mean, I love my CSIs and 24s and what have you, but it's literally a case of you can't. They're not a feel good.
No, and I think with things like 24 and whatnot, you could track those down relatively easy. They'll be on some TV channel or something at some point.
Yeah.
But I'd never seen all the episodes of MASH.
No.
Had it not been for DVD, I probably would still have not seen all the episodes of MASH. Boston Legal was another one. I've never watched that on proper TV.
Nope.
Ever, but I've watched every single episode until its end because of DVD.
Yeah.
24. I mean, that's the ultimate one where I think it was season 2 where you would come up and we would watch it on a Sunday night, and it doesn't work watching one a week.
No, and as you know, when we got onto the DVDs, was it season 2 or season 3, or maybe even one of the later ones? When it came out on DVD, it was released on a Friday over here. We both went out and bought it, and I watched the whole series over the weekend into 1.5 days.
I think it was 3 or 4 because you're still actually a couple of seasons behind, aren't you?
Oh, at least, yeah. I got married.
Yes. So it would have been 3 because 2 was the only one that we ever watched week to week.
Yeah.
All the other ones I've got them all now. I can start watching it.
Yeah. But yeah, like I say, that was a bit of a marathon.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not answering the phone. I'm just going to go straight through 24.
There's just not many shows that are out. I struggle on TV anyway nowadays. There's not really that much on television that really grabs me. Things like The Shield. I love that TV show, and I still own every single season on DVD.
Yep.
Same with Entourage. I've got all of those on DVD. Oz.
Yes.
Wow.
Again,
I don't actually own them.
But...
I sort of sold mine on because I've seen it 3 or 4 times. I figure, am I really going to watch it again?
But
You know,
I think we've got it, so you always will.
You may well do. Like, you know what? I really want to watch it again. There's a lot of TV shows that I've sold on, thinking I'm never going to watch that again, and I wished I hadn't. Things like Star Trek: Next Generation. I'd love to just think, I'm going to watch a Star Trek, but I don't own them other than the movies.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, film-wise, which ones do you consider, like say, your keepers? Your ones you'll always keep going back to. Your top 5. It's a case of, like you say, if someone said, right, what you can carry, you can keep.
I'm going to cheat and go for box sets on most of these, I think. First one I ever bought, and it cost me £150, and this was around 2000, probably 2001 maybe, and it was a 10-movie Oliver Stone box set.
I knew you were going to say that one.
Mostly because it's 10 Oliver Stone. I'm a massive Oliver Stone fan.
Yeah.
And pretty much a lot of his films, in fact, the majority of them, I think Platoon and Salvador weren't in there, but it was all like You're Born the 4th of July, Heaven and Earth, Talk Radio, Wall Street, Natural Born Killers, The Doors, JFK, Nixon, and all that sort of stuff. A lot in there. And these things are loaded with special features.
So you can't go wrong with that.
Oh, I spent days and weeks just going through all these. I mean, JFK itself it's an extended director's cut, weirdly enough. So is Nixon. Full-length commentaries listening to Oliver Stone talking about his films, and he's part historian as well. So it's not just we used a 35mm lens on that. He's like, this is why I put that bit in, and here's my thoughts on who did kill JFK.
Wow.
So it's very, very interesting. So I'll pick that one.
Yeah.
And just Christmas just gone, I paid I think it was 35, 45 pounds it was.
I know what this one is as well.
For a 35 film Clint Eastwood box set.
Excellent.
Now, out of 35 films, I'd probably seen 20 of them. So I figured, right, for £45, I'm getting quite a lot of films that I've never seen.
Yeah.
All the Dirty Harry ones are in there, which I have seen. But there was things like Bronco Billy, The Honky Tonk Man. Never even seen these films before. And then what I've been discovering is, certainly in all the Dirty Harry films, they've all got commentaries on them, which aren't even mentioned on the box.
Yeah.
There's no list of special features, but I'm like,
but when you put the disc in,
on it. It's like, would you like the commentary? You're like, there's a commentary on it? What I tend to do with the commentaries is rip them from the DVD, put them on my iPod,
and listen to those.
And then at some point I will listen to them.
Yeah.
Because you know yourself, if you go, dear, we're going to watch Dirty Harry tonight. You've never seen it, but we're going to watch it with the commentary. That wouldn't happen, would it?
Not going to happen.
No, that's just somebody talking. Let's watch the film. So that's why I have to rip all these things to DVD. So I've gone for that one, Clint Eastwood one, which I'm still working through. My other one would be the Alien Quadrilogy.
Ooh, yep, can't go wrong with that.
Which is Alien 1 to 4. Mine's a Region 1. Reason being, commentaries, funny enough. The version that was released in Britain has got sort of 2 discs per film plus an extra disc with special features.
Yeah.
Now on Alien 3, there's a different version. It's the version that David Fincher would originally have done before the studio stuck their nose in and went, well, we'll tell you what to do because you're only a filmmaker. So they've put this version on there. On the British one, there's no commentary.
Yeah.
On the American one, there's commentaries for all the alternate versions.
Oh, wow.
So UK version, Aliens theatrical, you get a commentary. UK director's cut, you don't get a commentary.
Ooh.
So what? And it's different commentaries.
Yeah.
It's not even the same one. So that's the one I've gone for.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know how much it was, about 40 quid or something, but it's well worth it.
Yeah.
And so that's 3, isn't it? What am I up to now?
Lots of DVDs because they're big box sets.
Lots of DVDs. I think I'll probably just leave it at those 3. I think those are my main 3. I've got things like Scarface, but I could get rid of that because I could always see it somewwer else. And but no, I'm going to go for those 3.
I've got to say, with you mentioning Clint Eastwood, it has brought one more to mind that I would keep. And that's probably my most favourite war film ever. And one of the ones from his early career, I believe, which is Kelly's Heroes.
Nice. That's actually my box set, I believe. So is Where Eagles Dare.
Oh, yeah. Another good one.
I found a 4th DVD.
Go on.
What I love to do now and again is name drop. Just because my life's weird.
Yeah.
How I've ended up being on a podcast and stuff. It's not by... I'll study to study media and I'll go into broadcasting, and none of it is just like, I'm going to buy a headset and do a podcast.
Yeah.
And it kind of works. Is my Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring theatrical DVD.
Ooh.
Autographed by Peter Jackson himself.
Purely because of the autograph, I'm guessing.
Yes, purely because of the autograph. Reason being, I was actually supposed to go down and meet the dude.
Oh, nice.
I think I've probably touched upon it before, where there was a guy who used to come in the video shop and he used to work on the sound decks,
Yes.
and I got a tour around Pinewood Studios and saw all the Bond sets and stuff. Well, one of the previous times, he said, "Do you want to go down to London? I'm going to go. We're scoring. I think it was the Two Towers.
Yeah.
I think at the time we're scoring that one. I'm like, okay, I'll see what I can do." And next thing, he just disappeared for like a week, and he came back up the week after. And I said, "Oh, how did the Two Towers thing go?" He went, "Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't come back in," but whatever his reason was, he went, "But I got Peter to do this for you," and he gave me this DVD autographed by Peter Jackson. So that has to go in there if the house ever goes into flames.
Yes.
So that's one of my. Peter Jackson actually did a signed DVD for me. Which is currently sat on my shelf. So
Very envious. Very envious.
It'd have been better if I've actually met him and he would have done it face to face, but I can't complain too much.
Well, I was going to say, come on, we're going to touch on this later on in another one, but at the memorabilia kind of fairs we went to, you met some pretty special people.
Pretty much.
And you got, to chat with them and autographs, so.
Yes. Exactly. I think there probably will be a whole episode devoted to writing to movie stars and film stars and TV stars and just actually meeting them and stuff. And it's every time I try and tell somebody these sort of stories, that kind of sounds like I'm bragging. I do it in a jokey way. I just find it really weird that I've been able to do stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. You're not bragging. It's just a case of you're more of a kind of kid in a sweet shop type thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got Peter Jackson's autograph kind of thing.
We were chatting about things when we were at cinema and, the grief thing. I've had a couple of emails going, "What do you mean you found a corpse?" So I've had a couple of those already. And it's just, exactly, a kid in a sweet shop. I just find it really sort of starstruck type thing that I'm like, "I just met all the cast from Red Dwarf," that type of thing.
It's a good thing. It's not a case of, haha, I've done it and you've not. It's, I've done it. I've seen them.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes me feel good, and it's my escape.
Exactly.
And we've touched upon the whole escapism and stuff. And I'm still like that nowadays. I mean, not regularly, but especially on Twitter and stuff, which will end up being another episode as well. If somebody who I've seen in films sends me a message, I'm like, "Oh my God, they sent me a tweet."
And when they start following you, that's a totally different matter.
And I've had that as well, and it's like, that's so weird. I'm not running around going, "Yeah, me and Sam Neill are best mates now." It's just like, Sam Neill sent me a tweet, or Kevin Smith or whatever. It is the pure kid in the sweet shop thing, and it's so light-hearted, but I just really, really appreciate it. So
this is it. It's not like you're a stalker. Well, not that I've noticed.
No, I don't have the money to stalk people, so crazy.
Yeah.
So as we round this one up, though, why have you not gone to Blu-ray?
Right. I would say, again, reiterating something that was mentioned earlier, my major consideration for not going to Blu-ray is, I would probably say, financial. As we've said, I've got on my keeping list over 500 DVDs. If I was to try and replace those, imagine the financial cost. That would be my major consideration. Again, I would probably say that at the moment, technology as well, Blu-ray is better than DVDs and what have you. It's higher. You can stick a lot more on because there's a higher capacity on a Blu-ray disc than there is on a DVD. But it's with the way that screens are yet, I don't think you would notice too much of an increase. It's not factorially better. It's a case of, it's marginally better.
Yeah, it's not as big a jump as VHS to DVD, is it?
No.
You do notice a change because the place where I work, they have these TVs for sale, and they have Blu-ray players hooked up to them. And when I started working there, I went over to my boss and I'm like, "Are these Blu-rays or DVDs that you're showing?" He's like, "Oh, the DVDs." I'm like, "Why? Why are you showing DVDs on Blu-ray players to try and sell high-definition TVs.
Yeah.
Is it all right with you if I put, and there's only 2 of them that you have control over.
Yeah.
I says, is it okay with you if I put Blu-rays in them? He's like, you can do whatever you want. He says, as long as they're use certificates.
Yes.
As long as they're sort of
You're not
family
showing
friendly.
anything dodgy.
He said, try and pick something we've got a few copies of, because that way people will buy it and stuff. There's no point putting one on where there's one.
Yeah,
All right.
we've put the last one in.
And I put, I think it was Cars 2 that I put on. And you can notice a difference.
Yeah.
And I put like Happy Feet 2 and stuff on. And you can notice a difference, but it's not like, wow, I'm going to buy one of these next week.
Yeah, it's not like going from a standard screen to a high def.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's one of these things you just want somebody to go, hello, have a Blu-ray player. You're like, wow, thank you. That's very nice of you. Because then, have a bunch of discs as well.
Yeah.
What I'd like to see is the difference between, because I know that DVDs can be upscaled.
Yes.
Because the technology on the actual disc is actually better than the player that we've probably got. Or definitely the one I've got. Mine's a few years old. If I could sort of see an increase in that,
yes,
that could actually nudge me to get a Blu-ray player, but not necessarily rush out and buy the Blu-ray discs.
Yes. Well, I'm kind of thinking that it won't be too long before we start getting, like, say, better TVs. We're coming on to the advent in technology-wise of 3D and all this. We've gone to high def. The screens are getting better. So I think that possibly a few years down the line, the screens will be able to do kind of true benefit and justice to the amount of data you could put on a Blu-ray. So then it might be a bit different.
Yeah, true. I mean, my worry though is, and you've touched upon it with the amount of DVDs that you've got, and if you had to replace them all, it costs you a fortune. You're not going to replace them all in a month, are you?
Oh no.
It's going to take you a year or maybe even longer than that. How sickening would it be to get to a year from now and you think, brilliant, I've replaced most of them, and then one company goes, hey, look at this new format. You're like, oh, come on.
Yep.
Really, I've just bought Blu-ray. And that's the main reason that I don't want to go over.
Yep.
Because I know that there's some format. And VHS we had for
decades.
1980-ish, or just a little bit after 1980. So we got it for nearly 20 years actually. How long's Blu-ray been out? 6 years? It's not long. And Blu-ray came out 7 years after DVD sort of took hold.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, I'm not happy with the jump.
Well, the other thing is, if you had to replace all your films, could you? Have they been transposed onto Blu-ray yet? Yeah,
exactly.
Is it available on that media? That was one of the things again that perhaps held me back on going from VHS to DVD. It's a case of back catalogue stuff just wasn't done. And I mean, to give you a general idea again, as you know, kind of, my other half and your other half have both got Kindles reading wise, and it's a case of one of the things that's holding me back from that is basically a lot of my back catalogue of books have not been put into electronic format.
No.
So if everything I had was available in electronic format, I may do that. And again, you'd consider it if you could guarantee that everything you had on DVD was available on Blu-ray.
Yep.
Yeah. But
we shall see. I've been tempted maybe a couple of times to think, Blu-ray. I think one of them would have been Star Wars. The box set that came out, had they not done all the silly little alterations to it, and that stopped me. I was like, forget it.
Oh, come on, you know that in another 2 years' time he'll put out a different box set in a different format.
He will, and I could cope with the previous versions, but I think, forget it.
Do you really want Jar Jar Binks in 3D?
I don't mind Binks. It's the no at the end of the Jedi that just knocked me off. I'm like, just stop it. So that stopped me, and I'm trying to think what else there is that's come out. Mission Impossible, things like. I mean, some of the films coming out this year. It's not so much a history comment this, but this year for me has been an awesome year for films that I've watched. I normally pick out 2 films each year that become my favourites. This year so far, I've got maybe 7 or 8 that are going to be battling for those, and it's only May.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through.
Not even halfway through. So even if no more films come out that are any good, Dark Knight Rising or whatever, or Prometheus, I'm still going to be struggling picking the top 2 films. So they would be very, very good on Blu-ray, some of these films that I've watched, but it's mainly expense for me.
I'd probably have to agree with you on that. Like say, if someone, if the house burnt down and I lost them all, heaven forbid, and you had to claim on insurance, it may be a different matter then, when you're having to start out. But currently, I mean, that does, again, raise another point. House insurance for a DVD collection like that.
I don't even want to think
don't
what
go there.
contents are. Even with all the artwork and stuff, it's like, oh my God.
Well, I mean, even just with your DVDs, saying you've got 700, 800 now, I'm not sure, I'm guessing.
Yeah, something around that.
At the absolute base minimum, you're talking probably on average £10 per DVD, say.
Yeah, definitely to replace them.
Yeah, especially if some of them are box sets. So and that's probably a conservative estimate. So you're talking over £8,000 just for that.
Yes. Although, which is weird, if somebody knocked on my door and went, "I'll give you 5,000 for all your DVDs," I'd be like, "All right." I would. That's a good thing, actually. If somebody knocked on your door and said that, would you be like, "Fine, give me the money," or would you think, "Sod off," having it? I would be okay with that, because I don't struggle for sourcing films anymore. I think with the change in technology and stuff, which we'll turn into in another episode, it's easy to find movies to watch now.
Yeah, true. But
whereas way back when, we would have to go to the cinema, we would have to buy the VHS or rent the VHS or buy the DVD. Now you can watch these things on the internet legally. So I'm not even talking about obtaining them from various sources, but you can watch them streaming. You've got applications on your Xbox like Crackle, which Columbia do. And I was singing their praises earlier on to them. You can watch a lot. And you don't tend to have a choice of the films, but you can just go, you know what, I just want to watch something. Boink, done, free.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think for me, something like that, it'd be like losing a friend.
Yeah.
Call me an old stick in the mud, but it's like I said, some of the films I really wouldn't want to lose. If someone said, okay, I want all your DVDs, here's a load of money, and I guarantee to replace, kind of 50 of them, whatever you want, straight out. Yeah. That might be different, because then
what would your number be if somebody said, right, you can keep X amount? I think mine would probably be 50.
Yeah, I'd probably say that. That would be my cutoff. Anything below that, it would be the 2-finger salute.
Yeah, it's like, right, let me keep 50, now go away and come back in a week, and hopefully I'll have managed to pick out the 50.
Yes. Or at least made a list of all the rest that I want to buy again.
Well, I tried to do 100.
Yeah.
And I did actually manage to do that list, but then now and again I'll look at another film, I'm like, oh, that should have been on there.
Yeah.
So it's around 100 I think I could keep.
I mean, this is it. The whole thing with films is they are a mood thing.
Yeah.
You know yourself, you come home from work sometimes and it's a case of, I could really do with watching a good comedy, or, I want a thriller or an action film. It is a mood thing. Some days you'll just go, oh, I really want to watch X, such a film. And other days you'd come back and go, no, I want this one instead.
Yeah. I remember one of the best films I watched last year was Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
And it's one of those I've ended up buying the original one and stuff. And I watched it on day one. And then Annette came over and I'm like, I've just watched Sucker Punch. That was amazing. Let's watch it again. And we put it on again. And it's sort of about 2 or 3 days running I would watch this thing. There's not many films nowadays where I think I could happily just watch that more than once in the same week.
Yeah.
But that was definitely one of them. So what do you still buy a few DVDs? What were some of the most recent ones that you've picked up, and why? I know you'll pick up a lot of children's ones now.
Yeah, doing a lot of children ones now. I would probably say that some of the latest ones would probably have been the Harry Potter ones.
Yeah.
As you say, basically I read through all the books when, well, I wouldn't say when they came out. I came to them when I think the first 2 or 3 had been out. A guy I was working with put me onto them, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll give them a read. Then, of course, like I say, Warner's bought out the rights to make the film and all this, and blah blah blah. The rest is history, as they say. So, and again, is an avid reader of those. So, we wanted to get the films to keep. Other than that, like I say, a couple of TV series, perhaps, but. The films themselves, I've kind of quietened down a lot, which is a pity, but yeah. But again, I would probably say that a lot of the films that I like have been kind of ones from a couple of years ago. So, for me now, I could probably pick them up quite cheap.
Yeah, that's what I do now. I won't pay anything over £5 for a DVD.
Yeah.
The only one I might pick up is the remake of Girl with the Dragon Tattoo because it's got a commentary on it, funnily enough. And I've tried to sort of watch that a few times in various sources, and it just will not work. So I'm like, you know what? I just might as well just buy it.
Yeah.
But I tend to pick up my favorite films of the year.
Yeah.
So I picked up like the Sucker Punch, The Fighter, and Red State from last year.
Yeah.
But I have a £5 cut-off limit, which is like, right, if there's any more than that, I'll just wait. And at some point, you will find it for that price. But I only buy films I know that I like. I don't gamble on films anymore, which part of me thinks is quite sad because I don't discover any little gems like Midnight Run. I just will not gamble on films I've not seen.
As we'll touch on in a later show, I would say the widespread availability of films now, should we just put it that way for the moment?
Yeah.
Does make it so that it's very easy to do that, and you basically just take a chance. Like you said, you mentioned the Crackle. You don't have a choice of what's on there. It's just bang.
No.
And you might see something you think, I probably would never watch that at the cinema, but I really like that.
Yep, I will now go out and buy the original.
Yeah.
And that's the way I work. I mean, I was on a show with Anthony Alex the other day, and we were chatting about the whole piracy thing and stuff.
Yeah.
And several times when somebody's like, pass me a copy of a film on, if I like it, I will go out and buy the original one.
Exactly,
so I don't have, my 600 DVDs, there is no copies on there. No. They're all shop-bought originals.
Well, this is it. I mean, you know yourself from like our little kind of club that we used to do. It was a case of we'd watch films that each other would recommend. And with quite a few of those that you kind of brought to my attention, should we say, I've gone out and bought it.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the ones, I remember at the time, kind of one of the absolute classics that I'd never seen and you were absolutely gobsmacked about, you actually bought for me in one of our outings to HMV. And that was The Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
You were totally gobsmacked. I'd never seen this, and it's because I'd never even heard of it. And you said, right, I'll buy it you on the condition that you sit down and watch it.
Yep. And you sat down and you watched it.
Yeah, and that's on my keeper list.
I ended up trading in my copy and picking up the triple disc collector's edition with a commentary by Frank Darabont.
You swine, you see.
Weirdly enough, though, that triple disc, you can actually buy it in Asda for $5 now.
That's
for the triple disc version.
God.
You're like, what?
You can't go wrong.
I paid about £15 for that when Asda used to be at a different place.
I was going to say you'd have probably paid double that for it if because it's one of those that you really would want.
Easily.
Yeah.
Yep. Now you can pick them up for next to nothing. Even Blu-rays are about £7 now.
Yeah.
They're about. Mission Impossible came out this week. It's £11 for the DVD. Mm-hmm. It's £15 for the Blu-ray, and within that Blu-ray, you also got a DVD copy.
But again, I mean, this really does bring us to the question of cinemas at the moment, which we'll touch on again a bit later in the thing. But it's literally a case of the cost of going to the cinema now. Take just for you, like you say, yourself and Annette. When Mission Impossible came out, for the two of you to go and watch it, how much was the full trip?
The full trip, it would cost us about £8 or £9 in total for. Actually, no, it would cost a little bit more. If we went in the evening, it would cost us £6 in total for the bus trip.
Yeah.
It would cost us about £15 in total for the cinema, up to about 21 there, and then we'd have to get a taxi back because the buses stop at silly o'clock over here. So you're talking an extra tenner for that, so about £31.
And wait 6 months, you can pick up the Blu-ray for £7, £11. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's basically you can sit and watch that in the comfort of your own home. Because, I mean, it's not like you're watching now on a 22-inch TV.
No.
You know, modern televisions now, the size and quality of them, and like you said, the sound, etc. You know, you're in the comfort of your own home. If you need the bathroom, pause, away you go. You want a drink, pause, go and get a drink. Yeah. There's none of this tied to a given running time. Yeah.
Although sometimes I think it's a bad thing that you can pause, though. Because when you're in the cinema, if you're watching it with somebody and they need to go to the bathroom, tough. They miss part of the film, so be it. You don't. But if you're in the house, or your phone rings, or somebody wants to make a cup of coffee, or somebody wants to go to the bathroom, can we just pause this for a minute? You're missing the film then, and not because you need to go to the bathroom, but because somebody else wants to. And I think that is one of the things I'm not a fan of regarding watching films in the home. The ease that you can just stop and break yourself out of the sort of viewing thing. I mean, we were watching The Shining on DVD the other day for a movie roundtable that Anthony, Alex, and I were doing with Simon.
Yep.
And it was part way through the axe chase. So Jack had cracked up, and the DVD just did its thing, and boom. So we had to sort of stop it, take it out, clean it, put it back in. But it breaks you out of the atmosphere because you're like, oh, where were we again?
Well, this is it.
It's like, oh.
It is I suppose in a way, a film is a totally immersive experience. And any kind of interruption like that just takes you out of it. But in the same thing, in the cinema, as we've touched on before and probably will again, you've had the issues with people rustling sweet wrappers, talking, mobile phones, And again, that takes you out of it,
My sort of embarrassing moment of watching films in the cinema was World Trade Center. And I'm not proud of myself, but I sat behind these sort of 12-year-old kids who had all gone out for a birthday party trip to watch a film by Oliver Stone, who ain't a kid's filmmaker,
far from it.
about the World Trade Center, two people battling for their lives under it, and they were just mucking around. And I sat behind them and said, if you don't shut up, I'm going to kill you. I'm not proud of myself for doing that.
I'll pat you on the back. It sounds great to me.
It does, but it's like, and that's why the money and the annoying cinema audiences. Although on several occasions when I've been watching films in the house, Annette's daughter will be sitting on a BlackBerry, click, 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 and I can hear it because I've got really good hearing. It's just freaking annoying. It's like if you're watching a film, just don't have your phone with you. And I might actually instigate that rule when we have movie nights. Phones off.
I don't blame you.
Switch them off.
Sorry, if that was happening here, they'd be sent from the room and basically come back when it's finished.
Click, 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 click. It's really annoying.
Basically, you're obviously not watching this. Bugger off.
Yeah. Get out. And that was what I would love. I mean, I've not got the sort of TV setup that I would really, really like, but I would love to have a cinema room.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, right, I'm going to watch a movie. Anybody who wants to watch it, leave your phone in the basket. Come watch a movie. Otherwise, leave me alone.
I like it.
So I sound like a grumpy old sod, but so what? That's
it's okay. You sound like one. I am one.
Yes, exactly. But I love my films. Films are what I have. A lot of people have football. A lot of people have music. People have reading. Some people have both. Mine is movies.
Yep.
So I'm very protective of my enjoyment of them. So.
Definitely.
Well, I think we've rounded that one up. So we've touched upon why we're not going to go for Blu-ray.
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure.
Blu-ray at the moment.
Yes, or whatever new format is, but we'll see what comes out. I'm not entirely sure what is on the next episode. I've not looked at the schedule, but there'll be something. And we're going to jump around a little bit in time because there is an episode coming up at some point about movie stars and memorabilia shows. So obviously that will cover quite a wide space of time. I think I met my first sort of acting person when I was about 10. That was Inspector Morse's partner. What was his Wheatley, Kevin Wheatley?
Yeah.
I think he was the first famous person I ever met. So.
Ooh, you did, I'll have to think on that one. I can't answer straight away.
Yes, but to me, he was the person out of a Wiedersehen pet, not from Inspector Morse's partner, because that hadn't even come on yet. Yeah. So, but yeah, so we're going to be jumping a little bit around, but we'll try and stay on track. So.
Definitely.
So once again, thank you very much. We are, as you mentioned at the beginning, we are doing very, very well with this schedule, by the way.
Yeah, we're keeping on track. This is a rarity.
It is.
We're going to have a break at some point just to basically keep our track record going.
Well, normally it would be just before the last episode.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
So we'll get to the penultimate.
We'll have a week break then, possibly.
Well, it's better than before. I think we had like a 2 or 3 month break,
Yeah,
I think,
definitely.
before, didn't we? But we're doing very, very well on this one anyway.
And enjoying it.
Yes,
I
exactly.
hope that everyone listening is enjoying it as much as we are.
They seem to be. And also, I'm going to say a big hello to John, who is the husband of a friend of mine called Sharon, and they're expecting parents. And John left a message on my blog. Well, they're not expecting parents; they already have parents, but they are
to become parents.
Expectant. Is that the word?
Yes.
Expectant parents.
Yes.
And I know that John's a massive movie buff. I'm going to rope him into being on a horror podcast at one point because that guy knows his stuff about horror movies. I know my stuff about films, but this guy really knows his stuff about horror films.
The guy likes tarantulas, of course he will.
He does, and he's like, look, tarantulas. I'm like, no, thank you, I don't want to see them.
Pet them, cuddle them. No, thank you.
They freak me out. But he left a comment on my blog earlier on saying he was really enjoying the program. So thank you, John, for listening, and hopefully Sharon's listening too.
Woohoo.
And you will get roped into being on podcast at some point, even if it's a distraction from
being father.
From wailing children.
Yes.
And yes, because as you'll testify, you need a distraction.
Oh, definitely.
Today, the Soviet Union has officially entered professional boxing.
This is not just an exhibition fight, but this is us against them.
He would like to compete against anyone who is qualified.
Drago is the most perfectly trained athlete ever. Whatever he hits, he destroys.
He could have stopped the fight. He could have saved his best friend's life.
I'll never forget you, Apollo.
But now, the one thing he can't do is walk away.
Has the fight date been set yet?
December 25th.
Where?
It's in Russia.
Are you nuts?
Miss Balboa, when will you be going to Russia?
I'm not going to Russia. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's had one professional fight, and one man is dead.
Tabibi, he's going to have to kill me.
Why can't you change your thinking?
Because I'm a fighter.
You can't win!
I must break you.
Rocky IV. David Lightman was a master at computer games. A fast thinker.
Oh, David! Maybe you could tell us who first suggested the idea of reproduction without sex.
Your wife?
Get out, Lightman.
And a promising student at an old game.
Hi.
With an electronic twist.
Are those your grades? Yeah. I don't think that I deserved an F. Do you?
You can go to jail for that.
Only if you're over 18.
This computer company is coming out with these amazing new games in a couple of months.
But I want to play those games.
Wow.
What?
We got something.
He found the right code word to play the game.
We're in.
But it was the wrong computer.
Shall we play a game? How can I ask you that?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Fine.
All right. What the heck?
trajectory headings for multiple impact re-entry vehicles.
How's that mean?
I don't know, but it's great.
All stations, this is Crystal Palace.
I wonder if I should use my subs.
22 Typhoon-class submarines departing Petropavlovsk.
What in the hell's happening here?
Oh my God.
Shall we play?
I have 7, correction 8. That's 8 Redbirds. Get on the sack. Tell them to flush the bombers.
Russians are still denying everything, sir.
Who are you working with?
Nobody.
I do not believe you.
Today we have Soviet missile warning.
Placed under arrest pending indictment for espionage.
Espionage?
Confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high.
Cobra Dane, is this an exercise?
Negative, this is not an exercise.
Give me the president on the horn.
It's still playing the game. It's gonna start a war.
Close up the mouth.
Is this a game or is it real?
War games. Playing soon at a theater near you.
Shall we play?
Steven Spielberg presents The Goonies, a Richard Donner film.
Hey, Mike found the map!
Whoa, do you guys realize what we could do?
I don't want to go on any more of your crazy Goonie adventures.
Meet Mikey,
I gotta go fast.
Brand, Andy,
Shame.
Come on, Brad. Slip with the tongue.
That's disgusting. No, I can't even look.
Mouse,
I gotcha! Now get out from behind there. You're ruining the painting. You're ruining my joke.
Stephanie, Data,
Booty Bango!
Guys, isn't that neat?
and Chunk. They call themselves the Goonies. They've stumbled onto a legend, but they're not alone.
Chunk, I hope that was your stomach.
No. That's the it.
Sounds like Kong.
Discover what they uncover.
Rubies and emeralds and diamonds.
The lost map.
Oh, this started the tunnel.
The secret caves. The hidden clues. The treacherous traps.
Hello, Sheriff. I'm at the Lighthouse Lounge, and I want to report, a murder.
Just like that last prank about all those little creatures that multiply when you throw water on them.
Take the oath. Join the adventure as Steven Spielberg presents The Goonies, a Richard Donner film.
New York, 1997. The entire city is a walled maximum security prison. The bridges are mined. The rivers are patrolled. And the United States Police Force has everything under control.
I'm going in.
Carpenters escape from New York. The high adventure of the future. One man must go in where no man has ever gotten out. And if he comes back alone, his nightmare has just begun. Who are you? John Carpenter's Escape from New York.
Heard you were dead.
This stuff is like gold around here, you know.
John Carpenter's Escape from New York. The greatest escape of them all is about to blow the future apart.
Screen.
From page to screen.
Oh, Mr. W.
Good evening to you.
Hello. This seems ages since we've done this. It's only been like 2 or 3 weeks, though, hasn't it? But it just seems like an absolute age. So yes, welcome back.
Thank you for the welcome, and welcome to you again. Like I say, it's been a while since we chatted.
It seems longer than it has been.
Indeed, yes.
I think, doesn't it? It's quite weird. It seems like an absolute age since I actually did any sort of podcasting, even though it's probably only been like a week or two. So,
time.
If you don't,
not having fun.
Well, no. If you don't, yeah, true. If you don't do it weekly, it sort of you really, really do get out of the habit quickly.
There's so much I could say to that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I was referring to podcasting, but I'm sure it applies to a whole bunch of things, doesn't it?
Yes.
So, and just to test you, do you know what episode 4 happens to be about? I cheated and looked.
Well, as far as I'm aware, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, this is kind of the sidelines from it, the tie-ins, things like the memorabilia shows, etc., and kind of all the, as we'll come on to later, tie-ins like theme parks and things like that.
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's going to be memorabilia shows because we went to, I would say we go to quite a few, but it's been years since we actually went to some, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know, it's been about 6 years or something since we went to one.
I know, I miss them. They were fun.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, did you and I go? I think you and I went to the first one that we both went to, I believe.
That sounds like double Dutch.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, the first one, you and I used to go to the ones in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Birmingham NEC, the big memorabilia shows. Yes. The first one I ever went to, I remember meeting a woman called Ingrid Pitt, who was an old Hammer House Horror one. Were you there on that one, or was it just me and Everton that went to that one?
No, that was the three of us, I believe.
Yay!
And of course, Everton's follies, should we say, with the James Bond actors, but we won't go into that yet.
Oh, no, but I'm sure we will most definitely go into it, though, because that's part of the fun, isn't
Exactly.
it? Some of the stupid things you hear. The first memorabilia show I ever went to, the one I met Ingrid Pitt, it was weird because I had some spare money at the time, you had some spare money at the time, and I got sort of obsessed by, oh my God, I'm actually in this big hall with movie stars, therefore I must get every single person's autograph, even if I've never heard of them, because they're obviously movie stars. Ingrid Pitt was one of them. I'd never really heard of Ingrid Pitt before I got her signature. But she was probably at the time 70, do you reckon?
Yeah, but she didn't look that old, said he, trying to kind of sound nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, she looked older than she did in the photos. Now, I remember going up to her saying, right, I want a signed photo, and I'm going to put it up on the wall in the video store.
Yes.
And she picked out this photo of her from one of her sort of earlier films where she was literally in a bath, topless. I'm like, okay. This is going to go on a wall, and everybody's going to walk in the shop and see it. She's like, that's fine by me. I'm like, okay. So I bought that one, got that one signed, and I also bought another one, a fully clothed one, and that was the one I actually put up in the shop. I thought, I really can't put a topless picture up on a wall. People go, who's that?
Well, this is it. It's a case of you tended to kind of be one of the more polite ones that they probably had to deal with. You basically let them choose what photo out of them. They generally had kind of a selection of about 8 different ones at least, didn't they? And it's a case of, you choose which photo you want me to have.
I mean, sort of bring everybody up to speed on memorabilia shows. You literally find one in your sort of local-ish area. They have them all the time. You do an internet search. You buy a ticket, you go in, you queue up, you meet whoever's on the guest list. You have a however long conversation. You get a nice signed photo, which you do pay money for. But to be honest, I always never really had an issue with paying for the autographs otherwise. I mean, what would happen if they were free?
True. Though, again, to throw the spanner in the works, as they say, I do remember one that you had a bit of an issue with.
Oh, God, yes. Mr. Chewbacca himself. Yep.
The rants were legendary.
Exactly. But I think the thing is, if these movie stars and TV stars and whatever stars were able to sign things for free, you would literally get people going down with 20 or 30 items.
And then selling them on,
on eBay and stuff like that. You'd never get to meet these people because the queues would be huge.
Exactly.
So I do think that £10 would have been better than 25 in some cases.
Well, yeah, no names mentioned again, but take the hint from before.
Chewbacca there. So yeah, want to sort of get the Chewbacca thing out of the way. We met the guy who you were there at that time.
I was, yeah.
Yep. Peter Mayhew, who played Chewbacca in the original Star Wars films and the Revenge of the Sith, I believe, queued up, said it's 25 quid, I think it was. So here's my money, thank you. And he had a photo of himself as Chewbacca. And I said, could you write to Stuart on it? And he went, I don't personalise them. I'm like, I'm sorry? What? I don't personalise them. It hurts my hand. I have to sign these things all day, and it makes my hands hurt.
And I'm thinking, how much are you being paid to be here, and how much are you getting per autograph?
I thought, fair enough. I'm not going to have an argument with Chewbacca, because that would just... Although that would have been a really cool story. I remember the day I tried to punch Chewbacca out and then got thrown out of the Birmingham Easy. He would have killed me. He was a huge, huge guy with hands like shovels.
But you had friends.
Yeah, there's security there as well. And he wouldn't personalise it. So he wrote, instead of writing to Stuart, Peter Mayhew, he wrote Chewbacca, Peter Mayhew. And the words Chewbacca, the letters of Chewbacca are actually more letters than to Stuart. So and it was on a photo of Chewbacca. So I don't need him to write the picture. I don't need him to write the name of the thing that's on the picture.
Well, like you say, there's so many different, famous Wookiees. You'd never be able to tell it was him if you hadn't put that on.
No, not at all. Not at all. So, yeah, I mean, that was, to me, the only RC celebrity person I've ever met.
Yeah, basically, it's a case of a missed opportunity, should we say. One of those ones that I've forever kicked myself for. Basically, I was going to these for a couple of years before we met with a female friend of the time. Both of us, as well as them being movie memorabilia, they also did a lot in the way of comic books, and I was quite a collector of those at the time. But one of my favourite films ever, and I know I'm going to get flack for this, but I'm going to say it anyway, is a film, Big Trouble in Little China. And one of the guys there was a certain absolutely wonderful gentleman by the name of James Hong.
I knew you were going to say James Hong, and I know exactly who he is, and he seems like the coolest person around.
Well, this was it. It was a case of, at the same memorabilia show, they had a few people. Babylon 5 was big at the time, so they had a couple of actors from there, kind of signing autographs. But something that they did then, which I never noticed really at the ones afterwards, was they got some of the people signing autographs to actually do voiceovers on the tannoy. So announcing that they were doing kind of autographs and what have you, and announce everyone else that was doing it. And James Hong actually came on, and he basically did his introduction as his character David Lopan from Big Trouble in Little China. It was phenomenal, and I say, it was literally a case of we were going around. There was a couple of us there, and by the time I actually got to the point of thinking, right, got time, I'm going to go and get the autograph, he'd gone, and we were going shortly. I think he was on his lunch or something, and so I missed out. I would have really loved to have met him and chatted, but that was one of my first major memories of these. But absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I'd seen James Hong in things like the A-Team and whatnot.
Oh, he's one of those. Yeah, he's one of those people that's been in so much, and it's literally a case of often he is purely a supporting actor, which is sad because he is a great actor. He's done a lot of voice acting. If you've ever watched Kung Fu Panda.
I haven't. No, I haven't seen either of the Kung Fu Panda. I know people who have seen it, and they've put me off it just by saying they hate it. So,
no, it was fun. But yeah, like I say, that was probably one of my first ones because, like I say, I started out going down for the comics. But the number of memories that I've got from all these, though, we've had some pretty good ones, as you well know.
I mean, I know one of your favourite ones is John Rhys Davies, who played Gimli
yeah.
out of Lord of the Rings, as well as Salah out of the Indiana Jones movies. He was such a nice bloke.
He really was. I mean, literally, they were queuing around the block to get his autograph, but he didn't rush. He was laughing. He was joking with people. People were asking, "Can we have our photo taken with him?" And he was happily obliging, and making jokes about it, sticking the bunny ears up behind people.
I still have those photos. I have maybe 3 or 4 photos that I took of John Rhys Davies with Rick and Vic and whatnot.
And your signed photograph.
I do, and the only thing that niggles me about that one is because he had photos there, and he had one of himself dressed up in the Gimli makeup, so you couldn't really see his face. Yes. You could see the character, and he had the only one they had that was him was from Sliders.
Yes.
So I opted for that one because it looked like John Rhys Davies, not Gimli. And he wrote on it, to my good friend Stuart, which is fine, from Professor so-and-so. And it's like, I'd never watched Sliders, so it's like, I wish that Professor part wasn't there. It did sign it John Rhys Davies as well. And look how much, as you said, queuing around the block. And he wrote pretty much like half an essay on my photo. I mean, didn't complain whatsoever.
And how long did he stand there literally chatting with us? He literally, it wasn't a case of, right, what do you want on the photo? There you go, bye. It literally was. He'd have a chat with you.
I remember having a conversation with him about whether he's going to be in the next Indiana Jones film. This is the Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
And he was saying, "No, I've not had the call yet." And I said, "You should get the call." It's just weird, Every time I watch Raiders of the Lost Ark or Last Crusade or whatever, I'm thinking, I actually sat, had a conversation with that guy. Yeah. What a nice bloke.
But this is it. A lot of them were really genuine folk. You had all the ones from the Red Dwarf. Yeah.
Yes, and I think I've met actually every single one of those now, all the principals. Chris Barry was the most recent one. I have a photo of him with the infamous Lammy sheep. I met both the holograms, Kachansky, Craig Charles, Robert Llewellyn, who played Crichton.
Yep.
Danny John Jules, another really decent bloke who played Cat.
Yeah.
I think that time he'd just been in Blade 2 as well. We met most of the Red Dwarf one, a lot of James Bond people.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the, should we say, female leads. Would that be a correct term?
There were actually Bond girls. Yeah, the Bond girls as they class themselves as. A lot of those. Britt Eklund.
Yes.
Who was also in The Wicker Man, I believe. Carolyn Monroe.
Yes.
Who was in The Spy Who Loved Me. That was funny because that was one of the first shows I went to. Carolyn Monroe was there. And to be honest, I didn't look at her and go, "Oh, you were in The Spy Who Loved Me." I didn't really remember which film she was in, but you look on the desk and you can see it. You go, "Oh, that one's got." So you can piece things together. But the guy who was just behind me, I'd got my autograph, said, "Oh, I've seen your films. You're really, really good at them." In all honesty, I hadn't seen the films she'd been in for years, so I couldn't really remember. Pretty sure she was good at them. Yeah. But you don't tell them that.
No,
you don't know, I can't watch them. This dude behind me went up to him and went, "Can I have an autograph? Brilliant, here's my money. What films were you in?" I'm like, "You absolute tit." You can't, and you could just see the look on this poor woman's face going, "Really? You're obviously a big fan then."
Yeah.
So,
Well, I've got to say, now's the time to bring up the Everton story to basically top that one. I'm sorry, Everton, if you're listening, I'm sorry we're mentioning this, but, it's got to be done. Basically, they got George Lazenby there, one of the Bonds. I'm pretty sure most people know that he starred in the film on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
And what other Bond film did he star in? Was it just that one, I think? Yeah,
but our friend Everton, who professed to be an avid James Bond fan, he'd got a special edition book that had all, effectively the promotional posters, pictures of those in for each of the films down through the ages, starting with Dr. No, etc. And he decided it would be a great idea to get this signed. So, of course, as I say, Stuart and myself were there. We both knew who this chap was and what film he was, and all this. And you've got, like I say, Everton, who professed to be a very avid James Bond fan. He finally got to the front of the queue, opened the book at
1979's Moonraker.
Yeah, starring
Roger Moore.
And like I say, Stuart had just seen him and got a signed picture, and it was literally a case of George looked up, looked at Everton, looked at Stuart with a case of, "Does this guy know what he's doing?" kind of look.
I always remember, and that is one of the cool things about his memorabilia shows. I can't really remember what I said to George Lazenby, but I can still remember the look as he looks up, looks at me, looks down at this Moonraker picture, looks up at the guy who's handed it to him, who just went, "Can you sign it, please?" and looks back down again. And it's brilliant. I actually still think I've got a photo of him signing that. It's either that or he's signing my photo. But the thing is, afterwards, Everton tried to blame me. Because he said, "You told me he was in Moonraker." I'm like, "I beg to differ, thank you very much. I don't profess to be a Bond expert, but I know that he wasn't in that one."
I wouldn't mind, but it's there on the page. You know, you've got the movie poster with who's playing James Bond.
But then I think at one point Everton got annoyed at George Lazenby, not to his face, but he's like, "I can't believe you signed that." Well, what's he going to do? Tell you that, "No, I'm not signing that. I wasn't even in it." He's going to sign it, isn't he?
Yeah, you've paid your money. You're asking him to sign this. You know, you could have put a dinner napkin in front of him and he'd have signed it.
Exactly. But that was very, very funny. That's one of my highlights. But I love these memorabilia shows, and I wish we had lots of spare money so we could go to more of them.
Yes.
But yeah.
But I mean, this is it. It's a case of the number of people that they had. They tried to, you know, year on year, you had certain people that were perennially there. But they did try to kind of get other special guests in, didn't they? And it was phenomenal meeting these people.
Well, the Weasley twins were there from the Harry Potter ones, and I never bothered meeting them because I'm like, they're just kids from this little Harry Potter film that's come out or whatever. But I suppose, looking back, I wish I'd have got their signatures because those films were rather large successes, weren't they?
Oh, yes.
I mean, I think the biggest guest that I ever met was George Romero, who did The Night of the Living Dead and all the zombie movies. He was such a nice chap as well. I've got a photo of him with the little beanie toy sheep. I remember chatting to him about how many times he had to watch Land of the Dead while editing, and he's going on tour, and that's one of my highlights is meeting George Romero.
Well, again, you know, he was a proper, you know, a very nice, genuine person.
Yeah.
You know, the guy actually took the time to chat. You know, again, not mentioning names, but when someone says, you know, 25 quid, no, I'm not going to personalise it.
Exactly. It's like, but it's 25 quid. Okay, 25 quid to you, Mr. Chewbacca, might not be a lot, but 25 quid to me is quite a few hours' wages.
Well, I mean, just to put it into perspective, probably the two people that I remember at these shows that charged the most for their autographs were Chewbacca and wasn't it one of the chaps that played something like the second general from the right in Star Wars?
They always seemed, I'm not going to say arsey, but they always seemed a little bit above their
stuck up
station,
themselves.
speed, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, Chewbacca, it's like, well, what have you been in since 1983?
Yeah.
Because he hadn't been in Revenge of the Sith at the time.
Nope.
So it's like, I'm sorry, you haven't worked for 20-odd years, and yet you're going to be arsey. And yet you've got people like, John Rhys Davies, who was currently in
one of the biggest
awesome set of films. And he was the nicest bloke ever.
Yeah. Though, I've got to say, in defense of the Star Wars guys, I've never met the chap himself, me, but one of our friends, Rick, is a big Star Wars fan, and one of his favourites is Anthony Daniels, I believe, the guy who played C-3PO, and he's met him a couple of times at these things, and again, an absolute perfect gent, a real nice person. So he may be the exception to the rule on like the Star Wars crew that do the shows.
Definitely. I wouldn't have thought all the Star Wars people are arsey, but you do tend to hear a lot of them are, the stories about grumpy movie stars.
Yeah.
A lot of them tend to be Star Wars people for some weird reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they get sick of people harassing them. I don't know.
I suppose it is one of like the first major kind of cult fan type films, that most people still around would remember.
I suppose you've got that Star Trek, haven't you? Really?
Well, yeah, true. Yeah.
That were the biggies. But no, we used to spend a lot of time in the memory. There used to be long days. By the time we got back up here, it was, right, I'm going to go to sleep now. I'm shattered.
Well, I remember one time we did both days because it was over a full weekend. We actually booked into a hotel down there and, stayed over and went in the next day after a very late night.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would probably go down to some of them again.
Oh, yeah. Given a chance, definitely.
I tend to just look and see who's on and go, not bothered. But the first few were like, I don't care who's on. They're famous people. Let's go down and meet them type thing.
It is one of those things you'd like to see those kind of conventions and, kind of memorabilia shows move around the country a bit so that, kind of people in different locations could get easier access.
Well, they did have one. I mean, they had one. It's obviously not close to us, but they had one in Milton Keynes. And
Who'd want to go to Milton Keynes?
I went there once, but it was horrible. It was in like a shopping centre, this thing.
Yeah.
And they had the famous people, because Sean Astin was there, and I think Elijah Wood was there. It was around the Two Towers sort of release. But they had them in little cubicles, so you couldn't see them unless you paid money to queue up.
That's
And you're like, oh, come on. Whereas at the Birmingham one, it was pretty much open plan.
Yeah. Yeah, you could
So I
walk past
remember,
and see everyone else talking to them.
Well, I remembered snapping maybe a dozen or two shots of Elijah Dushku, who was in like Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Don't blame me on that one.
Like Never managed to meet her because they'd brought in this horrible ticket system.
Yes.
Where you needed to queue up and then you got a number and so on. But originally when we used to go to the Birmingham things, it was just queue up.
Yeah.
You join your queue and you would just meet the person. I didn't like the numbering system, but I was still able to get loads and loads of photos of Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't manage to meet her, didn't get an autograph, but so what? Still got these cool shots of her. So that was nice. But in a cubicle? Yeah. Really? It's horrible.
I've got to say, one of my favourite photos that you got from there has got to be Marina Sirtis.
Yes.
That was a very good photo as well. You know,
Deanna Troi from Star Trek.
Yep. But in the photo you've got, she's not in costume. She's literally just her. And it is very good.
Yeah. That was quite... I mean, are you on about the signed one or the actual shot there? Yeah. I always prefer... I don't mind the ones where they're in costume, but I prefer... You know, I've not met the character.
Yeah.
I've met the actor or the actress or the director.
You know, you may remember them for the characters they've played, but they are still a person.
Exactly, and that's the person I'm going to meet. I don't go, oh, Deanna Troi, you're awesome. It's like, hello, Marina.
Well, yeah, it's like you say, it's not a case of when you meet John Rhys Davis, it's not a case, oh, do the Gimli voice.
No, not at all. I met quite a few Star Trek. I met the Borg Queen, Alice Kree.
Yes.
Claudia Christensen from Babylon 5.
Oh, definitely.
She had laryngitis that day, so her throat was killing.
Oh.
So I'm like, you don't have to talk too much, just sign that. It's fine.
And smile for the camera.
I don't watch Babylon 5, but I saw you in Hidden, that type of thing. But I'm one of the nicest people I ever met, and I actually got a signed book from him. Because that's something else they did, of course. It wasn't just photos. If they happened to be releasing a book at the time,
biography, etc., whatever,
you could do it. I've got what have I got? John Glenn, who not the astronaut, but the James Bond director.
Yeah.
I got signed a book from him. I got Ingrid Pitt's biography. I was quite sad to hear that Ingrid Pitt actually died a few years ago. So I didn't. I found sort of way after she died. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
So I've got her signed book to read. Richard Keel from Jaws.
Yes, Jaws himself from Bond.
Brilliant bloke he was, and a wonderful book as well.
Yes.
So that's one of the few books I've read.
Again, a very nice person.
Exactly. Very tall person as well, am I?
Oh, yeah. But again, full of smiles. And it wasn't just for the publicity thing. He was actually a genuinely friendly and happy person. So
I would probably say, I mean, who are the highlights that you've met at these things? Mine would have to be George Romero, Richard Keel, and who am I going to go for? Probably just going to go for those two. I think they're my definite two. Wow, glad I met them. Tom Savini, of course.
Oh yeah. For me, I would probably have to say John Rhys Davis.
Yeah.
Would be my main one. But like I say, a lot of the times you go down there and you're going down to see two or three that you know of, and it's a case of there's about another 6 or whatever on, and it's a case of, okay, who are they? And because we went down in like a group, often people would be able to fill in the blanks, like yourself, with your knowledge of films. It'd be a case of, oh, yeah, that's the director of such and such. Oh, that's great. The person behind the camera.
Well, I also used to do a little bit of research, though. So if I hadn't really... I didn't know much about Person X.
Yeah.
I would do research on Person X so that when I go down, I don't look like an absolute moron going, what were you in?
Yeah. At least you can kind of blag it a bit, and it's case, oh, I really loved you in such and such.
Yeah, that's something else I used to do, because when I had the video store and I used to write screenplays and stuff, I used to write off to the celebrities, or who I would deem as celebrities, and I would always mention something that probably not that many other people mentioned.
Yes.
So I wrote to Oliver Stone and didn't go, Platoon was brilliant, that was awesome. I would say, that film that everybody thought was crap, that's actually one of my favourite films that you've ever done. Thank you for doing that. Obviously, I'd phrase I wouldn't use the word everybody thinks it's crap type thing. But that's what I did with Oliver Stone. I said, Heaven and Earth. I said, I really don't get why the critics panned it. that is one of the best films you've ever done, and thank you for doing it, and this, that, and the other. The guy off his own bat sends me a signed photo through the post.
Very nice.
David Fincher, who has done Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, Fight Club 7, and so on. I wrote off to him many, many years ago saying, I think it's really, really funny that everybody has realized how awesome you are when they were all slagging you off doing Alien 3. I love Alien 3. The critics are idiots. Studio are idiots. I'm really glad you fell on your feet. David Fincher writes me a note back saying, many thanks, Finch. And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. So you mentioned something that not everybody else is going to mention, or just be open with them.
Oh, yeah.
And all sorts. I mean, Through the Post is a very good way to sort of meet movie stars as well. It took me many, many years to get a John Carpenter signed picture, but I got one.
And it was worth it in the end.
Oh, very much so. David Cronenberg, it took me a few years to get that. Jerry Bruckheimer,
yep.
All Through the Post, just by writing off and just being honest and stuff like that.
Well, this is it. I mean, the other thing is, moving on slightly, you've got the whole concept of, kind of autograph trading as well. Buying them over the internet, people that have collected them, and then they'll sell on the photos.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at 2 as we speak that you actually got for me.
Which would be? Yep.
I've got The Sopranos on one side and the original CSI on the other.
Nice. And somewhere in your house you've got your Gone in 60 Seconds.
Oh, yeah, that's one of my favourites.
Yeah.
Though I must admit, Anne doesn't appreciate the fact that, one of the reasons I love it is Angelina Jolie, but we won't go into that.
But I mean, I've spoke to a few people not a few people, but people now and again who just don't get the whole autograph thing. They're like, why? Was so what? They're just normal people. Yeah. Well, yeah, but still.
And because they're just normal people, not meaning to put it down on things, but they die.
Yes.
If you get that little memento of them, especially if it is personalized, just your,
Yeah. It's like the Ingrid Pitt one.
Yeah.
I will treasure that more than I would if she was still walking around. I actually have in my possession a Marlon Brando autograph and a signed first edition of an Alec Guinness book.
Wow.
So,
And like you say, you're not collecting them to sell. You're collecting them to collect. Yeah. It is memorabilia. That's the whole thing.
Exactly, because you and I have spent so many hours talking about movies, and we've done, this is episode number 4 of this one, but we touch upon cinema and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's part of our lives,
exactly.
Isn't it? So, of course, we're going to surround ourselves with little trinkets of movie memorabilia.
Oh, yeah.
I get away with stashing my house filled, with more stuff than you do, but I have my own little room that's filled with it now.
It's like the lightsaber I bought at one of the memorabilia fairs, and then promptly smashed my light fitting with it. Oop.
Yes, you did. Yeah, now you have a Kinect to do lightsabers.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh, but yeah. But I mean, this is it. There's so many other kind of tie-ins as well.
Yeah.
When you think of all the things that, well, basically, there are in the world that, that people do. I've already mentioned the fact that we've got the, the theme parks, etc.
Yeah.
I believe you've been to several more than me. You've been to the actual, forget what.
I've been to Universal Studios in Hollywood. Yeah.
So.
And that's how obsessed I am with movies and stuff. The fact is that, I travelled halfway across the world and actually did these things.
But this is it. It's basically a case of, it's moved on. You've got, one of the ones that always kind of did it for me was the bit from Jaws. And they put that in the theme park. So you've literally got this tour of the studios, and you're going round, and the big shark comes out of the water.
Yeah.
That went for a while, didn't it? And then they rebuilt it, or
I think it did. King Kong went. That burnt down actually a few years ago, but I don't know whether they rebuilt it or not. I'm hoping they do. One of the coolest things I saw going around the backlot tour was the A-Team van, the DeLorean car from Back to the Future, and the Psycho house. The Bates Motel. It's going to sound stupid, but they are very tourist-based.
Oh, yeah.
And I know they kind of have to be, but I would like a genuine tour, that sort of thing, which I ended up getting going around Pinewood for a couple of days. It was awesome. Because it wasn't a studio. They don't do public tours.
No.
But there was a customer who used to come in the video store, and his job was to maintain the sound decks that they would use to record the soundtracks at various studios and stuff. So he knew that I was really, really into films. And then one time he said, "Oh, do you fancy coming down to London for a couple of days?" I'm like, "Well, that's weird because you're a bloke and you've just asked me to come down to London." But thank you, no thank you. But over sort of weeks and months, a genuine guy.
Yeah.
I thought, you know what? That sounds really cool, actually. He said, "Well, all you've got to pay for is your hotel room." He said, "Food's fine because I'll whack it on my expenses, but you just pay for your room." I'm like, okay. So I went down, and day one, I think we went around Pinewood Studios. I hung out with some of the Bond people, got a look round the Ice Palace set from Die Another Day.
Wow.
Past the Stanley Kubrick building, and he literally gave me a guided tour of Pinewood. I also met a musician at one of the other studios called Courtney Pine. I don't know if you've heard of him or not, but he's quite a big musician. He was there, and there was another dude there, and here I am talking to this chap, and I'm like, "Oh, so what are you doing next week?" He went, "Oh, I'm not really sure, actually. I'm on the new Scorsese film, I think, Gangs of Something or other." I'm like, "Okay."
Whoops.
Like, wow. And then the day after, we went to a place called Air Lyndhurst, which used to be a church somewhere in London. Yeah. And they converted it into a recording studio. That's where they recorded a lot of soundtracks, like a Gladiator and stuff, I think, was done there. And they were recording the soundtrack for this little animated film called Spirit, something of the Cimmerillion or whatever it is, Legend of the Cimmerillion. There's an animated thing about a horse, and who was actually conducting the orchestra, but Hans Zimmer. Oh, but he was on his lunch.
Oh, no.
He was on his lunch. This guy went, we're going to have to go now because we've got to move on. We've got to go back to Pinewood. And I'm like, but
it's Hans Zimmer.
I did get to hear that some of the music being played by his understudy, though, who was conducting the orchestra. I've never heard acoustics like that my entire life.
Wow.
It literally brought water to your eyes. And who would have thought that about a bleeding stupid film about a horse, but fantastic acoustics. Oh. And I was sitting there chatting to Mike Oldfield's manager. And he was like, "Oh, you and Neil was this other guy. You'll have to come up to the house next time you're down. And Mike will be there." And I'm like, "Oh, my God."
Love it.
So it's way beyond the memorabilia things where they charge you 25 quid, but it's like, whoa. And then moving on to the podcast side of things, which is me progressing it even more, having people like Brooke Lewis. And it was weird. I was watching DVD this morning downstairs, a film called Madison County.
Yeah.
And it came up directed by Eric England. I'm like, he's one of my Facebook friends who I've had many conversations with. Starring and produced by Ace Marrero. Yep, I've spoken to him several times. He's on my list.
Another tick on the box.
It's weird. I can walk around my day job in the video department and go, "I know the producer of that. I spoke to somebody that was in that one. Oh, I've got them on my mobile phone." Boink. It's very, very bizarre.
Oh. But again, it just goes to prove these people are people. You know, they're not the prima donnas that, okay, some of them probably are, but you know, they are genuine people, and it's what they do for a living.
Yeah, exactly. So as you said, some of them are prima donnas. But, every one of these people will think, "I need to go for a pee," or they'll vomit now and again, or they'll go for a poop, or whatever. They're just cool people with cool jobs.
Yes.
I've had people tell me off now and again going, "You shouldn't idolize these people." I'm like, "I don't idolize these people. I just think it's really cool that I got bored one day and phoned up the head of Disney." I'm not going to go, "I did it, therefore I spoke to God." No, I just think having conversations with these people is just a really cool thing to do.
This is it. It's a case of they're probably so used to people being starstruck around them, they probably just want people to treat them like normal folk.
Oh, I do get starstruck. Certainly on some of the first memorabilia shows. I can't remember the specific actors and actresses, but it literally was, "Can you just sign it to Stuart? Thank you."
Yeah.
Gone. It's the 20 quid, right, I'm off. And then you get a bit sort of cockier. I mean, once I took the Beanie Baby sheep down.
Yes.
And it was like you'd go up to somebody, the big orc that killed Sean Bean in Fellowship of the Ring. Spoilers. I go, "Would you like, hold this sheep, dude? You big 7-foot Maori looking dude. Have a sheep." Click. Really bizarre. You just get a bit more cheeky and a bit more relaxed in these things.
But again, it's off. It's basically off the bat. They're not going to be expecting that, and they'll probably react better because of it.
Yeah, he did. I've got a wonderful photo of Chris Barry, who was in Red Dwarf, Blade Hologram, of the face that he pulls while he's got the sheep, and it's an absolute picture. So they sort of do take it in good humour.
Oh, yeah.
Because you just go, "Yeah, I know it's really stupid, but have a sheep." Yeah. Because the sheep's been all over the world and boink. So I've got quite a few of them. I think the one with the Stormtroopers is my favourite, though. So
yeah.
That was fun games. But I'm going to try and take a net down to one of these memorabilia shows at some point. I nearly went down to the last one in Birmingham, but it was on 2 days before I got my first paycheck after about 3 months off.
Ouch.
and I'd managed to even bag press passes for it.
Ooh.
But I just did not have the money for the transportation, didn't have the money for the hotel, and I couldn't. So it's like, gutted.
Oh.
But I'll get to the next one, I think. But it freaked me out that I could actually get a press pass. I'm like, really? You're going to give me a press pass? Fair enough.
I like it. But I mean, like I say, there's so many things that tie in. We are beyond the film now. Everything that's, kind of goes, the transitions from the big screen to other things. I mean, we've touched on theme parks. One of the things I've got to bring up is the fact that a lot of them now, you're getting kind of actual proper, as we would call them, fairgrounds that are getting themed rides to do with things like Harry Potter and what have you.
Well, I've heard a lot of people talking about Harry Potter World, and they say it's phenomenal. Kevin Smith just constantly goes on about it. He loves that place.
Yeah. But, all these things that are tying in, it is big business, basically. I suppose, if you want to take it to its kind of original point there, you've just got to look at Disney World.
Yeah.
That was the original one that, did the transition from, hey, here's animated characters to a theme park.
Well, look at it. I mean, we've had theme parks based on movies, but we've got Pirates of the Caribbean, which is based on a theme park ride. So it works the other way around as well, doesn't it? Not as many times as it... Yeah. But, Disney's one of these I've just not done.
Yeah.
I probably will do it, but it's not on my, wow, I really want to do Disney, because that is the ultimate theme park tourist trap, isn't it?
I'd like to do Disney, but I'd like to do the States one.
Yes. Yeah, Euro Disney really doesn't appeal to me.
Sorry, no, it's not Euro Disney now. Remember, the French have taken full ownership. It's Disneyland Paris.
Yeah, it's Euro Disney.
Yeah, it'll always be Euro Disney to me, too.
Exactly. I've got lots of books that talk about Euro Disney, so I believe the written word. So
yes,
therefore it is so. But I enjoy taking it beyond the movie. A lot of people just watch films and think, "Well, that was good." Next.
No, that's
I like learning about the film, how it was made. Even visiting locations. I did a trip maybe a couple of months back going to London, and I traipsed around London, and we visited something like 28 locations. You were part of that as well because you supplied the thing to play the clips and whatnot.
Exactly.
Mine broke down the night before. Ooh. But things like that, I enjoy watching a film going, been there.
Well, this is it. I mean, I remember you phoning me up from there saying, guess where we are? What? Where? And it's a case of the Italian Job.
Yep. I'm outside Michael Caine's flat. And then 20 minutes. And weirdly enough, it's like 10 minutes after that, I was outside Hugh Grant's house in Notting Hill. And then 10 minutes after that, I was outside what's her name? Oh, Keira Knightley's flat in Love Actually. And then it's bizarre, 28 locations in a day. I was in the room where they shot some of Brazil. You're like, oh, wow. But I'm not like, they're not shrines to me. I just think it's really cool to go, been there.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I know from the photos you got, a lot of the times you were trying to get, the exact same one in a way, from where the camera angle was. And you managed to capture that on several, which was pretty impressive.
Well, I caught 4 shots for every single location. There was a blank one. There was one with me in it. There was one with Annette in it, and there was one with Lammy in it.
Mm-hmm.
So every single location, bang, 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 bang.
Several of those have appeared on the beginning of the YouTube one, I believe.
They have indeed, as well. Annette, so a while ago, she went, there's no photos of me on your Facebook. And I'm like, okay. She's one of these, a bit like me, doesn't like her own photo type thing. But I'm like, you know what? You're going to be on the YouTube channel opening credits.
Definitely. So
there is a few on there.
Oh.
But yeah, I enjoyed taking it beyond the movie. I don't know where it's going to go.
Yes.
As we move off the location thing and sort of wrap this one up, slightly shorter episode due to scheduling and stuff at my end. Coolest one, my location would be eating hamburgers, McDonald's. Yeah. I know you don't like them. On the Top Gun naval base.
Nice.
That's one of my coolest ones.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, one of the ones that we have missed on this that I know we were going to cover, so I'll just cover it quickly if that's okay, is the transition from big screen to small screen on several things.
Uh-huh.
I mean, kind of we mentioned earlier, it's a case of the several things that you've had theme park rides from, but you've also had TV series spin-offs from movies. I mean, some of the ones that immediately spring to mind are things like Stargate, or is it Highlander? You got those.
Yes.
Things have moved the other way, of course, because like say, we've already covered. You've got Star Trek.
Yep. That's the thing, isn't it? It's not easy thinking. Right, started off on the small screen, then went to the big screen.
It works both ways.
Or the movie's shrinking. There's not that many where it started off as a film and then shrunk, is there? I don't think.
No, like say, it's basically a case of things like say Stargate. But it's one of the ones that I don't know. I mean, in my mind, I think on some of the ones where they've taken it from a movie to a TV series, sometimes and vice versa. Sometimes it's kind of slightly ruined it. I mean, with the ruined one, forgive me, I'm going to probably open a can of worms here, but Highlander to me, movies worked. Took it to the small screen, not quite.
Apparently, the series was quite good if you watched about 20 series of the thing or whatever. I watched maybe the first season and a half, and it was all right, but it wasn't Christopher Lambert and Clancy Brown and all that sort of stuff. It was just it was diluted for some reason. But if anybody wants to tell me to watch that one, email me or tweet me or whatever.
Yeah, we're open to flaming.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Most definitely. I'm open to people saying, no, actually, you're wrong. You need to watch it because it's really good, because that way I might discover a decent TV show. So,
well, this is it. There have been some good ones, and there's also been, again, I'm going to open this one up for flaming, and you can shoot me down yourself if you want. But one of the transitions from TV series to film that, to my mind, didn't work as well was the transition from the TV series Firefly to the film Serenity.
Yeah, and I mean, why? Why do you think that didn't work?
They basically tried to wrap everything up very quickly, and I think it shows. It's basically a case of, okay, we've got the money to make one film. Right, we're going to tie everything up, or try to.
But the weird thing about that is Firefly got canned after however many episodes and showed it all in the wrong order and blah, blah, blah. And it seemed like 50 million squillion fans came out of the woodwork and went, damn you, Fox, you cancelled it. So that's when they brought the money out to do Serenity. But nobody went to see Serenity.
Yeah. I mean, why did...
It's like, why? Why were you all asking for it? Why didn't you go watch it?
I did. And I thought...
I did.
Yeah, you... But it was just one of those ones. I thought, instead of spending the money on the movie, make another series.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But I think that's why they didn't carry it on. I think if it had made lots of money, it would have come back. But just for some reason, all these fans that were crying about this film, they didn't pay money to go and watch it.
No.
So it's kind of their own doing, isn't it, I suppose?
Yeah, I suppose so. But anyway, I've had my say and I've opened myself up to flames.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get any flames. I think you've not attacked Firefly by any means. I think if you attack Firefly, you go, Firefly's crap, then people would attack you for
I would
one.
never attack Firefly. But I know people that are real big fans of Serenity, and you just think, sorry, pale shadow in comparison.
I thought Serenity was fine. I watched it and go, yeah, it was pretty good. That was it. Beyond.
As a standalone, it would have worked, but I just had such high expectations from the original series.
Yep, and it didn't pay off.
I love all the actors, don't get me wrong. I'd love to meet them. Have a natter with them, chat. Probably over lunch or something. But it's literally a case of they should have spent more money and made a second series. Personal
They should have done.
Yep. Rant over.
Yes, definitely. But that's stupid Fox Network for showing all the episodes in the wrong order. I think you showed like the pilot episode 6 weeks in, and it was a real mess. So nobody knew what the hell was going on.
Not good.
If you do research on it, it was shown all out of context. The first ever episode was like episode number 6 or whatever it was. It was bizarre.
Well, I suppose that's the thing. Basically when it came over here, it wasn't actually shown on television first. It came out as a boxed set. So it was done in the correct order.
But by the time when it was showed in the States, they'd already seen it and it had been cancelled by the time it came out over here.
They'd already knackered it.
Yeah. Idiots.
No comment.
Absolute idiots. So what do you reckon you and I go to a movie memorabilia show at some point in the future then?
I think that what we ought to do is now on air say that at some point this year we will find one, even if we have to travel, like say, down to Birmingham, whatever. We've got to do it, just for old time's sake. And definitely podcast about it.
But not Milton Keynes.
No.
Well, the good thing is now if we go down, we can actually get press passes and just interview these people.
Well,
go, hello, be on the show.
Actually record while we're there.
Yes, exactly. I'm all up for that.
Yeah.
So I shall put it on my to-do list to find a movie memorabilia show.
I'll do some digging. It may be later in the year, but, will obviously be later in the year, but I mean in late in the year.
Yeah, I think it could be around November time, because that's when they used to have them, I think.
Good excuse to go there and say it's for my birthday.
Exactly. Yep, and it's for the podcasting as well. That'd be my excuse.
Yes.
So, we can do that. But I think we should keep this podcast segmented and just have it focused on the movie memorabilia show. Yeah. Slightly shorter. Apologies to everybody who was expecting a show last week. Didn't get one. My fault. Never mind. A lot of things going on and whatnot.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm glad we're back.
So am I. But I wouldn't mention backs.
No, not at all. But I'm glad you've returned.
Indeed.
And do you want to give your Twitter handle out before we close this one up?
Certainly. Basically, you can catch me on Twitter at, well, this is an odd one. I'm going to have to spell it out, aren't I? It's at, of course, and then werewolf, W4R3, W0LF.
Yay! Always confuses me, that one.
I know.
Always confuses me. And my gamer tag and Twitter account and everything, my YouTube channel is FromPage2, the number 2, Screen. So I'm very, very easy to find, unlike you.
Yeah, I hide.
With your complicated things. So we shall wrap this one up for now anyway.
A little kind of segmented, but hey.
Yeah, a little segmented, a little bit sort of shorter than normal.
We're just getting back into the swing of things.
This is Jack Burton in the Pork Chop Express, and I'm talking to whoever's listening out there. It's a pretty amazing planet we live on here, and a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're all alone in this universe.
There is a hidden world where ancient evil weaves a modern mystery.
What's going on here? Is this some kind of...
Magic. The darkest magic.
They call it Little China.
Finally, we shall bring order out of chaos.
It's where Big Trouble was waiting for Jack Burton.
Who? Jack Burton. Me.
Jack?
They told him to go to hell.
You make one move.
And that's just where he's going.
Somebody, I don't care who, tell me what is going on.
How are you going to spring us?
I have no idea. There are many mysteries, many unanswerable questions, even in a life as short as yours.
My destiny rests in your capable hands.
Hey, I'll do my best.
Oh, God, is this really happening?
This is gonna take Cracker Jack timing, Wang. 1, 2, 3. We may be trapped.
Total concentration.
Safety. Yeah.
You ready, Jack?
I was born ready.
Way to go, Jack.
Jack Burton's coming to rescue your summer.
Hey, what more can a guy ask for?
20th Century Fox presents Kurt Russell in John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China.
It's all in the reflexes.
Welcome to a night of total terror. Night of the living dead, the dead who live on living flesh. The dead whose haunted souls hunt the living whose bodies are the only food for these ungodly creatures. Night of the living dead. our adventure in fear. An experience in shock more shattering than your strangest nightmare. Night of the living dead. A night with the dead who cannot die. A night of total terror. Night of the living dead.